Magandang araw sa ating lahat. Malugod at ubos kasiyahan namin kayong tinatanggap sa kauna-unahang pagtitipon ng mga guro at eksperto sa larangan ng kultura at mga sining sa unang rehiyon ng Pilipinas. Ito po ay hatid sa atin ng Komisyon sa Mas Mataas na Edukasyon para Rehiyong Tanggapan bilang isa, tanggapan ni kagalang-galang na kinatawan ng ika-4 na distrito ng Pangasinan, Christopher Toff de Venecia, at kasama rin ang mga kinatawan mula sa Pambansang Komisyon para sa Kultura at mga sining. Kasama rin natin ang mga kagawaran ng edukasyon panrehiyong tanggapan bilang isa. Nasasabi ng isang pamayanan ay nakikilala sa pamamagitan ng wikang kanilang sinasaysay, mga paniniwalang pinanghahawakan, mga kaugalian at pamanang aral na isinasalin-salin sa mga henerasyon, at mga sining na sumasalamin sa mga karanasan at uri ng lipunang kanilang kinabibilangan. Sa madaling sabi, sa pamamagitan ng kultura. Sa araw na ito, maglalakbay tayo upang pagnilayan at payabungin pa ang ating mga kaalaman ukol sa kultura at mga sining at kung paano makapagdudulot ng positibong pagbabago sa lipunan ang mga nasabing konsepto, lalo na sa larangan ng edukasyon, ekonomiya at paglingkod sa bayan. Ako po si Juan Primitivo Petrola. Samahan niyo kami sa isang makabuluhang lakbay-aral ng mga sining at kultura. Gabay natin ang temang Kulturang Rehiyon 1, Kilalanin, Saliksikin at Pagyamanin. Bilang panimulang gawain, tayo po ay mananalangin sa pangunguna ni Ginoong Ricky A. Serra, tagamasidunong ng tanggapan ito. Susundan agad ng pag-awit ng lupang hinirang sa pamamagitan ng audiovisual presentation.
Tayo po ay manalangin. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, at ng Espiritu Santo. Ama naming nasa langit, niluluwalhati at sinasamba ka namin. Sa pagsisimula ng pagtitipong ito, sinasambit namin ang iyong presensya. Sapagkat nasasaad sa iyong salita na kung saang nagtipon ang 2 o 3 sa iyong pangalan, naroon ka sa aming kalagitnaan. Sinasambit namin ang iyong kapayapaan, iyong biyaya, iyong awa at iyong perpektong kaayusan sa pagtitipon na ito. Bigyan mo, Panginoon, ng sariwa at makabuluhang kaalaman ang aming mga panauhing tagapagsalita at nang maibahagi nilang lubos ang kanilang mga paksa. Bigyan mo din, Panginoon, ang mga tagapagkinig ng bukas na kaisipan upang may sa puso ang mga kaalamang ibabahagi ngayong araw. At naway ang pagtitipong ito ay maging mabunga at matagumpay. Ito po ang aming samot dalangin sa matamis na pangalan ng aming Panginoon at tagapagligtas na si Jesucristo. Amen.
lahi. Kabilang sila sa paglinang ng ating makulay na sining at mayamang kultura. Kasapi sila sa pagtataguyod ng mga adhikain ng kapwa mamamayan at sa pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan. Katuwang sila sa pagtuklas sa mga larangan ng agham at medisina. Kapanalig sila sa pagpapairal ng batas, karapatan at katarungan para sa lahat. Kabahagi sila sa paglilingkod sa bayan at sa pagpapanatili ng demokrasyang Pilipino. Sa paglipas ng panahon, hindi nagmaliw ang kanilang pag-ibig sa ating inang bayan. Mga kababayan, ito ang alay ng mga kababaihang Pilipino para sa bayan. Tumayo po lahat at sabay awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw pero sa silanganan, anak ng puso sa dilim mo'y buhay. Yung ang gulat ang magiliw sa mandulong, ikaw nasisigil sa pagkakatulog sa silangan sa langit mong nabang. Ang tinatang tulaan awit sa layang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na naglililig. Ang bituloy na araw na kaya pamalimasig. Luman ang araw ng malakit at sila, buhay langit sa puno. Ang ligaya na pagkay magkakapit, ang mamatay ng kaisiyon.
Salamat Ginoong Sera at pinabati po natin ang lahat ng kababaihan sa Pilipinas at sa buong mundo ng isang masayang pambansang pagdiriwang ng Buwan ng mga Kababaihan. Nais ko pong ipaalam na tayo po ay napapanood ng live sa aming Facebook page, CHED Region 1, at YouTube channel, CHED Regional Office 1. Mangyari pong pakiclick ang like at subscribe buttons para maging updated kayo sa mga kaganapan ng ating opisina. Sa pagkakataong pong ito, isa sa ating mga tagamasidunong, Dr. Melquiades Ancheta, ay naatasang kilalanin ang mga kalahok sa pagtitipong ito.
As they say, it takes a village to raise a child. Today, we have various sectors as our participants in this year's Culture and Arts Trainers and Instructors Summit. For we believe that in order for children to fully appreciate and promote our culture and heritage, we have to join forces and build up on each other's strength. Our participants come from 4 provinces of the region, namely Pangasinan, La Union, Ilocos Sur, and Ilocos Norte. With the immense number of registrants for this activity, it would be toxic and time-consuming if I will be mentioning your names one by one. We have a total of 575 registrants. Hence, I will be acknowledging you based on your roles in your respective sectors. I would like to request then that as roll is called, kindly open your cameras and microphones and say Isang Makulturang Umaga, Region 1. First on my list are the Culture and Arts trainers, directors, school administrators, presidents, principals, school heads from the different universities and colleges in the region, and also from the Department of Education. Second are our humanities and art appreciation instructors from our higher education institutions. We also have our music arts, physical education, and health teachers from the Department of Education.
Isang makulturang
Kulturang umaga.
Let us all acknowledge our cultural workers from the local government units, city government units, and
Isang makulturang umaga. Kulturang umaga.
Isang makulturang
Isang
umaga mula
kulturang
sa
ma-
Provincial Government of La Union.
Joining also in our webinar are our partners from the different national and regional line agencies. We also have with us the vanguards of culture and the arts from the non-government organizations. Aside from our Zoom attendees, we also have our participants who are watching our live streaming in our Facebook page and in our YouTube channel. Kindly share our live streaming for us to meet our brothers and sisters who are also warriors in the preservation of cultures and the arts. So our Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube participants, after the activity, kindly fill out the evaluation form for you to receive your certificates via your email addresses. May we take advantage of this learning opportunity and spread our advocacy to know, preserve, and promote our cultural heritage, especially here in Region 1. Again, thank you very much at isang makulturang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Mel. Upang magbigay ng pambungad ng pananalita, ating bigyang daan ang ating butihing Director 4 ng Komisyon sa Mas Mataas na Edukasyon, Panrehiyong Tanggapan bilang isa, Dr. Rogelio T. Galera, Jr.
Culture is the soul of a nation. As such, it has to be preserved, nourished, and shared to make it lasting, inspiring and uniting all of us as one people. Our culture, that includes our traditions and values, language, religion, stories, music, dances, and other forms of arts, are first nourished and shared at home. Parents educate their children how to respect others, to revere God, to listen to good music, to use garments that are locally made, to conserve the environment, and of course, to use a native language. Introduction of our cultural heritage to children is very essential to promote pride in his or her roots as a Filipino. As the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines states, cultural heritage is central to protecting our sense of who we are. It gives us an irrefutable connection to the past, to certain social values, beliefs, custom traditions that allow us to identify ourselves with others and deepen our sense of unity, belonging, and national pride. Knowing how important our cultural heritage is, we, in education sector, have the responsibility to pass on this treasure to the young. As embodied in RA 10066, or the National Heritage Act of 2009, CHED is mandated to preserve and promote the Filipino historical and cultural heritage through its programs in consultation and partnership with the National Center for Culture and the Arts. Aligned with this, CHED strongly supports the inclusion of art appreciation in the revised general education and the integration of the history, culture, and identity studies of IPs and Filipino Muslims in higher education curriculum as mandated by the Integrated History Law, or RA 10908. The aforementioned mandates have inspired CHED to be more serious in its efforts to integrate culture, arts, and heritage in the curriculum and enrich them through its programs and projects. However, there are still gaps that need to be filled in some related areas. For example, Glorife Samojo of De La Salle University in 2017 mentioned in her study that there is a need to improve the coordination of agencies on education, culture, trade, and industry in their perspectives on and support for culture, harmonization of their programs, and activities, and information sharing systems. One study also found out that there is also a fragmented approach to creative skills management and entrepreneurship. This starts at school with little provision beyond traditional arts practice. Some communities have a very active music and performing arts offer, but it does not progress toward more contemporary cross-art form of intercultural practice. There is also a very limited approach to supporting creative entrepreneurship and management in the higher education sector, which reduces the opportunities for creative business development. And there is a lack of value associated with creative careers and creative practice per se. In Region 1, the Enhanced Regional Development Plan 2017-2022 Section 7 midterm update also presents gaps and challenges as some targets were not met. For instance, in 2019, only 3 cultural information databases were established, 2 documentations on indigenous knowledge systems and practices, and 1 IP festival were conducted during the year. Having known the need for the enhancement of cultural education and how HCIs can serve as partners of local government units, the Education and Manpower Subcommittee of the Regional Development Council spearheaded the creation of the project entitled POWER, which stands for Pioneering Opportunities, Weaving Educational Reinvention. Project POWER aims to capacitate the basic education and college teachers and instructors in different focus areas: culture and arts, general education, digital competencies, and communication. The need for strengthening the partnership of HCIs and LGUs in the promotion and preservation of culture and arts, and capacitating educators as cultural workers, collaborators, and researchers inspired the conceptualization of Culture and Arts Trainers and Instructors Summit, or what we call the CATIS. At this point in time, I thank our resource speakers who have willingly accepted our invitation and will equip each one of us with knowledge and capacitate each one of us with skills to reach our goal of preserving and enriching our cultural heritage as we progress as a nation. I also thank all of you, our audience, our culture and arts trainers and instructors in higher education institutions, our partners from the Department of Education, teachers, cultural workers, professionals and advocates in the local government units and other agencies who are willing to participate in our cause of promoting and developing our culture through research and education. Truly, we can make our schools a safe and nourishing environment that embraces diversity and ethnicity. We can allot creative spaces where the young can explore their talents, express their individuality, and collaborate with others for innovation. We can provide opportunities for our students to solve problems through their creative thinking and experimentations. We can work with our government and encourage participatory and inclusive cultural development. It may take more time and resources before the impact of our collaborative efforts is felt. However, we believe that with persistence and teamwork, we can surely feel the big impact. We can see it through the bright eyes of our children, the expression of their soul, beaming with pride of their past and identity, sparkling with confidence of their cultural heritage, and filled with hope that they can make a big difference in this world with their talents and skills as Filipinos. Welcome everyone to CATIS 2021, and may you have a productive session today. Maraming salamat po, and good morning to all of you.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Galera. At muli, ang inyong mensahe ay isang inspirasyon na may kalakip na hamon sa ating lahat na pagtibayin pa ang ating mga hakbangin upang mas mapaigting ang kultura at mga sining sa ating mga paaralan, dalubhasaan at pamantasan. Ano-ano ang mga inaasahan nating makamit sa pagdalo sa pagtitipong ito? May mga hamon pa tayong dapat yakapin at layuning dapat pagtuunan ng pansin. Mayroon nga at dapat nating malaman ang mga ito. Upang ilahad sa atin ang mga layunin ng ating palatuntunan, aking tinatawag si Ginoong Al Gerald S. Barde, isa sa ating mga tagamasidunong.
Salamat JP. Magandang umaga sa lahat ng mga kalahok sa webinar na ito. Our objectives in today's webinar are anchored on our theme, Kulturang Rehiyon 1, Kilalanin, Saliksikin, at Pagyamanin. Under Kilalanin, we have to be aware of the different indigenous cultural communities and ancestral domains in Region 1, and to discuss the process of cultural mapping and share ways on how the academe can collaborate with LGUs for such activity. Saliksikin, we have to explain the nature of cultural studies and show their positive impact to groups or communities. And for Pagyamanin, we have to discuss creative economy and its potential in the country and to introduce initiatives or resolutions in protecting, promoting, and bolstering arts and culture as well as creative industries. We hope that we can achieve all of these objectives as evidenced by your insights in the evaluation form later after the webinar. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Barde. Nais ko po muling ipaalam na lahat po ng ating tagapanood at kalahok sa ating webinar ay makakatanggap ng katibayan ng paglahok o Certificate of Participation. Manatili po kayo nakatutok sa ating palatuntunan para sa link na aming ibibigay bago matapos ang ating programa. Kailangan po ninyong sagutin ang online evaluation form upang makatanggap po kayo ng nasabing katibayan. Sa pagkakataong ito mga kaibigan, atin nang makikilala ang unang panauhing tagapagsalita na magbibigay sa atin ng kaalaman tungkol sa paksang Cultural Studies and their impact to communities. Ang ating Chief Administrative Officer, Ginang Nympha N. Bueno, ang siyang naatasang gawin ang karangalang ito.
Magandang umaga sa lahat, and I'm very happy to introduce to you our first speaker in today's summit. Our speaker is the chairman and assistant professor of broadcast communication in the Department of Communication of the University of the Philippines, Baguio. His research interests are media and cultural studies, indigenous media studies, media ecotourism, eco-media studies, media history, and anthropology of mass media. At present, he is co-editing the book titled Environment, Media, Popular Culture, and Southeast Asia with John Charles Ryan and J. Conanea Luis Dresbach, to be published by the international academic publisher Springer. Prior to that, he has written articles for the Cultural Center of the Philippines Encyclopedia of Philippine Arts, chapters for the books Southeast Asia Ecotourism, Theories, Practices, Prospects, published by Lexington Books, and Hindi Nangyari Dahil Walang Social Media, Interogasyon ng Kulturang New Media sa Pilipinas, to be published by the Ateneo de Manila University Press. He has also published research articles in national journals such as the Plaridel Journal, Katipunan Journal, Saliksik e-Journal, Philippine Communication Society Review, and in international journals such as Utopian Studies, Journal of Communication and Media Studies, and the Search Journal of Media and Communication Research. He is also the current managing editor of the Southeast Asia Media Studies, which is the official journal of the Southeast Asian Media Studies Association. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Jason Paulo Talles.
And good morning, everyone. And so, can I share my screen? Share screen. There. And so, again, good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank the Commission on Higher Education of Region 1, especially Director Dr. Rogelio T. Galera and his staff for inviting me to share what I know during this event. And so I'm so excited to share this with you. And to all those who are with us in this Zoom meeting and in CHED Region 1's Facebook page, hello again, and hopefully I would be able to share some useful information for your research endeavors when it comes to the cultures of Region 1. So again, for those who do not know me, I am Jason Paloteles, and I'm currently serving as the chair and an assistant professor of broadcast communication in the University of the Philippines, Baguio. And I am also was also born and raised in the Ilocos region, specifically in San Fernando, La Union, J. Barangay Biday, and nagadalak J. Christ the King College, the Elementaria, and J. St. Louis College, the high school. And so back to our topic. And so I would like to apologize first because of the sudden change in the title of my talk. It is now titled Studies of the Cultures of the People of the Amianan, State, the Promises and Prospects. And so you may have noticed that I am using the phrase study of cultures instead of cultural studies because there is a profound difference between the two terms. In terms of their theoretical underpinnings, and if I discuss cultural studies, especially the one that was theorized by Stuart Hall, Raymond Williams, Richard Hogarth, and other proponents from the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies of the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom in the 1960s, it would take hours or even a whole day for us to discuss it. So if you have questions about it, you can contact me or you can read about it online. So let me show you an overview of my presentation. And first, I will discuss the promises, meaning the prospective positive impacts of the study of cultures in Amianan communities. And second, I will suggest some prospects or research trajectories that we can look into to study the cultures of the people of the Amianan. So what then is the study of cultures? First of all, there is a notion that the study of culture is solely the domain of anthropology simply because the most basic definition of anthropology is that it is the so-called science of humanity, which involves the study of past and present human behavior, human biology, cultures, and societies. Moreover, one of its subfields is sociocultural anthropology, which basically involves the interpretation of the content of particular cultures. It also involves the explanation of the variations among cultures and involves the study of processes of cultural change and social transformation. On the other hand, according to Chris Barker in his book Cultural Studies, Theory and Practice, the study of cultures can in fact take place in a variety of academic disciplines, such as sociology, anthropology, literary studies, communication and media studies, music studies, linguistics, and art studies, among many others. So the definition of the study of culture or study of cultures that we will use here in my presentation is that of the anthropologist Clifford Geertz. He wrote that the study of culture involves the analysis of the collective fabric of meaning that defines people's way of life. So in other words, analyzing, the reading, the understanding, and overall the studying of culture means understanding the ways of life that influenced and are being communicated or mediated by the signs, symbols, and cultural artifacts and products or heritage that we have right now, such as artworks, media content, architectural works, traditions, beliefs, values, practices, music and songs, expressive symbols, food, and so on. So culture here in this presentation is defined as the way of life that denotes a historically transmitted pattern of meanings embodied in symbol, a system of inherited conceptions expressed in symbolic forms by means of which men communicate, perpetuate, and develop their knowledge and about and attitudes towards life. This is actually a definition by anthropologist Clifford Geertz again in his research article titled Religion as a Cultural System. So that is going to be our working definition in this presentation that I am doing right now. So let us now go to the first part of my presentation, which is the promises, the importance of the study of cultures in the Ilocos region or in Amianan communities. So the study of cultures actually brings more than just the chances for the recognition of our practices, traditions, values, and beliefs, as well as the worldviews and tangible products that communicate our various cultures. It can provide more than just a sense of pride. Alam na natin yun na kapag inaral natin yung mga kultura natin, we can acknowledge our cultures, we can acknowledge the products of our cultures, and we can have a sense of pride after that. But it can also provide other benefits that can cause positive impact to our communities, the nation, and even our identities and our recognition in the international scene. So what are some of these benefits? First thing that I would like to share with you is that the studies of cultures can promote cultural maintenance and cause cultural promotion. So ideally, studying our cultures in the Ilocos region and even the rest of the Amianan regions, and of course, eventually publishing them, can help promote our cultures, which can lead to recognition. Through such forms or kinds of studies, we can become aware of what we have, such as cultural products and practices, and even what we can do to preserve and celebrate them. In short, research can provide an opportunity for culture to be preserved and promoted. Also, research and studies on cultures can become an avenue for us to recognize the existence and importance of the cultural resources that we have. Kaya importante din yung cultural mapping na tinatawag na I think i-discuss mamayang hapon ni Professor Villalon. The results of such researches and cultural mappings can point out issues, problems, and concerns so we can solve them. It can also show us the strengths that we have in terms of culture and cultural practices so that we can build upon them and eventually preserve them for the benefit of the next generation as well. Second, it can cause better understanding of other cultures. Kasi I know yung problema yan, yung hindi tayo hindi nagkakaintindihan yung mga people from Yamyanan, dun sa mga nasa Mindanao and so on. And it can cause really division in our country. So ideally, studying cultures in the Ilocos region and the rest of the Amianan regions can help not only in promoting our cultures, but also in advocating the recognition and a deeper understanding of the cultures of other people as well. I'm sure our speaker from the National Commission on Indigenous People can share with us that one of the challenges of our minorities right now is the recognition and understanding of their cultures and way of life, which is why we can see problems in their portrayals in the television, in different media platforms, as well as in some modules, nagkakaroon tayo ng mga incorrect portrayals. For example, ng mga Igorots of the Cordillera. Conducting research on their cultures, for instance, can help solve these incorrect portrayals because we become more aware of their ways of life and identities. So the next time that we include them in our materials, in their media products, and in our conversations as well, we would be able to represent them correctly and properly, and so that we will not also offend them when we do these things. And after giving us a better understanding of other cultures, it can also lead to cultural integration or the promotion of a better sense of tolerance and appreciation of diversity. Yun kasi even within small communities, magkakaiba din tayo ng kultura, bawat pamilya, bawat individual, magkakaiba din tayo ng kultura. So if we study each other's cultures and if we study even our own culture, we can promote a better sense of tolerance and appreciation of that diversity that we have. So apart from simply gaining knowledge about our own culture and the cultures of those from other locations and from other communities, the studies of cultures can help us understand and celebrate our diversity. It aids us in using a mindset of tolerance and respect when we encounter people that have a set of customs, beliefs, and ideologies different from us. In other words, research can facilitate the understanding and appreciation of another's culture, thus developing tolerance towards one another. This is particularly helpful even in the facilitation of understanding and appreciation of cultures from within one community. As I have said kanina, we can have different cultures even in one single community. As you may notice, I am using the word cultures instead of the singular culture to refer to those that are present in a single community, because according to anthropologies, even in single communities, there could be the presence of several equally meritorious cultures. For example, each household has their own cultures. Even each individual has their own way of life. And meron pa tayong mga tinatawag na mga subcultures na nakapaloob sa iba't ibang cultures na pinanggagalingan natin. So let us remember that individuals who ascribe value to the differences and the heterogeneity of society are people who encourage and practice efforts to come up and to put up a more equitable society. So imagine that. If we study and research about culture, and if we advocate for the understanding and integration of such cultures, we inch closer and closer to having a more equitable society na merong unity among its citizens and so on. And so because the study of culture can help people have a better understanding of the challenges and issues that different cultural groups have faced and are currently facing. So my empathy, my unity in the end. Eventually, this would lead to less conflicts between cultures, ethnicities, and races. Kumbaga, may iwasan natin yung racism, colorism, at iba pang mga negative na forms ng ism na nakikita natin ngayon sa mga balita na kung makapansin natin prevalent din sa United States. What's more is that the results of such studies can allow us to become more respectful of local customs and beliefs when we go to our travels. And through this, we can now learn to adjust how we speak, how we act, and how we react when we are in a community where we do not actually belong. So yan, cultural integration. Next is the formulation of context-appropriate plans, policies, and development programs. So, policies and development programs kasi are usually criticized by stakeholders and even non-government organizations because sometimes they are not applicable to the cultures, customs, and perhaps religious beliefs of communities where they are being implemented. Yun, so sometimes kasi, for example, magawa tayo ng mga policies, masyado siyang sa, for example, Christian morals or Catholic beliefs. Kaya pag natin siya, for example, sa mga communities, nagiging offensive sa sometimes inappropriate sa kanila. So these problems in those communities because some policies and programs could also be seen or regarded by them as offensive or inappropriate. So by studying cultures of the people to whom we are aiming to development projects and implement policies, could aid the government, policymakers, and program or development program planners in coming up with ones that are appropriate and respectful of the values, beliefs, and traditions of the recipients of policies and development programs. For example, I have done research on the environmental media or specifically the music videos produced by indigenous peoples in the Cordillera or the Igorots. And I posited that it is very important for us to identify views, beliefs, ideas, and practices related to the environmental management and environmental production that are mediated and expressed in media products. One of the views kasi of media studies scholars that media products indeed reflect even the cultures of the people who produce them. So what then is the relevance of examining how indigenous composers and music video producers represent nature? Images such as the ones I analyzed in my research actually alternative ways of perceiving or viewing social identities and roles that could be used to formulate more effective methods of managing and living with the environment. So acknowledging these perspectives of the environment or indigenous perspectives of the environment serves as a preliminary step toward a better understanding of development that would foster reconciliation between traditional and scientific knowledge and lead to the conceptualization of cost-effective and sustainable survival strategies for poor and marginalized communities. And in addition, the acknowledgement and practice of indigenous knowledge can provide a more general and inclusive standpoint and paradigm in environmental planning and policy. So those things that I said in that paper can also be applicable to other aspects in terms of policies and development programs that we are planning to implement in different communities. And so apart from that, meron ding mga economic benefits kasi cultural experiences, activities, and cultural objects can become opportunities for leisure, entertainment, and learning, not only for us, but also for the people outside our communities. So they can therefore make significant contributions to our local tourism industries and efforts. If we study them and publish them, hopefully in the future, cultural promotion from them can foster a recognition of such cultures, which would then invite more travelers and even researchers to come to our places. However, medyo tricky kasi to. Let us be careful not to commercialize and exploit culture and even sometimes bastardize culture and our cultural products too much because they may lose their significance and essence and that they will soon be seen by others or even us as mere commodities simply to be bought or sold in our markets. So with this, we also might lose our identities in the process as well. So let us use this benefit with balance pa rin so that we will not be will not over commercialize or exploit our cultures for simply economic gains. So those are the benefits that I would like to discuss to you right now, or the promises of the studies of cultures of Amianan communities. First, it's for cultural maintenance and promotion. Second, it's for the better understanding of other cultures. Third is cultural integration or the promotion of a better sense of tolerance and appreciation of diversity. Fourth is the formulation of context-appropriate plans, policies, and development programs. And fifth are the economic benefits. So now that we know some of the benefits of the studies of cultures, what should we study then in the Amianan or in the Ilocos region? So what are the prospects? So at the outset, or I would like to say at the outset that my expertise is in media studies, which is just one of the many subfields under the study of cultures. So let me get back to what Chris Barker wrote in his book titled Cultural Studies, Theory and Practice. He said that the study of cultures can take place in a variety of academic disciplines such as sociology, anthropology, literary studies, communication and media studies, and linguistics, among many others. So when I will be sharing some examples later, I apologize if you may notice that I might focus on those that are related to media studies kasi doon ako mas exposed. So now, let us look into media studies and the ways through which we can study it as a form of cultural artifact. So in this slide, we could see just some of the research tracks that we can take to study the media. So what are they? So makikita natin, nandyan yung cultural, yung critical histories, political economy, the structural or semiotic analysis, post-structural studies, institutional studies, professional ideologies, audience studies, social linguistics, and even cultural mapping. Pero hindi pa kompleto yan kasi marami pa tayong subfields ng media studies na pwedeng tignan. So when I was doing related literature or writing a review of related literature on the studies of media in the Ilocos region, sobrang konti lang nung mga nakita ko. There is little research about how media is used for cultural purposes. There is little study on the use of language or local languages in the media. So I think it would be interesting as well for us to look into Iloco or Ilocano or Ilocos region media studies. Yan, kasi marami tayong madidiscover dyan and madidiscover din natin yung sarili nating kultura or our expressions of our own cultures through media studies as well. So, ano nga ba tong mga to? Ano nga ba tong mga subfields na nilagay ko dito sa slide na to? First, critical histories. Pag sinabing critical histories, these types of analysis provides an exploration about when, where, and how, and why did the media become what it is today. However, pag sinabing critical histories kasi, this is not simply mentioning or writing the origins, dates, personalities, and a chronology of the development of the media in certain communities. For example, hindi lang natin aaralin kung kailan nagsimula yung mga dyaryo sa Ilocos Norte, sino yung mga kilalang personalities, at kung ano yung naging development ng mga dyaryo sa Ilocos Norte. It should also include an analysis on how and why those things happened. I like how the proponents of the bagong saliksikan ng kasaysayan, yung proponents of pantayong pananaw and bagong kasaysayan defined history. They said that history or yung kasaysayan ay isang salaysay hinggil sa nakaraan na may saysay sa sinasalaysayang pangkat ng tao o salinlahi. Again, they said that kasaysayan ay isang salaysay hinggil sa nakaraan na may saysay sa sinasalaysayang pangkat ng tao o salinlahi. So, as critical historians, we should write not only dates, personalities, and chronology of events, but also the saysay na sinasabi nila, or the halaga, or the sense or importance of those events to the people of the communities where those events took place. We have to make sense of history, and we have to analyze how it led to the present. Now, like other research that we are doing, we can look into the history of media and other cultural products through the lens of post-colonialism, feminist theory, eco-critical theory, and so on. So one example of this na nag-isip ko is the book Appropriation of Colonial Broadcasting, a history of early radio in the Philippines from 1922 to 1946, written by Elizabeth L. Enriquez of the UP College of Mass Communication. So I find it very enriching kasi hindi lang siya nag-share ng mga tao, ng mga ginawang radio programs before, kung ano yung mga nangyayari at specific dates at specific periods in our history of the Philippines. Pero inanalyze din niya kung paano ginamit ng mga Pilipino yung radio broadcasting para i-resist yung control ng mga American colonizers. So that is one interesting thing. So pag inaaral natin yung mga media, for example, or radio ng Ilocos region, we can look into how they were used in the promotion and even mediation, expression of the cultures of the people in the Ilocos region. So another example is this. I wrote a research titled The Mediation of the Cultures of the Peoples of the Cordillera in Radio Broadcasting in Baguio City. So inaral ko kung ano yung nangyari. From the start to the finish, I identified key personalities, pero inaral ko rin yung paraan kung paano nila ginawa yung mediation ng cultures ng mga tao sa Cordillera through the radio broadcast history of Baguio City, as well as the different motivations, constraints, and influences that shape the radio broadcast practices of indigenous peoples in the Cordillera region. So hopefully magkaroon din tayo ng mga ganitong klase ng studies dito sa Ilocos region. Yan. So I'm all particularly interested, of course, sa hometown ko, which is San Fernando, La Union. Yan. So nandyan din yung political economy, where we see the relationship between ownership and political power as the main area of influence in shaping media structures and output. For example, we can look into how advertisers influence the things that are, for example, aired over radio programs. Meron din akong ginawang study before about the local film production industry in the Philippine Cordillera. So I looked into the processes, the motivations and constraints undergone and experienced by filmmakers in the Cordillera region, kung ano yung epekto ng ownership dun sa ginagawa nilang film, ano yung epekto ng political power sa ginagawa nilang film, ano yung epekto ng technological advances and different laws and policies dun sa paggawa nilang film. So that's a form of political economy study, of a political economy study. Nandyan din yung mga structural or semiotic analysis. Pag sinabing structural or semiotic analysis kasi structural accounts of the media are based on semiotics. And the fundamental concern here is with the systems and processes of signification and representation. In other words, this type of study seeks to interpret the meanings of the signs and symbols in cultural products, including media content. So, for example, mga studies na under nito ay yung inaaral natin yung portrayal of women in films. Perhaps sa Ilocos, pwede natin aralin yung mga locally produced films natin. How are indigenous peoples portrayed in different modules, for example, or different books na binabasa natin or pinapabasa natin sa mga bata and so on. So, those are examples of structural or semiotic analysis. Nandiyan din yung mga post-structural studies, which is concerned with the use of psychoanalytical theories and the role of pleasure in producing and regulating meaning. So more on deconstruction naman to of the audiences. Next are institutional studies. Here, which is somehow similar to political economy, media messages or the messages of cultural products and output are explained as an outcome of the interaction among different members of the media organization. So, yung titignan mo dito yung proseso. Tapos, yung mga iba't ibang relationships between the people who are producing them. So, that's a form of institutional studies. Next ay yung professional ideologies. This type of study looks into the beliefs, values, and practices within cultural entity, cultural industry, or even a media industry para sa mga research na malapit sa akin. It also looks at the attributes of professionalism within the media. So for example, we can look into the specific ethical considerations that reporters think about when writing a story, or ano yung mga specific ethical considerations when people are producing, for example, a type of sculpture or a type of literature, mga ganong klase, yung professional ideologies research. Next naman is yung audience studies. Kasi when we are studying culture or cultural products, it does not simply pertain to looking into simply the characteristics of such products. So, i-describe lang natin sila, ano yung kino-communicate niya, and so on. But we should look into its production, distribution, and consumption. Pag sinabing production, aaralin natin yung paggawa, and yung mga practitioners, yung mga producers, media practitioners, dito sa case na to, TV stations, and so on. And when we study distribution, we study how the channels and technologies affect the distribution of these types of cultural products, and eventually, inaaral din natin yung consumption or yung mga audiences or yung mga target market ng mga ginagawa nating cultural products. Here, we can look into how audiences or how the recipients of the messages of those cultural products react to media. So, pwedeng aralin kung paano sila magre-react at the first instance of access to those types of cultural products. We can also look into how audiences receive media or receive cultural products, or how they perceive those cultural products, and what are the impacts of those cultural products in their ways of life, in their lives, and in their individual activities as well. So yun yung mga audience studies. Next is social linguistics. We can see here how language is used in the media, or we can also study how language is affected by the media, or we can also look into how the media is affected by language. So isang example na naisip ko ay yung isang study na ginawa ko on La Union-based radio stations. So tinignan ko kung ano yung patterns and yung impact ng Ilocos before dun sa practice of mother tongue broadcasting sa mga radio stations na yon. And I also look into the reception and reactions of the youth, specifically the students of La Union National High School, to mother tongue broadcasting. So yan yung isa sa mga pwede nating tignan under social linguistics. And finally, cultural mapping. This is also known actually as cultural resource mapping. I-discuss din naman siguro mamaya. Or cultural landscape mapping. And this particular type of study or research involves the use of a wide range of research tools. So yung techniques to literally map out yung mga tangible and intangible cultural assets of a certain community, a certain city or municipality, or a certain province, region, and a local landscape. So the primary goals of cultural mapping, according to UNESCO, are the identification, description, portrayal, promotion, and planning of the future use of particular regions or cities' combined cultural assets and resource. So for example, titignan natin kung ano-ano yung mga media na ginagawa sa La Union, kung saan sila madalas nakabase or gumagawa, or mga production spaces, sino ang gumagawa, sino yung mga nanonood, saang lugar yung mas nanonood ng mga ganitong klase ng mga media products sa Ilocos, and so on. So aalamin mo para eventually makakapag-come up ka ng mga magandang policies to preserve those types of cultural assets and resource. And kung paano mo siya din magagamit for, of course, the economic benefit of a certain community. Yan. So, in-introduce ko sa inyo yung subfields or just some of the subfields of media studies. And itong mga subfields na to actually be combined as well. Yun, so for example, yung research ko nga kanina about the mediation of the cultures of the peoples of the Cordillera in radio broadcasting in Baguio City, combination siya ng 4 na subfields, which is critical history, political economy, structural and semiotic analysis, and a little bit of social linguistics. Yun, so I specifically analyzed and theorized how indigenous individuals and groups in the Cordillera Administrative Region express their own cultures and identities through the radio stations in Baguio. So ngayon, yung diagram na pinakita ko sa inyo kanina, ito, I propose that this can also be applicable to other forms of products, practices, values, beliefs, and other artifacts where we express or mediate our cultures. In short, mga cultural products and heritage natin. So for example, pag inaral natin yung Ilocos Children's Literature, yan, for example, itong ipinoblish ng Adarna Books na Tinasingpat Anwang, we can look into its history or the history of children's literature in the Ilocos region. We can also look into audience studies kung paano nare-receive, na-perceive ng mga audiences, specifically ng mga bata, yung mga messages na pinapakita dun sa literary work na ito. Or we can also look into the political economy of producing children's literature in the Ilocos region. What are the forces, economic, political, technological, and cultural forces that are influencing the production of such forms of children's literature in the Ilocos region? So maganon pa. So pwede ring structural or semiotic analysis. Pwede nating tignan kung ano yung portrayal ng mga bata dito. Or pwede nating tignan kung ano yung portrayal even ng mga ng mga animals dito. And we can use the critical animal studies approach when understanding how animals are portrayed in different literary works, mga ganong klase. So we can also, example, food. Pwede na nating i-practice yung diagram na to sa pag-aaral sa mga food. Ano nga ba yung political economy? Ano yung mga iba't ibang motivations kung bakit nagkaroon ng dinengdeng sa Ilocos region? Critical history, more than just identifying kung sino yung unang gumawa nito at kailan niya unang ginawa ito. Titignan din natin kung ano yung cultural significance ng dinengdeng in a certain community in different periods. So, tignan nga natin kung ano yung saysay ng isang bagay at history ng isang bagay dun sa isang community. Yan, so example lang yan. So, consumer studies or audience studies din yan. Titignan natin kung ano yung mga reactions, for example, ng mga turista pag hinahainan sila ng mga ganitong klase ng mga food and so on. And even structural or semiotic analysis, we can actually read food as texts. So, aalamin natin kung ano nga ba yung mga structures na kino-communicate or yung cultures na kino-communicate ng bawat ingredient na ginagamit sa dinengdeng, for example. Yun, so may mga ganyan din. We can also look into, for example, mga structures or mga architectural structures like this lighthouse sa Burgos, Ilocos Norte. Kasi meron din tayong subfield of studies of culture na proxemics or the study of space or kung paano ginagamit ang space to communicate something. And so sometimes, for example, nung panahon ng mga Spanish, ang mga churches, apart from being a space for religious worship and connection with God, ginagamit din siya to communicate power ng mga praile at mga Spanish colonizers before para ipakita yung control nila, kasi ginagamit nila dati yung mga bells para mapakita kung ano yung territories nila. Kaya nga nagkaroon ng reduction policy, yung reduction bajo el son de la campana. Yun yung parang measurement tawag dito, expression nung territory ng isang lugar. Mga ganong klase. So may mga ganong klase ng structural or semiotic analysis na pwede tayong gawin when it comes to architecture or architectural products as well. So ano yung critical histories ng architecture sa Ilocos, political economy, and so on. So pwede rin niyang gawin na studies. Sa Bangus Festival, saka sa mga prosesyon natin sa iba't ibang towns and cities ng Ilocos region, maganda ring aralin yung mga yan. So one study that I saw before was a study about the Holy Week practices of the people in San Fernando, Pampanga, kasi hindi lang siya yung flogging or yung pagpapapako sa krus, kundi meron din yung mga yung mga namamanata na mag-isa lang sila, mga ganon. Meron yung tira bakal na tinatawag na inaral ng isang colleague ko sa UP Baguio. And inaral niya kung paano nito kino-communicate yung personal struggle ng isang tao and even yung kultura ng isang barangay dun sa San Fernando, Pampanga. So those are very interesting and I hope magawa din natin to at mapalago natin tong field na to dito sa rehiyon natin. So there are other examples of efforts and publications related to Amianan cultures that we can emulate. For example, itong sinulat ni Hocano titled The Ilocanos, An Ethnography of Family and Community Life in the Ilocos Region. So maganda tong librong to kung gusto nyong mas maintindihan pa yung mga kultura natin bilang mga pamilya at bilang mga komunidad dito sa iba't ibang probinsya sa Ilocos Region. Itong sinulat ng isang colleague ko or yung kinompile ng isang colleague ko na mga dandaniw o yung mga tula in Ilocano from 1621 to 2014. Pwede nyo rin i-check out ito para malaman nyo kung paano natin i-analyze yung mga poetry natin and so on. One interesting thing or na nakita ko rin is the Journal of Northern Luzon by the St. Mary's University Publishing House. So that's an effort on popularizing the study of the Northern Luzon, the Amianan or Northern Luzon regions, and as well as the study of cultures in those areas. Nandyan din yung NACAM conferences and I think some of the participants here are members of this. Kasama sina Dr. Aurelio Agkawili, sina Dr. Elizabeth Kalinawagan, and so on. So they also produce different publications that are in the Ilocano language, which is very interesting and very exciting. So maganda rin kasi na sinusulat natin ito sa sarili nating mga lingwahe, like Ilocano or Iloco. Kasi sabi nga ng mga nasa pantayang pananaw perspective na dapat naiintindihan ng mga pinagsasalaysayan natin ng kasaysayan o mga researches natin yung pinagsusulat natin para maintindihan din nila yung mga inaaral natin kasi sila din naman yung mga subjects ng pag-aaral natin. So nandyan yung iba't ibang examples ng mga libro ng NACAM conferences. And I would also like to suggest that we can study or understand our history, our culture, and identity in our own terms. So that is to say that we can use a decolonized, de-westernized, or de-imperialized type of analysis and exploration of our own cultures. So those theories formulated by scholars in the West or sa US, sa UK, and so on can sometimes be inapplicable or even not enough to understand the cultures in Asia, the cultures of us Filipinos, and the cultures of us in the Amianan regions. So nagawa na to ng mga by the efforts of the cultural movements. For example, sa Katagalugan, nandyan yung Pantayong Pananaw, Psikolohiyang Pilipino, and Bagong Kasaysayan. Dito sa Amianan naman, nandyan yung efforts ng NACAM conferences and other cultural figures in our region. So my final point here is this. So as cultural researchers, I would like to encourage everyone to go beyond merely describing our cultural symbols or products in our research. This is because culture is not just those symbolic forms or symbols that we are using, producing, or performing as a group and as members of the society. Instead, it is the context or something which the artifacts can intelligibly, that is to be thickly described, sabi nga ni Clifford Geertz na isang anthropologist. So sinuggest niya that in studying and analyzing culture or cultures, a thick description which entails analyzing and explaining symbols, symbolic forms, or artifacts or cultural products according to their context, as opposed to thin description which only includes merely stating facts about an artifact. And that is necessary. So just a warning though, alam kong gusto nating mag-publish ng mga researches. So while we are looking for books and journals to publish our research results in, let us be careful to whom we will submit in identifying which journals will we consider for submitting and publishing our manuscripts for our research. We have to be aware that there is the presence of so-called predatory journals that will publish low quality researches tapos isingilin ka pa ng malaki para ma-publish lang yung papel mo dun. So let's be careful. If it is about media and cultural studies, please feel free to contact me and let us see if we can accommodate it for publication in our journal, Southeast Asian Media Studies. So sabi nila kanina, I'm the managing editor there. And so thank you for listening. I hope you learned some things from this talk or from this rambling. And I think I can answer a few questions during our open forum before I go to my online class sa UP Baguio. So thank you very much for listening.
Maraming salamat po, Professor Jason Paulo Telles, sa inyong binahaging kaalaman, siksik, liglig at umaapaw. At kami po dito sa Region 1 ay lubhang natuwa sa mga ipinakita ninyong mga kaalaman sa amin. Sa ngayon po, Professor, bibigyang daan po natin ang mga katanungan mula sa ating mga kalahok at mga tagapanood. Una pong katanungan, sir, ay ito po. What challenges could we possibly encounter if we pursue cultural or media research studies?
Well, challenges, marami. Actually, kasi kung depende kasi kung ano yung aaralin mo eh. So for example, kung aaralin mo ay mga cultural practices ng mga indigenous peoples, kailangan mo munang magpaalam. Kailangan mo ng informed consent. Dun galing sa mga communities na yun, so on. And siguro isa sa mga challenges din ay lalong-lalo na ngayong pandemic ay yung wala kang time to do field research or field work kung gusto mo talagang gumawa ng in-depth understanding or analysis of different types of cultural practices or products. Yun, so siguro issues lang din yung pag hindi mo talaga, kung wala kang understanding or wala kang idea of what respect for other cultures is, pero basically yun lang naman yung mga problems.
Lang yung ethical considerations ng kultura na nais pag-aralan ng ating mga mananaliksik. Tama po yun, sir. Sir, pangalawang tanong ho, nabalitaan namin, base na rin sa inyong pagbibigay ng inyong karanasan sa larangan ng pagsasaliksik. You have published research articles in a number of journals. Can you give our audience tips po kung paano po nila pwedeng gawin ang mga hakbang na inyo pong nagawa sa larangan ng pananaliksik kultura?
Tips sa pagsusulat or pagpapublish? Sa pareho? Okay. So, sa pagsusulat, wala akong masabi, sipag lang talaga. Yun, kasi you know naman, in our university, we are required to do research for us to be good. And so sa pagsusulat, tips na lang siguro is to read more. Read more kasi mas magkaroon ka ng understanding of different theories na pwede mong gamitin para ma-analyze yung iba't ibang forms of culture. Then you have to also be observant sa paligid mo kasi may mga bagay na hindi pala naaaral na pwede pa nating aralin. And so pag umuwi ka papunta sa bahay ninyo, ano ba yung mga kakanin na hindi pa naaaral dito? O ano pa yung mga produkto ng La Union, for example, na hindi pa naaaral dito? Para mas maintindihan natin yung buong dynamics ng paggawa ng mga cultural products na yan. At para malaman natin kung paano natin din magagamit ito para ma-promote yung kultura natin, para ma-maintain yung kultura natin, ma-preserve yung kultura natin, and so on. So yan, you have to also read widely sa iba't ibang research na nagawa na at para malaman mo kung ano yung kailangang ma-fill na mga knowledge na kulang sa atin ngayon. Mga ganun.
Ayun po, from the expert himself, no? Maraming salamat po, Professor. Professor, sa pagkakataon pong ito, meron po tayong live question. Magagaling po ito kay Aginang Pe Erlinda Ibalio ng Mariano Marcos State University. Si Ma'am Ibalio po ay isa sa ating mga Regional Quality Assessment Team members na may kinalaman po sa pag-evaluate ng ating mga applicant schools sa Culture and Arts Education. Magandang umaga po, Ma'am Erlinda. Ma'am Pek, paki-unmute po ang inyong microphone. Nakamute pa rin po, Ma'am Pek. Paki-click lang po yung microphone ng inyong Zoom.
Okay na, sir.
Okay.
Good morning po. Good morning, Sir Jason. Medyo late lang akong nag-check-in kanina kasi gusto tayo dito sa school. So my question, sir, is what would be the best methodology to use if I would like to study about the songs of the old folks? I observed one time during Christmas that there were some old folks who came to carol. May mga bago pong mga awit, hindi ko pa narinig. Mga Ilocano songs po, Christmas, pang Christmas. So if I would like to document that, what would be my best methodology?
When it comes to documentation po, I think ethnographic methods yung maganda para sa inyo. Kasi pwede nyo aralin kung paano nila to pinapractice. Medyo anthropological po yung approach na gagawin natin. So, paano nila pinaproduce, paano sila nagpa-practice sa pagkanta ng ganon. And even textual analysis is part of ethnography. So, aaralin natin yung mga meanings na nakapaloob dun sa mga kanta nila and so on. So, you could may suggestion po akong reading. Yung sinulat po ni Professor Jimmy Fong na Pop Culture Production in the Cordillera. Kasi magandang ginagamit ko rin pong model yun sa pagsusulat ng mga research ko about music videos and songs ng Ilocos region and the Cordillera region. So textual analysis and even ethnography or even interviews kasi pwede mo silang interviewin kung ano yung meaning. Part yun ng psychoanalytical theories or yung post-structural studies po na inaalam natin kung ano yung meaning ng song dun sa mga kumakanta ng mga songs na yun.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Saan po makukuha o mabibili yung book?
Accessible po siya sa website ng Plaridel Journal ng UP College of Mass Communication.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. It's really a big help to hear your response to my question. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Pe, at ingat po kayo dyan sa mga Ilocos Norte. Best regards po sa mga kasama natin sa Mariano Marcos State University.
Kumusta rin po kayong lahat sa CHED Regional Office po.
Salamat po. At isa pang katanungan po galing sa ating Zoom account, Sir Jason, sa ating pagkamuling matapos ang oras na ibinigay sa atin. Ano po ang magandang framework para sa paggawa ng cultural mapping or research about culture po?
Ganito po, hindi ako expert ng cultural mapping so I can't really answer that. Pero si Professor Villalon, I think will be discussing about cultural mapping. So, mas credible siya na source ng answer ng tanong mo.
Anyway, sa nagtanong po tungkol sa my cultural mapping, meron po tayong isang paksa. Maya po ginagawa ng ating mga local government. Sa pagkakataon pong ito, muli nagpapasalamat po kami kay Professor Jason Paulo Telles sa napakagandang karanasan na ibinahagi niyo sa amin ngayong umagang ito. Naglalayon po kami na sana ay maimbitahan huli namin kayo sa ibang pagkakataon na magbibigay ng inyong kaalaman tungkol sa pananaliksik kultura. Dapan ang sertipiko ng pagpapahalaga upang basahin ang nilalaman ng munting handog. Tinatawagan ko po si Ginang Catherine Chan kasama kong taga Masidunong upang gawin ang nasabing kilos.
This certificate of recognition is awarded to Professor Jason Paulo Teles for generously sharing his time and expertise as one of the resource speakers during the Region 1 Culture and Arts Trainers and Instructors Summit with the theme Kulturang Rehiyon 1, Kilalanin, Saliksikin at Pagyamanin. The insights and experiences he shared have truly inspired learning institutions and individual cultural professionals to further their commitment and intensify their efforts towards the preservation and promotion of Filipino culture, arts, and heritage as a key to progressive development and sustainable future. Given this 23rd day of March 2021, at the Commission Higher Education Regional Office Number 1, City of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Dr. Rogelio T. Galera Jr., Director 4.
Muli, maraming salamat po, Professor Jason Paulo Teles, ang Chair ng Department of Communication, University of the Philippines, Baguio. Bigyan po natin siya ng ating isang virtual round of applause. Marami pong salamat, Professor, sa inyong panahon at ibinahaging kaalaman sa amin ngayong umaga. Mga kaibigan, nais nating malaman sa pagkakataong ito ang kalagayan ng ating mga katutubong pamayanan upang ibahagi ang paksang Indigenous Cultural Communities and the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. Ipapakilala sa atin ni Dr. Christian Lynette Cabanban Kasem, ang ating pangalawang panauhing tagapagsalita.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Our next speaker is truly an achiever. She graduated cum laude from Lorma Colleges under the Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology program. She also graduated valedictorian from Galimuyod Central School. And in high school, she was awarded with honors from St. Joseph Institute. After finishing her collegiate degree, she pursued her Bachelor of Laws from the University of Northern Philippines. She then served as a court interpreter at Regional Trial Court Branch 23, Candon City, Ilocos Sur. At present, she is serving the National Commission on Indigenous People, Regional Office 1, as Attorney 4. She also has a law office at San Jose, Candon City, Ilocos Sur. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the hardworking and vibrant Rose of NCIPRO1, Attorney Laarni E. Banyes Tumakdang.
Grabe naman yung introduction. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po. Good morning sa lahat. I'm Laarni Banyes, the Regional Legal Officer of NCIP, and I'm so honored to introduce to you the ICCIPs in Region 1 and also our office, National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. I hope loud and clear po ako, Sir Al. Hello, naririnig po ba ako?
Yes, ma'am. Naririnig naman po kayo.
Sir Al, mag-share po ako. Kita na po ba, sir, sa screen yung presentation?
Nakita na po ang inyong screen, attorney. Okay na po.
Okay. Please allow me 1 hour of your time para i-introduce sa inyo ang aming programs and ang mga different ICCIPs in Region 1.
Ma'am, nakikita na po ang inyong slides. Kailangan lang po siyang full screen para makita po ng buo ng ating mga tagapanood. Ayan po, ma'am, nakikita na po. Muli po, Attorney Laarni E. Banyes Tumakdang.
Hindi nag-start sa ano. Sorry, hindi kasi ako masyadong techy. Sana may Kasi we were having sobrang increase ng COVID-19 dito sa Ilocos Sur. So I wasn't able to go to the regional office. Ayan, so hindi ko alam ang mag-operate. Ayan, ganyan pala. Ay. So, bago ko po makalimutan, thank you po sa CHED R1 for this opportunity. And then, we are the NCIP, and here are the ICCIPs, or the Indigenous Cultural Communities, Indigenous Peoples in Region 1. Shown on the screen is the overall maps of the ancestral domains of Region 1. Ancestral domains, yan po yung mga lupang katutubo ng mga IPs natin dito sa Region 1. And I'm sorry, hindi ko siya para readable sa ating lahat sana. But I have prepared a slide for the summary na lang po na readable sa ating lahat. I just want to show you yung overview kung saan nandun ang mga ancestral domains natin sa buong region. And this is in Ilocos Norte. We have kung papansin nyo po, walang masyadong approved. Only one in Karasi, Cavite. Kasi ang hirap po na mag-approve ng Cavite or Certificate of Ancestral Domain title. Because when you say ancestral domain, hundreds of hectares po yan. And the commission has to be very careful na wala pong vested rights na masasagasaan. And there is also an ongoing Cavite po sa Adams, Ilocos Norte, pending application sa Dumalneg. And yung naka-green po yan yung mga identified ICCs ng Ilocos Norte. In Ilocos Sur, mas marami po ang mga ICC-IPs natin doon. And ang registered is Tugpon. Approved, I mean. But for registration pa po siya, yung Tugpon, kasi ongoing ang collaboration with DNR and DAR para po, yun nga, maalis doon yung mga registered na private properties. And then we also have one in Alilem, and in Cervantes, yung ongoing na country processing nila. Also in San Emilio and Bisita. Ito naman po ang country map ng La Union. So we have ongoing country process in Santol. We have approved in Bagolin, just approved last year, September, by the Commission. So for registration na po and delineation na po ng mga vested rights doon, titled properties and approved survey plans. And tignan niyo po, marami tayong identified ICCs in La Union. And in Pangasinan, doon po ang pinaka-konti. And we have ongoing country application sa Maliko, Pianza, San Nicolas, Pangasinan. So this is the ancestral domain map in the region. The total land area of 1,301,260 hectares. Yan po siya. So pinakamalawak po ang ancestral domain ng Ilocos Sur po with 143,000 hectares. We have a total of 208,894 IPs in the whole region, which make up about 4.21% of the total population. For the disaggregation, as I said a while ago, in Ilocos Sur, it has the most number of IPs with 14.40% of the population, making up 96,396 IPs, vis-a-vis the 689,668 total population. Second, La Union has the highest number with 82,733 IPs. making up 10.52% of the total population. Yung nakakonti po sa Pangasinan with 2.11% lang po ng mga IPs doon vis-a-vis the total population. O yung summary ng population ng mga IPs in the region. I would like to introduce to you now the major IP groups in Region 1. We have the Yapayaws in Ilocos Norte, Itneg Tingyan mostly in Abra. We have them mostly in Ilocos Sur. Ikan Kanae in La Union and some parts of Ilocos Sur. Bago, La Union and Ilocos Sur po, madami po sila dyan. Di Baloy, mostly in Burgos, Pugo, Pangasinan. Ano sila? And di Kalanguya po, from Pangasinan. And di Iwak po. Sa Fianza po, madami sila. Fianza, San Nicolas, Pangasinan. And in other areas in Pangasinan. These are madaming projects ang office, konti naman ang budget kasi minority rin ang budget ng office. And these are the 11 building blocks po na relevant sa mga ITC ancestral places. Ito po yung mga kailangan natin i-hurdle to implement the programs, projects para sa mga IPs natin. As shown on the screen, hindi ko na po siya babasahin. Ito yung isa sa mga banner projects ng 8th Commission ngayon because natagal din po kasi ng IPRA na came into law only in 1997. And for the longest time, alam naman natin na hindi na yung mga indigenous people. So, kumonte ng kumonte ang kanilang more than 400 years have passed bago nagkaroon ng IPRA. Lumiit ang kanilang mga ancestral domains. Kaya ito yung pinaka-banner ng IPRA na sana ma-recognize at malaman ng lahat na ang ancestral domains ay hindi pwedeng ibenta or sirain or i-dispose in any manner. Okay. Strategy ng habis-abis the four levels of bans kasi po isang right, marami rin pong specific rights. And IPRA lang po ang nagbigay ng rights na ito, nag-recognize ng rights na ito specifically, na nag-state ang rights na ito ng mga ICC IPs natin. And that was only in 1997 na nag-umpisa. So we have our rights to ancestral domain. We have 10 rights under this, including the right to ownership of their ancestral lands and domains, right to self-governance and empowerment, kung saan nakapaloob na rin dyan na mandatory na ang representation ng ating mga ICC IPs sa ating mga local executive bodies, social justice and human rights. May itong rights din yan kasi nakita ng estado natin, especially dun sa mga positions in government na kailangan ng height requirement. Hindi kami makakalaban doon ng mga IPs kasi by nature talagang maliliit po kami. 5 at the most siguro, iilan lang po sa amin yung mga matatangkad. So, ang IPRA, nagkaroon siya ng, sinabi niya doon na kailangan may social justice for us para makalaban po kami sa mga positions na yon. And then, of course, our right to cultural integrity. Kasi for the longest time din, nawawala na yung ang tawag kasi namin sa Ilocano ng indigenous is na insihudan. And I don't know if all of us are Ilocano here, but our culture, our practices, indigenous knowledge systems, nawawala na rin. Kasi walang law noon na specifically na nagpro-protect doon, nagmamandate ng kanilang preservation. Yun po. So under our IPRA, we have now a right to cultural integrity kung saan nakapaloob din dyan ang mga specific right namin to our indigenous knowledge system and practices. Okay, for our programs and activities, we have ancestral domain and ancestral land typing, our ADS-TTP formulation. For yung ADS-TTP po is ancestral domain, sustainable development and protection plan. This is like yung municipal development plans ng mga munisipyo, regional development plan. Sa ating mga ancestral domains po, meron pong ADS-TTP ang mga katutubo. And siyempre po, nandyan ang opisina natin to help them formulate their ADS-TTP. Also, for the protection of ancestral domains, we have this FPIC facilitation. Ang FPIC po, that is free and prior informed consent. That is needed po kasi as owners of the ancestral domains, yung mga ICC-IPs po natin, in addition po sa permits na manggagaling sa mga LGUs and other line agencies, kailangan din pong kunin ang consent ng mga ICC-IPs natin bago magkaroon ng project sa mga ancestral domains natin bilang may-ari ng kanilang mga ancestral domains. And ang gagawin po ng office natin is facilitation and ensure na na-follow yung FPIC process. We have for our right to self-governance and empowerment, we assist in the establishment and registration of IPOs or Indigenous Peoples Organization, the selection and affirmation of IPMRs. Hindi po NCIP ang pipili ng mga IPMRs or Indigenous Peoples mandatory representative nila. Kami lang po ang magpapacilitate, ang magdo-document, and titingin na yung local guidelines na na-formulate nila ay akma sa national guidelines na binaba po ng commission natin. And isa pa po dyan, yung issuance of certificate of confirmation and certificate of tribal marriage. Yan po yung sinasubmit sa katunayan na gagaling sa office na ang tao na yon, ang aplikante na yon, ang estudyante na yon, ay member ng isang ICC or IP group. Yan po yung kinukuha nila sa office namin. Inu-confirm po namin ang kanyang IP membership. And of course, we have IPS documentation. Ang kanilang indigenous political structure, ang office din po ang magpapacilitate ng documentation nila. Okay, for social justice and human rights, ito po yung mga nagawa ng office and mga advisories and JMCs with other agencies. For in the education sector, meron po kaming IP education and advocacy service. Although napaka-konti po compared sa inyong mga offered na scholarship grants kasi nga konti lang yung budget namin. We have our merit-based scholarship, support to review for LET and other professional board examinations, and support to community IP schools. Dalawang klase po pala yung scholarship namin. We have the regular and the merit-based. Of course, we have sa ating health and the legal services. Doon po ako. And siguro na-meet na rin po ng iba sa inyong mga teachers and professors po yung IKSP. Documentation of IKSP, not only on health, but yung mga thesis po na ginagawa nila That is IKSP po, or Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Practices. Ayan. And we also have to right to cultural integrity, aside po yung documentation ng mga IKSPs or your Indigenous Knowledge System and Practices. We also support IP cultural festivals. Last po ay yung nangyari sa Gidlidda, Ilocos Sur, kung may naka-attend po doon last 2019. But because of the pandemic, last year it was supposed to be held in Maliko, sa Nicolas, Pangasinan. Pero dahil sa pandemic, hindi na po siya natuloy. And yan po, ang IP map natin ay in October at ang World Indigenous Day ay August 9. Okay. Yan. Yan po yung aming more or less nakapaloob sa aming strategic workflow para po ma-address namin yung 36 specific rights under the 4 bundles of rights granted by IPRA to us, ICC-IPs. Kasi isa rin po akong IP, isa akong Tingyan, Itneg. Tingyan, Itneg, kasi Tingyan yung ICCs, ang salita namin, ang tawag namin ay Itneg. Unlike yung mga kankanaay na rin ang tawag sa salita nila. Ibaloy din po. Thankful ako kasi nakabalik ako sa NCIP kasi nung NCC pa siya, I was one of their grantees. So, kaya nung mapasok ako sa NCIP, siguro it's time to give back also to the commission. Okay. And of course, all those PAPs are geared towards the banner program din ng ating presidente, yung EO70 na napakulos nila through the whole of nation approach nila. Kasi po yung NTF-LCAC po, ang executive director noon ay no less than our chairperson, Chairman Allen Capuyan. Ay halos lahat po ng clusters, member po ang NCIP. So this is the summary of the ancestral domain in we have 42 ancestral domains, not registered and one approved, 8 approved and unregistered, 5 ang ongoing, 4 ang pending, and 24 pa ang for application. For formulated ancestral domain sustainable development protection plans in the region, we have total of 11 po. So kung 42 yun, madami-dami pa po kaming i-assist na ADS-PKB formulation para sa 42 identified ancestral domains in the region. For our IPMRs, or Indigenous People's Mandatory Representatives, we have a total of 227. Vis-a-vis yung qualified LGUs, 445. Before, yung under the 2009 guidelines, to be qualified for representation in the local legislative bodies, either the area should qualify sa threshold ng ancestral domain area or sa population. But now, under the new revised 2018 IPMR guidelines, as long as there are ICCs, IPs in the community, and they want to be represented, and the LGU consents or allow their representation, pwede na pong magkaroon ng IPMR sa area na yun. For the issuances of CP and C&O, CP, yan po yung certification precondition. Yan po yung parang permit na kukunin sa office, but it's not actually permit kasi ang magbibigay ng consent ng permit ay ang mga ICCIPs through the FPIC or Free and Prior Informed Consent process. Yan po. Kung hindi po ancestral, kasi under the IPRA Section 56, sabi po doon, lahat ng programs, projects, and activities, including po yung researches sa mga ancestral domains, kailangan pong kumuha ng CP through FPIC. Now, paano po malalaman kung ancestral domain yung area? Endorse po yan ng line agency concerned sa office, yung application. Kami po yung titingin kung yung area na in-apply nila mag-overlap sa mga identified ancestral domains. Kung hindi po siya mag-overlap, yan po yung bibigay namin. Instead of CP, yung certification precondition, bibigay namin is CNO, Certificate of Non-Overlap. Pag meron na po niyan, hindi po sila mag-undergo ng FPIC process. Okay, for our 6 po ang ongoing validation ng mga nag-apply po ng certification precondition. And lahat po sila as of last year, nag-issue na po ng CP for IKST. Okay? For our IPOs, we have 465 IPOs in the region, indigenous political organizations. And yung COC issuances, Certificate of Confirmation, we were able to issue a total of 1,843 last year. Ito po yung summary ng scholarship program natin. Kung makikita ninyo po, very minimal compared po sa scholarship program ng ibang agencies. For our merit-based, 300,000 lang po siya. That is 25,000% ang marireceive ng estudyante. Kaya 6 lang po talaga yung grantee namin ng MDS for the year. Merit-based po yun yung MDS. And yung regular namin, 17,263,000 ang estudyante makaka-receive lang po ng 10,000%. So we only have 1,175 grantees. And for our gender-sensitive socioeconomic ecology development and protection services, ito po sila, all distributed in the whole region for the year 2020. Ito rin po yung interagency convergence namin. From DA, we were able to give, meron po kaming 2,262 IP farmers na nabiyayaan under the CFS MMF program ng DA. And we were able to give 5,000 IP household kits sa ating mga IPs. And for the DepEd po, yung aming, nagkaroon po kasi kami ng program na KABE. We have a special order with DepEd, KABE, Culturally Adaptive Basic Education and Health Program, wherein yung teachers, elementary teachers from the selected ancestral domain, kasi sabi ko nga limited yung budget, we have from Galimuyod, Suyo, Bagolim, and Santol. And they were able to undergo immersion sa community kasi, if I'm not mistaken, 1 week po yun for the iPad program sana. Part 1 pa lang po yun. Magkakaroon po sana ng part 2 this year. Kaya lang po, hindi na natuloy na realign na for COVID-19 response yung budget. But hopefully, matutuloy po yun. Once mag-normalize or sana mag-settle down at least yung situation natin. Okay, so yun nga yung sabi natin, sana all agencies mag-comply po sa ating free and prior informed consent process. And part po yan, yung mga researches for our indigenous knowledge and systems and practices na validation na lang din naman po. Okay. And for Department of Tourism, meron po yung kaka-launch namin, Ipanaw project that is in cooperation po with DOT na i-introduce ko din po later on. Yung project Ipanaw po ng NCIP. Okay, for the highlight of our 2020 PAPS, limited talaga yung movement noon. Sabi ko nga last year, na-approve po yung CADP application ng mga kankana ICCIPs in Bagulin La Union. For the information of everyone, ang CADP application po hindi gaya ng free patent application na sa papers sa akin po. And dadaan po siya sa 3 readings ng aming commission and bank. 4 pa nga, Bagulin na 4. Kailangan po talaga very thorough bago mag-issue ng CADP. Kaya matagal po. And our IPRA month celebration last October held in Lawag, in Ilocos Sur, in La Union, and in Pangasinan. During the month of October po yan, on different things. And our legal tour, hindi na kasi pwedeng mag-gather ng madami. Kaya kami na po, mga lawyers ng NCIP, ang bumiyahe all throughout the region to capacitate our IPMRs. And nung mag-ease na po yung quarantine protocols, nag-allow yung mga LGUs, saka po namin proceed yung selection ng ating mga IPMRs. And of course, ang aming COVID-19 interventions with the assistance, of course, of DSWD and DOH. Nag-participate din po kasi one of the indicators during the 2020 census ay yung ethnicity. After 10 years, din na-include ulit as indicator yung ethnicity. Kaya we also held wide dissemination kung ano yung ethnicity para makuha talaga kung ilan ang mga ICCIPs natin dito sa region. And sad to say, ang based sa aming mga paglalakad, marami pa rin ang hindi nakakaalam ng kanilang ethnicity. For our core programs, ito na yun po, in relation to ancestral domains and land security, yung sabi ko kanina, CADSI kasi claim noon. Before IPRA, we have Certificate of Ancestral Domain Claim processed by the DNR. Pero with the passage of IPRA, yung claim, and nalipat na po yung facilitation ng ancestral domain typing, ancestral land typing sa NCIP po. Okay. For our human, socio-economic, and ecology development and protection program, yan po yung mga programs lang namin kasi ang konti po talaga. And for this year, we have support to IP school through the provision of traditional musical instruments and training on traditional dances sa Adams po. And kung matuloy po, kung hindi po tayo mag-lockdown, yung IP month celebration and commemoration of the signing of IPRA in October will be held in La Union. Yun po, yan yung gender and rights-based services natin and ang ating legal services. Okay. Ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina kasi ang alam ko marami dito ngayon yung mga culture and arts instructors, professors. Ito po yung pwede rin namin i-offer our project Ipanaw na more than a year po namin ginawa. Ang dami-daming nangyari dito. And finally po, na i-launch namin nung Sunday, March 21, simultaneously all throughout the Philippines, ang 3 coffee table books ng Ipanaw. And please watch this video. For the Ipanaw.
Ipanaw Project is a representation of the indigenous people's journey. It aims for the recognition of their identity, preservation of their distinct cultures, traditions, and practices, and for the promotion of the rich ancestral domains.
During the inception of the Ipanaw Project, Region 1, through a series of meetings, immediately adopted suitable strategies on how to gather data and take photos from the ICCs amid the prevailing widespread threat brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. In times, the dangers that the RTWG might encounter during their travels because of unpredictable weather conditions. However, despite all these menaces, the determination and efforts have yielded positive results. That is, the production of the regional CDB layout design for the 3 coffee table books, a design that is painstakingly created by taking into consideration both the wishes of the concerned IPs as to how the CDBs would look like and the time spent by the regional editors and layout artists aimed at lessening or at most helping the NTWG in their editorial task.
7 IPICC groups, Dikan-Kanae, Bago, Itneg-Tingyans, Ibaloy, Iwak, Kalanguya, and Isnag-Yapayaws were all featured together in the Ipanaw Coffee Table Book through the collaborative efforts of the NCIP employees, NIP's elders, and IPMRs of the region.
The Census of Population and Housing 2020. The table shows that we had conducted 1 training with 33 participants. Table 2 shows that we had 13 census focal persons in charge, 37 IECs with 1,487 participants. Table 3 shows that we had 21 CFPs in charge, 46 distribution activities with 2,000 copies of primers given. For the second level training, 2 CFPs in charge, 3 trainings conducted with 20 participants. For the third level training, we had 3 CFPs in charge, 8 trainings conducted with 226 participants. For the fourth level training, we had 19 CFPs in charge, 86 trainings conducted with 2,845 participants. We had an allocation of 99,381.41 and utilized 110,403.38.
And for the last slide, please watch this for the panel. Yan po. Thank you very much. Okay na po ako.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Laarni Vanya Sumakdang, sa mga kaalamang inyong ibinahagi sa amin ngayong umaga. Kayo po ay taus-puso naming binabati sa mga napakagandang mga ginagawa po ninyo para sa ating mga indigenous peoples at indigenous communities dito sa Pilipinas. Ngayon po, Attorney, bibigyang daan po natin ang mga katanungan mula sa ating mga kalahok na kinalap po ng ating mga kasama. Una po, Attorney, namangha po kami at tuwang-tuwa po kami na nung nakaraang linggo po ay gaya nga ho ng inyong nasabi, ay inyong nilaunch ang inyong mga coffee table books. Ang isa po sa tanong ng ating mga kasama dito ay kung paano po ba kami makakakuha ng kopya ng mga librong ito para po sa ating mga higher education institutions na naglalayon na ilagay ho, idagdag o integrate ang IP education sa kanilang curriculum. Paano po ba makukuha nito, Attorney?
Yes, during our launch, I'm not really sure kasi yung distribution lang. Actually, ang central office, nagbigay din ng for sa mga agencies, I'm not, kasi konti lang yon, so I do not know how is the distribution. But anyway, for those who want to order, kasi ang hindi po siya lugi, that's 3.9 only for the 3 books. And ang bigat po niya, that's 10 kilos. So you can only imagine na makakapal po yung libro, hardbound po siya. 3 books plus 100 for the shipping daw eh. Yun kasi directly deposited na yun sa publishing house. Pero for your orders, please give it to the office. And right now po, yung mga nasa Pangasinan, please visit SM Ordaneta, SM Central Ordaneta. Nandun po ngayon yung aming photo exhibit ng nasa coffee table book. And dyan po sa regional office natin. Pero yan po kasi temporary lang. We hope to launch the coffee table book in La Union kasi nandyan po yung mga line agencies din natin and mga HEIs natin na iba. And also in CSI Ilocos Sur, sana, what's the date today? 23. On Friday, 26. But because of the rising number of COVID in Ilocos Sur, pinakancel po muna ni Congressman. But we will announce again kung kailan po ang launching. And hopefully, we can also hold the same in Ilocos Norte. But ang sure po for now ang na-launching ay sa CSI, Ilocos Sur, and in Mabanag Hall in La Union. For the dates po, ipopost po namin. And we will, of course, invite lahat po. Yun lang, may schedule po tayo ng pagpunta para hindi po tayo sabay-sabay sana to observe the health protocols pa rin po. Kasi hindi kakayanin kung lahat tayo dadagsa doon. Yun po, sir. Yung isang book is 650 pages each, more or less, hardbound glossy type. So kung 3.9 siya, 1.3 lang. So very, very affordable po.
So sa mga nakikinig po, nabanggit po ni attorney sa atin kung saan po natin makukuha yung mga libro. Maganda po siguro na ma-update din po tayo. Gagawa po tayo ng paraan para makipag-coordinate kay attorney Laarni para po sa mga dates at schedule ng kanilang book launches sa mga public places dito po sa Region 1. Pero gaya po ng sabi ng attorney, kailangan po natin panatilihin, sundin ang mga health protocols na atin hong sinusunod ayon ho sa IATF at TOH. Tama ho yung sabi ng attorney, kasi ho meron ho tayong isang general education elective na may kinalaman ho sa indigenous peoples and communities. Maganda rin po ito na maging isa sa mga reference materials ng ating mga dalubhasaan at pamantasan sa rehiyon para mas mapaigting pa nilang pagtuturo ng nasabing kurso. Attorney, pangalawang katanungan po. Sa mga guro natin at mga paaralan o pamantasan at dalubhasaan na nagnanais hong ituro ang indigenous peoples at indigenous communities sa kanilang eskwelahan, ano po kaya ang mga konsiderasyon na dapat nating isaalang-alang pag ituturo po ang asignaturang ito?
Yes, kaya nga asking sana, pero siguro central office na ito. Like sa DepEd yung iPad kasi nung una hindi, kaya umalma ang NCIP noon kasi hindi yata na-consult kasi very sensitive po tayo pagdating dyan. Ayaw po natin na, like yun nga, very strict po yung IFRA. Kailangan pag bumaba ka sa ating mga communities, sa ating mga ancestral domain, dapat pinapaalam po sa kanila yan. And to ensure yun, kailangan sana dumaan sa office. Kaya po kung I'm sure meron na naka-experience dito to apply for CP sa kanilang mga research that is on IKSP, Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Practices. And I know po maraming nagre-reklamo kasi ang tagal, ang dami. Kasi yun po talaga yung, that is how we can ensure na the rights of the IPs sa ating mga community ay na pro-protect, most importantly, and nare-recognize. Kasi yun nga yung sabi ng isang how are we going to know na tama yung may sulat kung hindi babalik sa amin? So, sino po ang mag-validate nung ginawa na akma talaga yung na-research ninyo po sa ground, paano po yun i-validate? So, that is, yun po yung process talaga, yun po yung goal talaga ng ating IKSP na tama po yung maipublish. Kaya nga po yung Ipanaw project namin, ang tagal din po. And for the information of everybody, yung mga tao po dyan, buhay po sila hanggang ngayon. Opo. And talagang pumunta po kami sa ground, in-interview namin sila, and binalidate po namin. After our interview, nag-gather kami, inayos namin, and then bumalik ulit kami. Yun kasi yung validation ng NCIP. Balik ka ulit sa ground. Then another group naman, i-validate mo yung kinuha mong data doon bago mo i-publish. Kung hindi mo tayo mag-undergo sa FPIC process, walang validation na mangyayari. Kung ano na lang po yung data na nag-gather, yun na po yung i-publish. Yeah. Yun po yung ini-ensure ng office natin na sana bago may publish yung mga books na yon, may consent na may publish yun, and at the same time, tama po yung mga IKSP na maipapublish. And yun po, sabi ko rin kanina, maraming salamat sa mga teachers natin, professors natin, culture advocates natin na nagkakandak ng research sa mga indigenous cultural communities and IPs natin kahit na kailangan pa nilang dumaan sa office natin and kahit mag-undergo pa sila ng FPIC. Kasi kung hindi sana IPIC yung piliin nyo or hindi sana sa ancestral domain yung piliin nyo pagkandakan ng research, mas magaan po sana yung buhay ninyo. Pero pinipili nyo kung saliksikin ang IKFP ng mga IPs and kahit medyo may isang process, yung FPIC na medyo masalimuot. Maraming salamat po and rest assured na we are trying our best to shorten the time and the process po. Para po, kasi talagang gusto rin namin na, hindi rin kasi kakayanin ng opisina namin na kami lang yung mag-research kasi ang lawak po ng kultura, ng knowledge system and practices ng ating mga indigenous peoples. And we are running out of time kasi ang tagal po ng IPRA. Nawala na po yung ibang culture bearers natin. Ang mga naiwan na lang, in fact, konti na rin ang alam. Kaya maraming salamat sa mga those who undertake to conduct research on our indigenous cultural communities and indigenous peoples.
Po, Attorney, maraming salamat po. At sa pagkakataong ito, Attorney, nais po natin kapanayamin ng live ang isa sa ating mga kasama na nanonood po ng ating palatuntunan ngayon. Tinatawagan ko po si Dr. Ramil Dakal, ang Cultural Affairs Director ng Pangasinan State University para sa Masanton na agaw ditan sa kayo, Dr. Ramil, kamusta kayo tanod Pangasinan?
Hello, Sir JP. Masanton kabosan at sikay namin. Maraming salamat. Bago ang lahat, isang makalahi at masini na pagbati po sa ating lahat. Masanton kabosan at sikay namin. Yan po ang pagbati sa wikang Pangasinan. Bago ang lahat, Sir JP, ako po ito pusong nagpapasalamat. May edit na pagbati sa Commission on Higher Education Region 1 sa mabiyayang gawain ito. Mabiyaya sapagkat kami ay nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na makarinig at matuto mula sa mga manggagawa ng kultura na nagmamalasakit at nagtataguyod sa kalinangang katutubo. Ayan. Okay po, ito po ang aking katanungan. Attorney, maraming salamat sa komprehensibong pagsasalaysay. Nabanggit niyo po kanina at nakita ko sa dato na indigenous people na dominated pala ng Ilocos Sur ang mga indigenous people at ang Pangasinan po ang may pinakakonte. Attorney, what would be the best way to create an ethnographic database in order to facilitate comparative work about indigenous communities?
Talent. Thank you, Doc. And first of all, gusto ko pong invite kayo sa ating photo exhibit na nangyayari po ngayon sa ating FM Ordaneta kasi po kayo pong malapit dyan. And gusto ko rin pong i-replyan yung greetings nyo. Sa amin naman po, gawis ay agaw ako amin. Gano'n naman po yung good morning po or good day sa atin. And for that question po, yung gaya ng sabi ko kanina, walang masyadong wala. Budget ang office natin for any comprehensive research or ano po yung sinabi namin yung term na ginamit nyo?
Ethnographic database po.
Ethnographic database. Pero meron na po tayong ethnographic database. Although, kailangan po natin i-update yun from time to time. Kaya po, ang ginagawa ng office natin, we utilize our IPMRs na nasa areas kasi yun talaga in their local guidelines, bago sila ma-select as IPMRs. It has become one of their mandate to conduct IP census in their area for within the first year of their terms. Kasi kung NCIP lang po ang gagawa nun, hindi po talaga kakayanin. So with that, kung sila mismo sa ground, sa barangay nila mismo, kung saan kilala nila yung mga tao, so ang accuracy ng data na makukuha natin as to the number of IPs and the disaggregation nila as to age, gender, and ethnicity, ay more or less, kung hindi man 100%, 90 to 100%. And then, yun nga, yung CAD application nila as to the area naman ng ating mga ancestral domains. Meron naman tayong areas na available na. Yun nga lang, ang kinukulang tayo, kaya meron tayong delineation process. Kasi like in Ilocos Sur alone, in San Emilio or in Alilang, in Sugpon, where we have this registered, approved, hindi siya ma-register. Kasi during the inception, the IPs rely firstly on their maps na sila mismo ang nakakaalam. Pero syempre, dahil ang tagal na, nagkaroon na ng vested rights dyan. Kailangan alisin na yung mga private properties, yung mga may approved survey na. Kaya kailangan din natin yung sinabi mong ethnographic data on the area talaga. Kung ilan na lang yung naiwan sa ating mga ancestral domains. Kasi ekta-ektarya talaga yan. Yun naman yung intervention ng office natin. And as to the documentation, talagang ang konti ng ating mga indigenous knowledge system and practices, lalong-lalo na ngayon, nauuso ang mga unlimited, ang mga TikTok, hindi nagagamit ang mga indigenous materials, yung mga indigenous designs, yung mga dances nag-iiba na, yung mga estudyante natin, hindi na alam ang ibig sabihin ng upward na pag gano'n ng pakamay, yung pag-indak ng paa, kasi mga example, meaning kasi yun. So doon naman kami hihingi ng tulong sa ating mga teachers na sana damihan yung research, especially on our indigenous dance and songs, even food. Pero although, and rituals and festivals, kaya yung Project Epanaw, na in cooperation talaga with the OT and Tourism Promotions Board, sila talaga yung bulk ng pondo na nagamit dyan ay sila ang nag-provide. Pero kung titignan ninyo, ang konti rin lang na-cover namin kasi ang hirap. Lalo na hindi mo ma-document ang ritual kasi sacred po yun. So kailangan mag-document ka lang kung kailan nila gagawin. Yung, lalo na yung rituals for the dead. And yung mga dances naman, hindi, mahirap kasi ang hirap nilang mag-practice. Siyempre, kailangan talaga pag-merienda, etc. So, pero may Epanaw 2 po on research. So, we don't know yet yung format or workflow, but we rest assured po na yung Epanaw 2, which is more on research, sana rin po kung itatap namin ang Commission on Higher Education and ang DepEd and yung mga nandito na culture advocates natin. Hindi nyo po ipagkakait yung time and effort niyo to help in the project. And rest assured po na hindi yung mga credits and tulong, hindi yun mawawala pag na-publish na naman po yung coffee table books on research naman po. Yun din po yung aim kasi yung Coffee CTB 1, 2, 3, baka 4, 5, 6 sa research naman. And doon na po tayo papasok. Sir. Doc.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney. Dr. Dacal, may katanungan pa po ba tayo para kay Attorney Laarni? Naka-mute po kayo, Sir Ramil.
Hello. Okay, marami pong salamat, attorney, sa napakagandang sagot po. Ngayon po, yung mga research-oriented or enthusiast, siguro po alam nila kung ano ang kanilang unang gagawan. Last na lang, Sir JP, gusto ko ding malaman, attorney, with the technological advancements and awareness drive conducted by the indigenous people, what are or is still the major issues that is confronted by the Philippine Indigenous Commission, and how the National Commission on Indigenous People be able to address or help on to solve these issues?
Yes, ang pinaka-hurdle talaga, kasi yun nga, ganito, Zoom, conferences, hindi na pwede ang face-to-face. Pero yung area po ng ating mga ICCIPs, hindi naman po abot ng internet. Kung meron man, umiikot-ikot lang yan. Mahina ang signal, delayed, hindi siya stable. So, kahit through phone nga, yung tawag, hindi namin ma-reach yung iba. But, although ganun po, we always make sure na lahat ng collaborative effort, meetings, and other, lalo na po sa ELCA and sa mga seminars na kailangang malaman ng mga ICCIPs natin, pinapaalam po pa rin po natin sila yung mga link na yan through their IPMRs and through our AYAP, our scholars po. And as much as possible, maka-join sila. Pero yun nga po, kahit gusto naman nilang mag-join, hindi rin naman sila pwedeng pumunta ng San Fernando or bumaba ng Dagupan para mas malakas yung signal. Kaya kung after ng meeting, pupunta pa rin po kami sa ground. Yun talaga po, yung kahit much as we want them to be technologically advanced and to be at par sana sa nangyayari ngayon. And yung information dissemination na nga lang na ganito, hindi talaga kakayanin ng mga ICCIPs natin. Kaya yun pa rin po yung ginagawa namin. In addition, na maka-join, yung mga makakaya ng gadgets nila at ng signal, binibigay pa rin po namin yung mga links na yan. Pero, hindi namin inaalis yung pumunta sa ground pa rin. Like nung nag-epanaw kami, ayaw kaming papasukin ng ADs, but we have our deadlines to meet, kaya nakiusap talaga kami para magawa namin yan. Kasi hindi pwede yung online kasi wala ngang signal doon. Like in Fianza, wala nga yatang kuryente pa doon hanggang ngayon. Diba, sir? And going to Fianza, you have to walk 3 hours. Pumunta na kami doon one time sa Fianza po. Nakarating na kami doon. And marami pala silang elementary schools doon. Yung isang sitio na napuntahan namin, they have 21 pupils, grade 1 to 6. 21 na po sila. Iisa yung high school. Kaya yun yung daing nila. Yung mga bata from Fianza, kung gusto nang mag-college, bumababa na po dyan sa, kailangan na nilang mag-stay dyan sa San Nicolas or what. Yun yung isang intervention man na office ay yung kung saan sila pwede mag-stay na konti lang yung bayad. And kung saan hindi sila maiilang kasi iba yung salita nila sa Fianza. Hindi sila nagtatagalog doon. Iba yung, kasi iwak po sila. Yun, kaya yun nga, culturally sensitive yung tahanan nila. Doon na lang po kami nakaka-intervene. Pero yung technologically wise, talaga pupunta kami sa ground. Yun po, Doctor.
Okay po, Attorney, maraming salamat. Sir JP, yun lang po. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po ang CHED Region 1. Thank you po.
Salamat po, Dr. Romil Dacal, ang Cultural Affairs Director ng Pangasinan State University. Muli, maraming salamat po, Attorney Tumakdang, sa inyong pagsagot sa mga katanungan at paglilinaw ng mga ibang kaisipan ng ating mga kalahok at nanonood ng ating palatuntunan. Muli, binabati po namin kay Attorney sa mga magandang ginagawa po ninyo para sa ating mga indigenous peoples at indigenous communities, hindi lamang po dito sa ating rehiyon, kundi para sa buong Pilipinas. Mabuhay po kayo. Ngayon naman po, Attorney, ay ihahandog ng aming tanggapan ang katibayan ng pagkilala sa inyong mga ginagawang kabutihan para sa ating mga IPs. Upang basahin ang nilalaman ng katibayan, tinatawagan ko po si Ginoong Arnold V. Ancheta upang igawad ang nasabing karangalan.
The Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Attorney Laarni Banyes Tumakdang for generously sharing her time and expertise as one of the resource speakers during the Region 1 Culture and Arts Trainers and Instructors Summit with the theme Kulturang Rehiyon 1, Kilalanin, Saliksikin at Pagyamanin. The insights and experiences she shared have truly inspired learning institutions and individual cultural professionals to further their commitment and intensify their efforts towards the preservation and promotion of Filipino culture, arts, and heritage as a key to progressive development and sustainable future. Given this 23rd day of March 2021 at the Commission on Higher Education Regional Office 1, City of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Dr. Rogelio T. Galera Jr., Director 4. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, CHED Region 1. And maraming salamat po sa lahat na nakinig. And sana po, sa CHED po, hindi po kayo magsawang imbitahin ang opisina natin. Thank you po.
Muli, maraming salamat po, Attorney Laarni Banyes Tumakdang. Maraming salamat po muli, Attorney.
Thank you, sir. The honor is always ours.
Sa pagkakataon pong ito, bago pa tayo tumungo sa susunod na parte ng ating palatuntunan, ay nais lang ho namin magbigay ng ilang paalala. Unang-una po sa lahat, sa mga nanonood po sa ating YouTube channel, CHED Regional Office 1, at ang ating FB page, live, naka-streaming po tayo ngayon sa ating FB page, CHED Region 1, makakatanggap po kayo ng inyong Certificate of Participation mamayang hapon. Para po mangyari ito, kailangan nyo pong kaming samahan hanggang matapos ang ating palatuntunan, sagutin ng isang online evaluation form para po makuha ninyo ang inyong mga certificates of participation. Gayun din po, doon po sa ating evaluation form ay may katanungan ho doon kung ano ang mga nais pa ninyong mga susunod na paksa sa ating mga pagtitipon katulad nito. Pakisagot po yon para magawan po natin ang paraan at maibigay po namin ang inyong kahilingan. Gayon din po sa mga nagtatanong ho, kung maaari po ba ninyong makuha o makakuha kayo ng kopya ng mga presentations ng ating mga speakers. Ito po ay isasangguni namin sa kanila at ayon po sa kanilang sagot ng oo, ay bibigyan po namin kayo ng link sa mga susunod na araw upang inyo pong ma-download ang mga nasabing dokumento. Gayon din po mga kapatid, nais po namin batiin ng mga kasapi natin o kasama natin ngayong araw na hindi ho taga Region 1 pero ay nandito po sa atin at tumututok po sa ating palatuntunan. Nais po namin bigyang pasasalamat ang ating mga kasama sa Batanes State College. Ang ating mga kasama mula sa Cainta, Rizal, mga taga-Aklan, Nueva Ecija, mga taga Marikina, Malolos, Bicol, Antipolo City, mga taga Rojas sa Occidental Mindoro, ang ating hong mga kasama mula sa Region 5, at ang ating mga kasama hong nanonood ngayon live mismo mula sa Ontario sa Canada. Muli, salamat po sa inyong pagtutok sa amin. At gayon din po, naalala ko rin nakita ko dito sa ating isa sa ating mga ginagamit itong teknolohiya, siguro po ay imumungkahi po natin kaya Attorney Tumakdang na kung meron na po silang fixed schedule para sa kanilang book launch ay ipaalam lamang ho dito sa CHED Regional Office 1 at kami ho ay malugod na ipopost po ito sa ating Facebook page para ho sa kaalaman ng lahat at makakuha po kayo ng kopya ng mga coffee table books na inihanda ho ng NCIP. Sa pagkakataon pong ito, atin na pong pupuntahan ang ating pangatlong tagapagsalita. Ang paksang creative economy, mga kaibigan, ay isa sa mga maituturing natin na bagong konsepto sa kasalukuyan. Maaring ito ay panibago sa inyong pandinig. Sigurado po ako na ang paksang ito ay magbibigay interes sa ating lahat ngayong umaga. Upang ipakilala ang pangatlong panauhing tagapagsalita natin, tinatawagan ko po Dr. Mayrose L. Quezon.
Salamat. Magandang araw ng lahat. Ang karangan ating tagapa. Speaker finished his elementary studies at the Colegio de San Agustin in Makati and his secondary education at the Ateneo de Manila High School, serving as features and associate editor of Highlights magazine. He holds a bachelor's degree in political science at the Ateneo de Manila University and recently finished courses at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, completing the public leadership program. He was the former lifestyle editor of Chalk magazine and previously a contributing editor and columnist for the Philippine Star's youth section for 13 years. He is a proud millennial with a background in theater arts and communication, having founded two of Manila's foremost theater companies, namely the Nine Works Theatrical and the Sandbox Collective. At present, he is the representative of the 4th District of Pangasinan, sitting as a deputy majority leader in the lower house. He is also the chairman of the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts. In addition, he is also a member of numerous committees, the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and Committee on Tourism, where he champions his culture and tourism advocacies. He is the lead convener of the 55-member Arts and Culture and Creative Industries Block of the 18th Congress, with 11 deputy speakers and 20 committee chairpersons as members, which seeks to introduce and support legislations that protect, promote, and bolster arts, culture, and the Philippine creative industries. He is the principal author of the following measures among others, in agriculture, which includes the Magna Carta for young farmers, the Integrated Urban Agriculture Bill, and the Aqua Negosyo Program Bill. And in the creative industries, he spoke also the Philippine Creative Industries Bill, the Eddie Garcia Bill, the Freelancers Protection Bill, the Audiovisual Tourism Bill, the Fund for Museums Bill, the Philippine Music Industry Bill, and Film and Live Events Recovery Bill. With the rigors of both his parliamentary work and his constituency work in the district, he advocates for multi-sectoral collaboration and the expansion of livelihood in the rural countryside through various forms of tourism and agricultural modernization, as well as galvanizing culture and creative industry for economic growth and nation building. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the representative from the 4th District of Sinan, Congressman Christopher Vera Denta.
Hi, good morning to all. It is my privilege and honor to be speaking before the Culture and Arts trainers and instructors of the Commission on Higher Education Region 1. Alam niyo po, na-excite ako sa tuwing narinig ko ang culture and arts sa mga government agencies na ating nakakasalamuha. Especially when I was starting out back in 2016, I would feel kind of OP or out of place in government dahil ang background ko ay nasa arts and culture. Buong buhay ko po ay nasa industriya na ako ng pagkamalikhain o yung tinatawag na creative industries. Siguro po marami sa inyo ay kilala ko bilang isang TV and film actor nung ako'y 6 years old pa lamang bilang Billy Billionario o di kaya naman ay sa sitcom na Over the Backward. Pero makwento ko lang, pinasok ko rin ang watercolor painting at oil painting nung bata-bata pa ako. At nakapag-set up pa nga kami ng exhibit para dito. Yun nga lang, inarbor ng aking mahal na ina na si Manay Gina yung mga painting ko dahil siya naman daw ang bumili ng mga canvas at materials nito. Noong nasa grade 7 naman ako, I became the sports editor of our school paper, the Agustinian Mirror, sa Colegio San Agustin. Sa high school, naging features editor at eventually associate editor ng Highlights magazine. Sa kolehiyo, naging kolumnista po ako ng The Philippine Star kung saan tumagal ako for 13 years sa youth section nito na tinatawag na Young Star bilang isang contributing editor. And dumaon, naging lifestyle editor naman po ako ng Chalk magazine. Sa kolehiyo, ko rin natagpuan ang aking passion para sa teatro. Una akong sumali sa Ateneo Blue Repertory at makapagtapos, itinayo ko naman ang dalawang kumpanya sa teatro. Yung una yung Nine Works Theatrical and then yung pangalawa, yung tinatawag na The Sandbox Collective, kung saan ako po ay nagsilbi bilang isang managing artistic director. Buong buhay ko po ay nasa arts and culture at kaya naman noong napagdesisyonan kong lumaho sa politika noong 2016, talagang kinabahan ako dahil malayo ito sa nakasanayan kong mundo. Sabihin man nating mga balikan sa Kongreso ang aking mga magulang at alam naman nating lahat na 5 beses pang naging speaker ang aking ama na si JTV, niyaan pa rin nila akong i-pursue ang aking passion for the arts and for the creative industries. Kaya naman masaya ako na sa paglipas ng panahon, pagsama natin ang mundo ng politika at polisiya sa mundo ng sining at kultura sa pamamagitan ng mga reformang ating sinimulan sa Kongreso patungkol sa development ng ating Philippine creative industries na aking tatalakayin sa hapong ito. Natuwa rin ako na eventually nakilala at naging kaibigan ko ang iba pang mga congressman at congresswoman na may passion din pala sa arts and culture. Alam nating maraming mga aktor sa Kongreso, pero meron ding mga interior designer, art collectors at patrons, fashion enthusiasts, sa mababang kapuluan. I made sure to take advantage of this opportunity. Kaya naman binuo po natin ang tinatawag na Arts and Culture and Creative Industries Block o ACHIEVE para mas madaling kumuha ng suporta mula sa kanila sa tuwing tayo ay maghahain ng mga polisiya para sa arts and culture and creative industries. Sila rin ang aking mga naging kasangga noong nagsisimula pa lamang ang pandemya, kung saan nakipag-Zoom meetings kami sa mga creative industry stakeholders na talaga namang tinamaan ng matindi ng dahil sa mga lockdown na in-implement ng gobyerno. Kilalanin, Saliksikin at Pagyamanin. Yan ang tema ng summit na ito. Ang mga salitang ito ay talagang nakakagana para sa akin bilang isang miyembro ng Kongreso. Tulad ninyo, naniniwala ako na bago man natin pagyamanin ang ating creative industries, kinakailangan muna itong kilalanin at saliksikin. Sa pagkilalang ito, importanteng malaman kung sino-sino nga ba ang bumubuo ng tinatawag na creative industries. Dito pumapasok ang konsepto ng mapping at ng data gathering para makabuo tayo ng isang larawan kung sino-sino nga ba sila. Speaking of data, alam ba ninyo na umabot sa 600 billion pesos ang kontribusyon ng ating creative industries sa ekonomiya noong 2012? 6.52% ito ng kabuuang GDP noong taong iyon. Iyon nga lang, halos 10 taon na ang datos na ito. Kaya kailangan na ulit bumuo ng bagong technical working group para sukatin ang kasalukuyang datos, kontribusyon at laki ng Philippine creative industries. Kinakailangan din na saliksikin kung ano-ano nga ba ang mga best practices na ginagawa ng iba't ibang mga bansa at ng pribadong sektor patungkol sa creative industries bago tayo mag-implement ng sariling mga polisiya at programa. Natutuwa po ako ng NCIP at NCCA ay nandito para suportahan ng CHED sa summit na ito. Ito po ang pagtutulungan o collaboration na kinakailangan para maabot natin ang ating mga layunin para sa Philippine creative industries. Kaya naman masasabi ko na we are on the same page. Marami pong programa at polisiya ang ating gobyerno para sa creative industries. Marami po sa atin ang may mga hangarin na lalong pagyabungin ang mga talento ng Pilipino sa sining at pagiging malikhain. Ayun nga lang, nakakalat ang mga ito sa iba't ibang mga sangay ng burokrasya. Ito ang realidad na aming kinakarap ngayon sa pagtakay ng Philippine Creative Industries Bill na ngayon ay umaandar na po sa Kongreso. Collaboration o isang collab culture ang makakapagpausad ng ating creative industries dito sa bansa. Simulan natin sa letrang C. C stands for centralization and coordination. You know, the frustration that many stakeholders have is that while government agencies are helping them in various ways, they just don't talk to each other. I agree with Glorife Samudo, who was cited in CHED's concept paper for this event, that there's a need to improve coordination of agencies on education, culture, and trade and industry. Kaya naman sa ating panukalang batas ay naglagay tayo ng Philippine Creative Industries Development Council that shall be composed of representatives from various government agencies. Nasa konsehong ito ang Department of Trade and Industry bilang chair, the Department of Education, the DOST, the NCCA, of course the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, because intellectual property ang key differentiator ng creative industry sa ibang mga industriya, Commission on Higher Education, the Department of Tourism, and finally, the Department of Information, Communications, and Technology. Kasi dyan na rin po papunta ngayon ang ating mga industriya, lalong-lalo na ang creative industries. Tama po kayo, dapat mayroon tulay na nagtatawid ng mga programa ng gobyerno sa edukasyon, kultura, at industriya. Aliwala po ang itinuturo natin sa ating mga learners kung hindi ito magagamit sa kani-kanilang mga magiging trabaho. Kaya naman dapat kasabay ng mga programa ng CHED ang pagkakaroon ng mas maraming trabaho para sa creative stakeholders ng ating bansa. Nais ko ring banggitin na sinimulan na natin ang coordination ng Philippine Statistics Authority or PSA para bumuo ng isang satellite account for creative industries. Ang satellite account ay ang magsasabi sa atin ng mga importanteng datos tulad ng economic contributions to GDP at jobs created ng creative industries. Nang sa gayon ay mas palagahan natin ang industriyang ito. Sa aming mga pagpupulong, nag-agree po ang PSA, DTI at iba pang mga ahensya ng gobyerno na magtulungan o mag-collaborate para gawin ang framework ng satellite account na ito. Centralization of all existing efforts of government should really be prioritized. Dumako naman tayo sa letrang O, which stands for organization. Over the past year in lockdown, we've seen the importance of people with interests getting organized into coalitions and associations. The pandemic catered to the creation of the Philippine Fashion Coalition, the National Live Events Coalition of the Philippines, the Inter-Guild Alliance for Film, just to name a few. Through these business support organizations, we have been able to identify some 30,000 creative workers who were in need of financial assistance and are accordingly beneficiaries of Bayanihan too. Recently, the voices of our creatives have also been heard in the halls of Congress, or rather in our Zoom, through the representation of these organizations in policy discussion. No-brainer po ito. Mas madali nating maabot ang mga individual stakeholders ng creative industries kung magsasama-sama sila sa mga organisasyon at mga asosasyon. Sa panukalang batas natin, marami tayong mga nilagay na mekanismo upang ma-encourage pa ang ating mga stakeholders na bumuo o sumali sa mga organization ng mga artists. Ang ganitong mga collaboration ay hindi lang nakakatulong sa panahon ng krisis. Naniniwala rin ako na kapag nagsama-sama ang mga creatives, mas lalo pa silang magiging malikhain. Sa panukalang batas, bubuo rin tayo ng mga shared service facilities tulad ng mga co-working spaces para sa ating mga creative workers. Siyempre, pagkatapos na sila ay mabakunahan. Naniniwala po ako na hindi kailangan makipagkompetensya sa isa't isa ng mga creative workers para sila ay makabuo ng mga obra maestra sa kani-kanilang mga larangan. The Creative Industries Bill incentivizes artists to join organizations through several ways. First, the and programs laid down in the bill are made available only to members of organizations. Consultations with the private sector are coursed through these associations as well. A creative voucher system is implemented but only goes through accredited organizations. Accredited entities are also given the chance to avail of research and development support programs of the Department of Science and Technology. These provisions do not intend to exclude individual artists, but actually incentivizes them to join organizations and associations, which we feel would be beneficial to them in the long run. Which brings me to the next letter. L, long-term planning. Lagi natin itong naririnig, walang pera sa arts and culture. Alam po ninyo, hindi lang mga magulang natin nagsasabi ito. Pati po ang gobyerno ay nagdadalawang isip na mag-invest sa creative industries dahil hindi ito sigurado na may ROI o return of investment dun sa pondong ilalaan para dito. Matmang aminin, naiintindihan ko po ang pananaw na ito because the short-term prospects of creative industries are not always that stellar. To give you a concrete example, a Disney film takes 7 years to make. The first years are spent on creation, then 2 years are spent producing, and post-producing work. Dito pa lang pwedeng pagkakitaan ang pelikula. Wala pa nga dito ang mga equipment na kailangan para mga animators natin ay makapagtrabaho ng maayos. The creative process is very long and often expensive, which is why the private sector cannot do it alone. Through Philippine Creative Industries Act, tax incentives, grants, and loans will be made available to ambitious creative projects rather. I say ambitious because in order for our creative industries to thrive in the same way that South Korea's have, through their Hallyu wave, we must channel that ambition. Dito rin sa long-term planning papasok ang CHED. Kailangan konektado sa job market ang mga programang pang-edukasyon ng ating gobyerno. Talent development shall also begin at the earliest possible time, which is why the bill enjoins the DepEd and the CHED to come up with a creative educational plan under Section 16. The Creative Industries Development Act will seek to ensure that the government always takes a long-term view on our investment in creatives. This should be a mindset that we should take as a nation. We must be inspired by our idols and icons. Ang Korean wave or Hallyu ay matagal nang niluluto ng gobyerno ng South Korea. Sobrang sikat na ngayon ng boy band na BTS. They are so important even that the Korean parliament has had to amend one of their laws in order to just accommodate one of BTS's members and delay his compulsory military service. So K-pop is that influential. Gayunpaman, hindi na rin ito nakakagulat. Early 90s pa lang ay nag-produce na po at nagpropromote na mga boy bands ang South Korea. Ganon din naman sa K-drama na nagsimula na ring makilala sa kabuuan ng Asia noong late 90s. Ngayon na lang talagang sumabog ang kasikatan ng Korean creative output, lalo na sa pagpasok nila sa Estados Unidos. O, diba? Pati mga Amerikano ay nahuhumaling na sa K-pop at K-drama. Sa katunayan, na-nominate pa ang BTS sa Grammy Awards. Nag-perform na ang Blackpink sa Korea. At nanalo na rin ng director na si Bong Joon-ho sa Oscars para sa kanyang pelikulang Parasite. At nitong taon lamang, nagsabi na rin ang Netflix na mag-i-invest ito ng $500 million sa South Korean productions so that they can continue making K-dramas. Iyan ang return on investment. Pero hindi rin ito magiging posible kung ang isang strong policy framework ng South Korea na sinimulan ni Prime Minister Kim Dae-jung noong 1980s at the wake of the Asian crisis. Hence, while these developments are all exciting, we must all stay committed through the ups and downs. And for even thinking global, we must start local. Kaya naman, ang susunod na L ay localization. Pero sa mga layunin ng bill na ay ang pag-improve ng efforts ng mga LGUs at mga regional offices ng ating mga national government agencies para sa creative industries. Kaya naman natutuwa ako sa mga developments na naibalita sa akin ng CHED Region 1. Hindi pa man batas ang panukala ay sinisimulan nyo ng gampanan ang inyong responsibilidad para sa ating creative industries. The activation of the Local Culture and Arts Councils or LCACs in Region 1 is a welcome change. Kahit na 35.66% lang ng mga LGU sa atin ang may active na LCAC, magandang simula na rin ito. Hindi pa huli ang lahat, guys. Even if it is really the LGUs that must spearhead the LCACs, I'm happy to know that CHED is going beyond the call of duty to monitor this. Dito pa lang po, malaki na ang pasasalamat ko sa tanggapan ng CHED. Mabigat din ang argumento para sa pagpapalakas ng mga LGU sa larangan ng sining at kultura. Whether it's the furniture makers of Pampanga, the painters and musicians of Angono, or the woodworkers or weavers of kain mga or ang mga rin masyadong coordinate sa isa. Gamitin na bilang opportunity. Nasa panukas din ang pagbuo ng creative network that will avenue will support exchange among government units toward covering local and broaden the arts. The existing local arts council will also be empowering them a more solid promotion and of their respective locality industries. The special economic zone that supports and develops various industries is sought towards the digital creative economy nexus. Digital is the next frontier for creative industries. Yung paman nating the creative is develop, alam naman ang ganitong gains ay ding mga slow cost. Kulturang A ay ang version. Ako na o ng information data. Ko rin ng documentation, knowledge, system, and practice o piece sinisimulan one. Sa simple documentation, magsisira ang protection in IKS kailan lang napagdating talaga. Kasi reports, may mga produkto sa ibang bansa, kaya counter mga produkto ng individual. Nagkaroon tayo ng isang congress tungkol malaman na paano ito susunod. Nakakatawa distinct output ating mga cultural communities. You might start to see the contraband indigenous textiles flooding the market. Tiboli women design these textiles from their dreams, which is why they're called dream weavers, only to be supplanted by market forces who couldn't care less about ethics and intellectual property. In the road to development, protecting the people cannot be a mere afterthought. We will continue to make sure that our creative growth will be as inclusive as possible, that creative labor will be pursued alongside creative industry. However, we also keep in mind the other end of the spectrum, which is to ensure that our efforts lead to the creation of wealth, which would redound, of course, to the Filipino people. Kaya naman ang huling letra, ang letrang B sa collab ay para sa business. Sa madaling sabi, kailangan nating kumita bilang bansa sa pagdevelop ng Philippine creative industries. As the legislative measure enjoins the government to pour big investments in capital and equipment to the creative industries, they must rake in returns at some future time. Jobs must be created, the value of our intellectual property must increase and should be syndicated, and creative inputs and outputs must lead to economic gains. Kailangan din ang partisipasyon ng private sector. Sa batas na ito, inaanyayahan ang public-private partnerships sa infrastructure development for creative industries. Mayroon ding one-stop shop for business entities in the creative field na tutulong naman sa ease of doing creative business sa ating bansa. Mayroon ding tax incentives at credits na ibibigay naman sa qualified entities. Magbibigay din ng assistance sa digitalization ang gobyerno para siguraduhin na ma-maximize natin ang economic potential ng ating mga creative goods and services. However, business should not always be about the numbers. Business should be about going for something new and exciting. Business can also be about venturing into the unknown. More importantly, business should be about taking risks and taking a leap of faith. And with this, I believe it's high time for our country to take bold steps to usher in a new age of creativity for our talented nation. Kung mapapansin ninyo, mabigat ang mga layunin ng panukalang batas na ito. Kaya naman, napakalagang magtulungan at mag-collab tayong lahat. Huwag po kayong magsawa at tumigil na magtrabaho para sa ating Philippine creative industries. Naniniwala po ako na ito ang magiging next frontier ng ating economic growth at national identity. Again, nagpapasalamat po ako sa CHED Region 1 sa pagkakataong magsalita sa summit na ito. Nagpapasalamat din ako dahil binigyan niyo ako ng dahilan para ma-excite pa para sa future ng sining at kultura, particular na dito sa Region 1. And before I end, alam ko ang kaharap ko ay ang ating CHED family. So, napakalaki ng role na ipe-play ninyo dito sa ating pag-develop ng Philippine creative industries because you are essentially part not only of research and development, but of human resource development. Diba? What is an industry without its workers and without its people? And of course, those with a proclivity and passion for the Philippine creative industries is really the Filipino youth whose future, diba, is in your hands. So you are such valued partners to this advocacy of ours to really develop and exploit this growth sector that has been ignored by government for the longest time. But somehow, because of Philippine creativity, they have managed to thrive on their own. But imagine when the government starts to really, really invest, diba, in this sector. If you gave them the proper wings to fly, then absolutely anything is possible. So, on that note, gusto ko lang i-celebrate kayong lahat. Alam ko, mahirap ngayon dahil sa pandemic. Marami tayong lahat na pinagdadaanan, including you, our stakeholders in the academe. I mean, sino ba naman ang inakala na magkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag na online learning ngayon, di ba? Iba pa rin talaga pag face-to-face. And I can purely and fully relate to this because galing po ako sa mundo ng teatro. And teatro is performing in front of a live audience. Kakaiba yung energy na ini-exchange ng performer at ng audience. Kailangan nilang isa't isa and they are essentially what create this experience, no? So it's the same way for learning for me. It's about, being in a brick and mortar four walls of a classroom so that you can have that kind of synergy between student and teacher. Of course, all of that now has been supplanted by the pandemic and everything is happening online. So teachers have to find new ways of being creative. But, I celebrate you because you fully represent the best of what it means to be Filipino, which is, I know it's so gas-gas na, but it's the idea of really being resilient, somehow everybody here still manages to show up to work, not give up despite the technical difficulties, the lost connections, with the goal of really educating the Filipino youth. So I celebrate you and I hope that we can really work together para future ng ating kabataan ay ating ma-ensure and siguro magkaroon tayo ng isang future para sa Pilipinas kung saan ang isang estudyante, kung pangarapin po niya na maging isang artist or maging isang worker sa creative industries, yan po ay talagang ikaka-proud niya. It's a job and a calling that he or she will hold high and hold in high esteem. And that when he or she decides to get into this field, hindi siya sasabihan ng mga magulang niya na walang pera dyan because actually to be in the arts, to be in culture is to be an agent of our national consciousness, of our national patrimony and our national pride, diba? So kudos to all of you and wishing you all the best. Please keep safe and I hope to see you soon. God bless.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman De Venecia, sa mga panibagong kaalaman na aming napag-aralan mula po sa inyo. Sa pagkakataon pong ito, nais po namin ipaalam sa ating mga tagapanood na hindi ko natin makakasama si Congressman To live dahil po sa isang napaka-importanting pagpupulong na kailangan po niyang puntahan sa pagkakataong ito. Pero para po sa inyong mga katanungan ay mangyari pong ilagay niyo lamang po ito sa ating chat sapagkat ipaparating po namin kay Congressman Tof ang inyong mga nais na iparating sa kanya na may kinalaman po sa mga kultura at mga sining na ating paksa ngayong araw na ito. Gayun din po, nais po namin sabihin sa lahat kung meron po kayong mga proyekto o nais na gawin sa inyong paaralan o sa inyong samahan na may kinalaman po sa kultura at mga sining, huwag po kayo mag-aatubili. Ipagbigay alam po iyon sa aming tanggapan upang kami po ang mag-endurso sa tanggapan ni Congressman de Venecia ng inyong mga proyekto at mga programang nais gawin. Sa pagkakataon naman pong ito, ay ihahandog na po natin ang sertipiko o katibayan ng pagkilala kay Congressman de Venecia. Upang basahin po ang nilalaman ng katibayan, tinatawagan ko po si Dr. Myril Faith D. Mina upang gawin ang karangalan.
This certificate of recognition is awarded to Congressman Christopher B.P. de Venecia for generously sharing his time and expertise as one of the resource speakers during the Region 1 Culture and Arts Trainers and Instructors Summit with the team ng Rehiyon Ono, Kilalanin, Saliksikin at Pagyamanin. The insights and experience he shared have truly inspired learning institutions and individual cultural professionals to further their commitment and intensify their effort towards the preservation and promotion of Filipino culture, arts, and heritage as a key to progressive development and sustainable future. Given this 23rd day of March 2021 at the Commission on Higher Education Regional Office 1, Seat of San Fernando, La Union, signed Dr. Rogelio Tiglera Jr., Director 4.
Maraming salamat, Dr. sa pagbabasa ng nilalaman ng ating katibayan ng pagkilala para kay Congressman Christopher Tof de Venecia. Sa pagkakataong ito, mga kapatid, mga bagiliw naming taga-subaybay ng ating palatuntunan ngayong araw, ay atin po munang puputuli ng ating palatuntunan upang bigyang daan ng ating pananghalian. Magkikita-kita po tayo muli makalipas ang 1 oras. Manatili po kayo nakatutok para po malaman ang link para sa inyong Certificate of Participation. Pero, gaya ng nasabi ko po kanina, kailangan po munang sagutan ang online evaluation form. Malalaman niyo po yan mamayang hapon. Marami pong salamat at magkita-kita po tayong muli. channel, that's CHED Regional Office 1, at ang aming Facebook page, CHED Region 1. Muli po, mag-antay po tayo para sa evaluation form para sa inyong certificates of participation. Muli, binabati po natin ang ating mga kalahok na hindi ho taga Region 1, ang ating mga kasama mula sa Batanes State College, Cainta, Rizal, Aklan, Nueva Ecija, Marikina, Malolos, Bicol, Antipolo City, Rojas, Oriental, Mindoro, mga taga Region 5 at ang ating mga kapatid at kaibigan mula sa Ontario, Canada. Meron po palang gustong iparating sa atin si Attorney Tumakdang. Sa mga nagtatanong po kung paano po makakuha ng kopya ng kanilang coffee table book, meron daw po silang book launch sa mga sumusunod na lugar. CSI Candon City sa Ilocos Sur, at meron din po sa Mabanag Hall dito po sa San Fernando City. Maaari rin po kayo magtungo sa pinakamalapit na NCIP office or regional office, at maaari po silang tawagan sa mga numerong aking babanggitin. 0919-068-5340. Ulitin ko po, 0919-068-5340. Maraming salamat po muli, Attorney Tumakdang, sa inyong binigay na mga detalye at impormasyon. Ngayon naman po, mga kaibigan, ang pagpapakilala ng ating ika-4 na panauhing tagapagsalita na magbabahagi ng kanyang karanasan at kaalaman sa paksang Cultural Mapping, a collaborative activity with local government units, ay gagawin ng ating OIC Supervising Education Program Specialist, Engineer Angelica Kideng Dolores.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Our last speaker is a consultant and head researcher of the Filipino Values Study of the National Commission for Culture and Arts. He is also a member of the Technical Working Group for the National Cultural Mapping Project under NCCA's Subcommission on Cultural Heritage. He has facilitated several cultural mapping projects all over the country, focusing on a community approach to heritage mapping and conservation. He is a former faculty of the Department of Social Anthropology and Psychology at the University of the Philippines, Baguio. He finished his degree in Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Master of Arts in Counseling Psychology from Ateneo de Manila University. He also finished a master's degree in Indigenous Studies with distinction from the University of Otago, New Zealand. He sits as a member in the Commission on Higher Education, Technical Committee on Cultural Education, and was formerly a UNESCO consultant for intangible cultural heritage. He is currently a consultant to the textbook writing for the arts track of the K-12 Special Program for the Arts of the Department of Education. Professor Villalon is a practicing registered psychologist and guidance counselor. He holds a radio counseling program and a station manager of the Radio Maria Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Professor Arvin Manuel Villalon.
Thank you, ma'am, for that warm introduction. Naimbag nga malam, nayo amin, and it's good to be back again in Region 1. Thank you so much for the introduction. So I'm invited to give our experience in terms of the National Commission for Culture Arts, in terms of our own experience when it comes to cultural mapping. So we're very, very much lucky and happy, in fact, that CHED is part of this activity. Why? Because actually, in our experience, whenever the higher education institutions or the local colleges or universities would come and join the mapping, it enriches the whole mapping exercise. And so I heard also that there are also participants coming not only from the HEIs, but also from the LGUs. So My topic, so let me just share my screen. I'll start my presentation. I would like to to also not just talk about our experience at the LGU, but in terms of the implications for higher education institutions, right? So I hope that this will work. Okay, can you see my screen? Kita po? Yes, I hope so. No? So you can use the chat box later, no? If you have some questions or reactions, or if you have some thing to share also, you may, of course, share. So the title of my talk would be on cultural mapping, harnessing its potentials for the LGU and higher education. So every time we do cultural mapping, we always try to convince the local government units from the local levels. I'm talking of the municipality or the city up to the provincial or regional development council. We always ask this question, do we really need heritage? Alam kong marami kayong nakikita, nababasa, kahit sa mga social media posts, na parang ngayon, everybody seem to, like, they seem to be in, or you're in if you talk about heritage, or people react when, let's say, a building is being demolished, or in front of a church, there is construction that is ongoing that will, let's say, destroy the facade, or let's say there are some people who would be concerned about in terms of losing their traditions, no? So ang parang tanong dito, kailangan ba talaga natin ang pamanang lahi, no? At or are we being too sentimental? So I remember this bridge in Dupax, no, and this was actually a bridge built during the Spanish colonial period, and DPWH wanted to have it destroyed, removed, actually, because this is the main bridge, no, connecting Dupax and to the other town. However, hindi na kaya yung load nito pag dumaan ng mga trucks, especially. And so the DPWH wanted to build a new bridge. And a lot of the citizens, the Isinay particularly, wanted it preserved. And with the help of the academics, including UP Baguio, and of course, the different academics, and of course, locals, they tried to preserve it. And sabi nila, is it worth it? And, you know, because of this, it was preserved. DPWH made another bridge, and it was now declared as a national cultural treasure by the National Museum. So had it not been for the efforts of the local government units, the people themselves, and the academics, no? Kita niyo, people, LGU, and the academics coming together, this would have been demolished, or wala na tayong ipapamana pa sa susunod na henerasyon. Kaya nga sabi nila, are we just being too sentimental? Imagine daw nung sabing isang reaction sa akin sa isang conference, kung mapupuno tayo ng mga lumang bagay, what is the space for the new things, no? Or the question, why the need for the old stuff? So alam ko meron tayong kasama sa Batanes. This is an example of a church in Batanes, and we have also a Torogan in Lake Lanao, no? So among the Maranao people. So why do we need that? So, or are we just being antiquated or superstitious? Yet we like watching this, no? As like in contemporary times, no, we have here something on the telenovelas from Korea or the Game of Thrones. But if you look at this, no, these telenovelas that they produce are actually based on heritage. It talks about the Joseon period of the dynasties in Korea, or the Games of Thrones, talking about the different European periods, no, and pinagsama-sama nila yan. But they're proud of it, and we're quick to buy it, no. In one of conferences we had in Cambodia, wherein all the ASEAN countries met, no, and I was the representative to the Philippines. They were actually asking about Amaya. You remember that teleserye that we had? And sabi nila, we had a glimpse of Philippine culture. We love watching your teleserye, especially Amaya, because that is how culture for us would mean. Meaning to say, you had your own sense of systems, own set of beliefs, own set of practices, which the teleserye showed, no? And here, sometimes we are even challenged more because the appreciation for heritage usually would come from the outside, no? So for example, yung chicken adobo, no, meron isang restaurant sa New York na nagbukas, and it was so popular that people would line up for it. And they serve, of course, this is by a PhilAm, no, they serve Philippine cuisine. Or this blogger over here who had stayed in the Philippines for a long time, and even learn 3 languages that we have, we would have that deep kind of appreciation for our culture, particularly our heritage that includes both natural and also the cultural heritage that we have. So what I'm saying here is that it takes sometimes outsiders or sometimes people not from the Philippines who would, or maybe Phil-Am for that matter, who would give value for heritage. No? And that's why the question here is, with given this digital age, how can we as academics, no, tayong nasa higher education institutions or nasa LGU, how can we promote all these traditions? So in one of these conferences that we had, Indonesia had this very, very long tradition, or the Wayan Kulit, which is actually the shadow puppet, no, based on the Mahabharata, based on their tales, no, and it's a long epic, and that's why the presentation using shadow puppetry is a long tradition, no, but not only a long tradition, but it takes some time, hours for that, and so they found out that the young people are quite bored with it. So you know what the Indonesian government did? They tried to make it into something digital. They made it into a digital game. And for the digital games, you have to know the characters, no? Para siyang Dota, yung ginawa nila. And after knowing the characters, ibibitin nila yon. Because while the children are playing these games, they have to learn the stories. But if they want to know more about the powers, may nakalagay doon, if you want to know more about this, go to your local wayang kulit. And so there was a resurgence. Young people were watching, not because they were interested first, but they wanted to win that particular game. And so what happened was their interests, no, got them. It got the people's interest, especially the young people, the youth, and that's why the digital game was quite effective. No, that's why they called it the e-wayang. So when we talk about heritage, talk about history, we talk about our sense of pride. We also talk about practical knowledge, no? Maybe da tayo nga Ilocano, so adumat lang ti practical knowledge tayo, hanmat nga isurusuro in the colleges or uray day basic education. Ngam tatta, kasapulan mat nga we would need to, I'm sorry if I'm speaking in Ilocano, forgot that there are also participants coming from other places. No, usually when we do cultural mapping, we use our local language. No, very beautiful. So kapag ganito grounded talaga natin dito, no. So kung nasa Visayas po kami, gumagamit po ako ng Visayas, or kapag nasa Ilocanja po kayo, ito po yung gagamitin namin. So balik po dito, no, yung binanggit ko dito, mahalaga yung sense of history, yung pride natin. At dahil sa pagpunta mo sa heritage, natututo rin tayo yung practical knowledge. Ilan sa atin ngayon, dahil nag-lockdown, hindi makabili, lalo na noong last year, at natuto tayo ng mga heritage cuisine, no? Yung mga minsan isinasantabi lang natin, no, hindi natin pinapansin. Ngayon naman, mas gusto nating pakinggan ang mga matatanda tungkol dito. At kasama dito yung mga pagpapahalaga or values. Look at this woman over here. This is from Ifugao, a graduation ceremony. She's trying to don her daughter into the finery. They're very proud of wearing their own attires. No, why? Because it's with pride. It's with a lot of symbols. Values would come together when we talk about heritage. And there, in terms of the young people which we serve as university professors, as instructors, we are in search of identity, especially the young people. How many of them are into mental health problems, illnesses, or maybe so much energy that they sometimes use it or expend it for purposes that would destroy their lives. But what is the actual concern or issue? It's the young people's search for their own identity. And that's why my premise is that culture, actually our own culture, especially your local culture, can be an answer in terms of the young people's search for their identity. So what is therefore this whole thing about cultural mapping? No? So in cultural mapping, we use the UNESCO definition, which is culture as a term to cover the social structure, languages, belief systems, institutions, technology, art, foods, traditions of the particular groups of people. Alam nyo na ito, hindi ko kailangan mag-dwell masyado dito. Pero magandang ilatag ko dito kung saan ang mga pinaghuhugutan ng National Commission for Culture and Arts, na we are not just a grant-giving institution, but we are also concerned about the academic side of cultural mapping. So when you talk about culture, it's a way of life of a group of people. So in our own experience with cultural mapping, and this is not just from our theories on cultural studies, but culture really counts, and it talks about a lot about sensitivity and competence. So hindi madali ang mag-aral tungkol sa kultura, alam natin yan. Tayong nakababad sa kultura, minsan meron tayong mga piling, hindi natin nakikita kung ano yung halaga ng ating kultura. Kailangan pa minsan may tagalabas na magsasabi sa atin. Pero kapag tayo nasanay dito, itong pagiging sensitibo sa kultura, napakahalaga. At hindi lang yon, yung competence, yung kakayahan magtala, kakayahan manaliksik tungkol sa kultura. Kaya pag tinignan natin, culture counts because it provides us with several things. It is a mirror. It is a mirror of who we are. It provides a vision. A lot of LGUs would ask themselves, what would be as a simple, sometimes even mundane, they would ask me about, sir, what should be our own logo for the LGU, yung seal namin? So sabi ko, bakit? Kasi balak naming magpalit kasi magiging syudad na kami. At yung aming dating seal, andun pa yung palayan. So sabi ko, ano ba yung mga markers nyo bilang isang bayan? So dito maghahanap sila. You're talking about vision, yung pangitain, yung forward-looking. Gagamitin ko ba ito, itong kultura? So marami sa nagsasabi na itong kultura dapat modern na. No? Only to find out na yung strength pala nila something to do with heritage. We have seen that for Region 1 in many cities. Like, for example, vegan would have used the heritage. That's why it's so popular. It's being built on what the ancestors or what the foremothers gave them. No, and of course, culture counts because it serves as a memory of who we are as a people. No, kung saan tayo nanggagaling. Kaya nga sabi nila, pwede bang solusyon itong sa COVID ang kultura? Bakit tayo nagkakaroon ng ganitong hidwaan? Bakit tayo maraming mga awayan, no? Hindi tayo magkaisa. Siguro ito yung hinahanap natin. Gusto ko sanang i-challenge di nakikinig na hindi lang cultural mapping, kasi pag sa mong mapping, alam ko iba marami nang nakakarinig nito. Yung mapping kasi kala pagtatala lang, sinusulat lang. Hindi doon. Higit pa doon, may gusto kaming patunguhin pagdating sa National Commission for Culture and Arts. At ang culture ay napakahalaga din sapagkat ito po isang armor, no? Isa po siyang shield, no? Siguro pangsanggalang. At pag sinabi mong pagsanggalang nito, sa anumang dumating sa atin na unos, mga problema, ito po, no? At ito rin po ay isang engine. Pag sinabi mo pong engine, ito rin po ay ito yung nagpapainog ng development. Kasi ang heritage hindi ganun kahalaga kung hindi ito magiging hindi ito magagamit sa ating buhay, no? So itong magagamit sa ating buhay ay ito yung engine, no? So meaning to say, you talk about modernity, so yung modernity na ito ay ginagamit natin. Kaya pag hindi ka nakaugat doon sa iyong kultura, hindi mo magagamit ito. Okay? So yung ating gustong ibahagi dito, meron siyang batayan. Yung batayan dito yung cultural heritage, no? At ito po ay nasa batas natin. So yung batas natin, nakalagay dito yung National Cultural Heritage Act of 2009. This is under Republic Act 166, and this is the definition of heritage: the totality of cultural property preserved and developed through time and passed on to posterity. So on a simple note, heritage is that which comes or belongs to one by reason of birth. Pinanganak ako dito. So sa Ilocano pa, ituyak nga na iyanak, no? Or kung sa Bisaya, diri ko na tao, no? So when you talk about heritage, you don't have to make even an effort pagdating dito. Why? Because heritage, no, is you're born with it. You have it, but it doesn't automatically mean that since you are born into it, you know it. In fact, in a lot of our cultural mapping exercises all over the country, the mappers themselves, those from the locality, become open to the eyes, to their own eyes, when they see their own heritage coming in. Now, from UNESCO, heritage is defined, cultural heritage is defined as the legacy of attributes of a group or society that are inherited from the past, maintained in the present, and bestowed for the benefit of future generation. Gusto ko itong definition na ito. Bakit? It talks about the concept of intergenerationality. So ano yung ibig sabihin nito? Na hindi mabubuo ang heritage o pamana kung wala ang mga elemento nung nakaraan, ang kasalukuyan, at ng hinaharap. So halimbawa, merong isang tao, ngayon siya kasalukuyan, isa siyang guro, no, na nagre-research sa HEI. Gusto niyang malaman yung mga practices nila pagdating sa pagtanim, no, agricultural, let's say mga iba't ibang mga old practices. But when they tried to interview first, his father was a farmer. The father was quick to dismiss, wag na, wala akong oras dyan. Bakit ba gusto mo pang malaman lahat ng mga agricultural practices? Ano na yan? Modern na tayo ngayon. So, sa kakapuspo ng tatay niya, unluckily, the father passed away. So, this is an example of the present being interested, but the past, who maybe would dismiss it, or maybe would not see its importance, would not have time to sit. Or pwede rin ganito, sasabihin ng nanay mo, aralin mo ito. Ito ay heritage cuisine natin. Dito tayo nabuhay. Pinagkabuhayan natin itong pagbibibingka ko. Pag nawala ako, sino magmamana nito? And the daughter was just quick to say, dyan lang naman ka, mama. Hindi ka naman basta mawawala. At saka bata pa kayo, 40 years old. Kayo, ako naman ay nasa 22 pa lang. So, parang ang ganong konsepto, aspekto nung ganong pag-uusap, ano nangyari? Nung nawala yung nanay, ito yung pinagsisihan ngayon ng present generation kasi hindi nila alam. Kahit anong gawin nilang luto, hindi nila mahuli yung secret recipe. Bakit? Kasi hindi na ipasa sa kanila. Or pwede din mangyari na ganito. Nagsasanib yung puwersa ng nakaraan at kasalukuyan, pero mismong mga bata, kung sila yung ihahambing mo bilang sila yung magiging hinaharap, future ng ating bayan, hirap silang intindihin ito. Dahil yung pamamaraan natin ng pagtuturo, hindi nakaayon sa kanilang edad. So, ito yung challenge for us, even for pedagogues. No? How are we going to teach this so that the future generation would accept? Sometimes even the future generation wouldn't have anything to see because we, the present generation, have failed to document it, and that's why mapping is so important. Not only failing in the documentation, but also to protect our heritage. That's why mapping is an important approach, and this is from Cook and Taylor. It is a process wherein you identify, record, and use cultural resources and activities for building communities. So it's not just about an inventory. Many people mistake that mapping, para lang yan survey, no? Para lang yan isang survey sa statistics at checkan mo lang. No, we actually we do a lot of analysis for this, and especially kapag involved ang HEIs. Kaya nga, CHED, napakahalaga niyo po dito. At mamaya babanggitin ko ano yung halaga ng HEIs dito. So, communities map what is important for them. So, in the NCCA, we use what we call a participatory cultural mapping. So, what's the legal basis of mapping? If let's say you want to embark on this with your own let's say, local government unit. So the first would be, of course, the Constitution. Article 2, Section 17 says this, that the state shall give priority to education, science, technology, arts, culture, and sports. So hence, it is about to foster patriotism, nationalism, and to promote total human liberation and development. Also, from the Constitution, Article 14, Section 14, the state shall foster the preservation, enrichment, and dynamic evolution of a Filipino national culture. We're not saying that we will only live in the past, but we have to bring what is in the past, and then we do what we want to bring. So alam natin yan, no? Kapitbahay lang natin ng Cordillera, administrative region. If in Sagada, when we had our mapping, we asked them, so is the tradition of head taking, should we map that? At they were quick to say no. We are already we do away with that. Ayaw na namin pong ituloy ito. That is part of our history. Hindi namin kinahihiya ito. But in terms of what we have now, in terms of practices, we will not continue with this practice. Iba na po yun. So, sinasabi natin dito, yung heritage is not just about the past, but how we bring it from the present going to the future. So also, in Article 14, Section 15, and letters shall enjoy the patronage of the state, meaning to say the state should support key areas wherein They're going to preserve our heritage. For example, we have, of course, uh, the building of our churches. For example, if they have been ravaged by, let's say, typhoons or earthquakes, andyan po yan. Hindi ko lang alam ngayon kung sa Itbayat ay unti-unting pinatatayo yung simbahan na nasira dahil sa lindol, o kaya sa Kainta, no, yung Our Lady of Light, no, na church, no, at ito ay nabomba nung panahon nung Japanese, at ito maganda itong ayusin. O kaya sa Santa Maria, Ilocos Sur, no, bakit ito naging World Heritage Site, o yung Paway na whitewash, at everybody was reacting na naku, mukha yatang nawala yung old look, but it was done by the National Museum, done professionally, this to preserve, no? Or in Article 14, Section 16, all the country's artistic and historic wealth constitute the cultural treasure of the nation. So sometimes when I show this picture, people would not know where this is. This is actually a post office. But if I show them a building na nakalagay nun S or M, alam agad nila, sir, yan po yung sa MOA. So why? Because other countries, no, na kapag when they visit a place, they would usually ask, where's your local museum? Nasaan po yan? At sa Pilipino, pang lang yan, pang field trip lang yung museum, no? It's a requirement. I think we have to build that. That's why, pag yung HEI mo, merong study center. So, meron ba kayo yan? Halimbawa, Ilocos Sur Study Center, Pangasinan Study Center, alam ko meron sila niyan, or Cordillera Study Center. Those study center focus so that they can promote what they have in terms of history and heritage. At lalo yung university would have their own museum. So, maraming mga universities ngayon nag-i-embark dito. Ngayon, sabi nila, sir, paano kami makakaipon nito? Ano ang aming isang methodology? Yung mapping. Minsan, hindi naka-lodge yung museum doon sa HEI, pero yung LGU ang nagpapasimuno nito, pero through the help of your local experts. So ito naman, Article 14, Section 17, ito yung pagre-respeto sa indigenous cultural communities, indigenous peoples. Alam ko kanina may nagsalita tungkol sa free prior informed consent, at mahalaga din dito ang pag-capture ng knowledge systems ng ating mga kapatid na katutubo. Kaya nga, bukod sa Constitution, ay meron tayong mismong batas. Ito yung Republic Act number 166, signed into law on March 26, 2010. So this is an example of the beautiful Manila High Alay building. It's an Art Deco building that you see that was built in the 1940, but unfortunately, before it was signed into law, this Cultural Heritage Law of 2009, it was already demolished. And you know, ang napalit dyan, o sa mga iba pang mga ating mga buildings, ang pinapalit doon ay mall. So enough, we have so much malls already, and that's why I think this is a very strong issue in many of our towns. Kasi yung dating tabakalera, sinira, so ginawa na lang ganito. Or halimbawa, yung pumalit na pari, walang pagpapahalaga sa simbahan, binago lahat, no? At it becomes an issue. Kung hindi natin ito gagawa ng paraan bilang mga mamamayan ng iyong bayan, mawawalan ka po ng mga pamana. Kaya nga, meron po mga layunin ang National Cultural Heritage Act. Una, to protect, preserve, conserve, and promote the nation's cultural heritage. So that's why we are embarking on this project, cultural mapping. Also, we would like to establish and strengthen cultural institutions. Examples would be the local universities or your HEIs, your state universities, no? And of course, also the artists organization, cultural workers. That's why we want to protect cultural workers and ensure their professional development and well-being. So that's why when we have heritage, we have it in our own hands. How do we know? If you go to language studies, we have translations for it. Sa Tagalog or sa Filipino, ang salin natin ay pamana. Ito'y Ilocanja, Ilocos-speaking regions, lang dito'y Region 1, we call it tawid. Nagmayat ni saon niya ti tawid, no? Pas lang the imagery, no? The imagery nga tas ng itawid mo, no? So you pass it on. Or ito, gusto ko ito, galing ito sa Hiligaynon, yung handumanan. Handumanan talks about a gift. So iba-iba yung perspective, pero they're talking about heritage. It could be the receiver, or it could be gift, no? Or panublion. This is in Hiligaynon. Ito naman yung pagbabalik, no? Parang sa Ilocano, agsubli. So panublion, you all will also go back, no? And many more languages, no? So it's an act of handing over, transferring something of value, passing on from one generation to another. And therefore, it connotes responsibility, and we want this done for us, no? Okay. So the importance of cultural heritage in terms of a local government unit perspective, kasi kailangan ko i-balance to, no? Hindi lang ito po yung studies, no? Na heritage contributes to the identity and branding of a locality, no? Marami po sa mga LGU, laging merong ganyang one town, one product, no? At minsan pa pati festivals, kasi nauso yan noong araw nung pinas ni Dick Gordon ito as the tourism Department of Tourism head, no? Meron siyang pinasa na kailangan merong one festival per town. Pero nakakatawa minsan sa identity at local branding natin, minsan kung ano-ano na lang yung branding. Kaya kung yung mayor, ito yung gusto niyang branding, ito yung magiging festival mo. Pag siyang natalo at may pumalit at ayaw niyang ma-identify yung town na ito, so nagiging may nagsusulat. Hindi ko alam kung sino nagsusulat ngayon. No, kung may bata pa dyan, no? Baka hindi niya alam siguro. So itong yung one town, one town, one product, no? Kasama po dyan. Yung one town, one product. Pero bakit mo kailangan gawing homogeneous ang iyong identity when in fact you have so much identities inside you? So itong branding na ito, naalala ko noon, nagbigay ako ng workshop sa Tagudin on festival management. So, litong-lito sila kung Kankanun Festival or nung napalitan ay naging Kalamansi Festival or tawa ng tawa yung mga taga Villasis, no? Kasi meron silang Talong Festival. So, pag hindi ka rooted dito, hindi mo alam kung anong branding ng locality mo. I'm just speaking frankly. That's why even Panagbanga in Baguio, in Panagbanga noon, ang ganda ng term. Panagbanga is pag-ukrad, pagbunga ulit, pagbubulaklak. Pero sabi nila, bakit ang panagbanga, pag nagpapanagbanga ka, ang nakikinabang ay turista, hindi local peoples. Kaya kami mga taga Baguio, sabihin lagi namin, if totoo kang taga Baguio, tuwing panagbanga, aalis ka ng Baguio. Hindi namin makaya talaga yung basura, yung ang dami ng turista, at ang nakikinabang lang ay mismong mga tagalabas, no? At syempre, mga businessman. So ang sinasabi dito, gusto mo na pag may heritage ka, babalik mismo sa tao, no? At ito din yung nagiging basihan kung bakit naging sustainable and homegrown development. Bakit? Gusto mong tuloy-tuloy yung homegrown development. Kaya nga, isa yan sa mga issues namin kahit sa vegan, no, yung Kali Crisologo. Paano pag umalis lahat ng mga tao doon? At ang Kali Crisologo ay isa na lang maliit na Disneyland na kung saan wala na talaga yung matotoong may bahay doon at may ari, no? At isa na siyang maingay na lugar. So, a friend of mine who's from abroad was just surprised with Kali Crisologo. Sabi, is this really the village or the town? And we were saying, yeah, it used to be the town. There are still residents there and they have their businesses down. But how come it's so noisy? It's like a bar. So we want something that is homegrown, something that's sustainable. And as HEIs, we want to interact with the LGUs so that they can also be grounded. You're lucky if you have a tourism officer who has that kind of sensitivity. So again, that's a challenge for us in cultural mapping. So we have 7 facets of cultural worth, no? At ito din yung nagiging basis for declaring heritage, no? Especially if it becomes a treasure or let's say an important cultural property. One is originality. Second is indigenousness. The third is authenticity. Fourth is uniqueness, no? You talk about, let's say, the church, let's say in Pawai, or let's say, or the bell towers, okay, or the watchtowers of La Union. It's original, no? Ilan lang ang watchtowers na it's indigenousness, how people come together to put it, no? And authentic because you can see the materials that they use. It's very unique, and it has a sense of historicity, a sense of magnitude, superlative degree, ang laki. Manliliit ka pag pumasok ka halimbawa ng San Agustin Church, no? Okay? And excellence, ang ganda. So ito hindi lang ito sa mga buildings, kasama ito sa mga objects, no? So itong facets of cultural worth, hinahanap din namin ito pag nagkakaroon ng mapping. Kaya nga, mahalaga sa mapping, we have to identify, and the law defines that it is defined as a cultural property. So what is cultural property? It refers to all products of human creativity by which a people and a nation reveal their identity. So this includes natural history, specimens, and sites. Kaya pag sinabi minsan cultural mapping, ano yan pare, ano yan, hindi mo discipline na yan, bigay mo na sa Department of Anthropology, sa history. Hindi, kasama din po ang Department of Natural Sciences sapagkat kasama po sa cultural property ang mga sites natin, no? Na lalo na yung kailangan po ng proteksyonan. Kaya nasa batas po ng property can either be public or privately owned, no? Public meaning say it's under the jurisdiction of the government. It can be movable or immovable, and it could be tangible or intangible. So this classification of heritage, I'm just going through this. Why? Because I would like this to even out, no, in the HEIs, no. Marami na kasing umiikot din ng mga framework at gusto lang namin ipakita sa inyo, ito yung framework na kinikilusan ng National Commission for Culture and the Arts. So marami pang ibang framework at may paggalang din kami doon, no. Pero ito yung nasa batas. So part ng isang classification, a large chunk of this would be the tangible cultural heritage. So this is the property with significance, historical, archival, anthropological, archaeological, artistic, architectural value, with exceptional, yung sinabi kong 7 facets of cultural worth, or traditional production, whether of Philippine origin or not. No? Pwedeng halimbawa, nakakita ka ng isang bayoneta at ito'y galing sa Japan during the Japanese occupation, then it would be good to map that. Or including antiques, no, and natural history specimens. O yung marami po sa atin sa Region 1, no, because we traded with China, we can have, let's say, plates from the Ming Dynasty, from the Tang Dynasty, and if it is still in the possession of, let's say, people, it would be good to map them, or perhaps they can bequeath that and be part of, let's say, a museum. So, yung isang nakalagay sa batas natin, kasama din ang natural heritage. So, these are what we call culturally significant natural environment. Bakit namin nilalagyan ng word na culturally significant? Kasi marami po sa ating mga bayan, ang pinagmulan o ang inspirasyon kung bakit tayo may kultura ay yung mismong lugar na pinanggalingan. Ilan sa mga bayan nyo ang nakapangalan sa natural heritage? Halimbawa, sa Bulacan, yung may kawayan. So, kasi may kawayan doon. Or Baguio, Baguio kasi Baguio, which is actually the moss. Or maybe in your towns, in your barangays, you have names for let's say, trees like Dao, which is from the Dao tree, okay? And many more. Or pwede rin something to do also with critical flora and fauna, environmentally critical area that are very important. For example, we have to preserve, let's say, the Amburayan River. The Amburayan River is the site of Biag na Lamang story, no? Or let's say that river that connects us to the Cordillera also, coming from that exits through Vigan, and that was the interest of the gold rush. That's why the Spanish came seeking for gold, no? And actually they did, no? And may mga kwento kahit noong araw na pwede kang pumulot diyan sa may banda ng Abra, no? You talk about Narvacan area going to Vigan. So all these are natural heritage. Okay? So, okay, so I'm just I just have to stop my sharing lang for a while. I don't know what's the problem with the screen. So I hope that you're still listening intently. Okay. All right. So it's going back there. All right. Can you see my screen? Okay. Sige. Si Sir Arlie na lang siguro mag-ano sa akin kung ano. Okay, so here we map different kinds of natural heritage, land formation, bodies of water, flora, fauna. Kaya pag nagmamapping kami, minsan hirap na po yung mga history professors, no, o yung mga sociologists, anthropologists dito. Kailangan namin ang katuwang sa natural sciences. Ngayon, ongoing po yung aming Antique mapping, no, the whole province of Antique. Alam niyo sino po ang partner namin? It's the University of the Philippines. Yes. Ganda ng partnership kasi habang nagto-talk din ako nito, mamaya after an hour, andun yung local experts on mangroves and he talks about the mangroves. At ang nakita niyang kagandahan dito, sir, hindi kami din pwedeng magsalita lang nung the science part of the mangrove kasi pag mo naintindihan yung cultural aspect ng natural heritage, pinapipreserve, no? Pero pag once nakita ng tao yung cultural aspect na yan and the natural aspect of that, it becomes holistic yung conservation efforts, no? Okay. So we also map out the protected areas as defined by the NIPAS, no? Or if let's say it's declared, let's say as a natural heritage, for example, no? For example, the Mayon volcano is a natural park. We have this. We have partnered with the Bicol Bicol University. At ang partner namin, because we want Mayon Volcano to be declared as a World Heritage Site. It's an ongoing project. At alam yung ginawa namin, lahat ng professors, no, were assigned towns. And the towns around this volcano, what happened, we tried to document the cultural heritage side of it. And also the natural side. Alam mo, isa sa cultural heritage na lumitaw dito, baka you might be interested, na yung volcano pala na yan, pag namatay ka, ito pa yung pre-Christian era na before the coming of the Spaniards, no, introducing our religion. They have a belief, an indigenous belief, that when you die, you eventually go to another realm. Okay, it's an afterlife. We do have that concept, but you stay on the earth. But after some time, this is a Bicol belief, no, and you have to go up. Your soul will have to ascend the mountain. Isipin, akyat ka, sumangat ka dyan bantay, the volcano. And then, in the volcano, you have to go to its mouth, and then you're going to be renewed, resurrected, and you will be born in terms of the world again. So, we have a kind of reincarnation. And then, when we ask the term, no, if you are interested in language studies, why Mayon volcano? So, what is your translation of volcano? So, people were asking, even from the LGU, Sir, Vulcan, but Vulcan is Spanish. Sabi ko, what's your indigenous term? What's your Bicol term? And then there was this elder who happened also to be with the HEI. Sabi niya, in our old language, volcano is Mayeng. Mayeng. So meron silang guttural language. And Mayeng, kaya pala pag sinabi mong Mayon volcano, Mayon Mayeng. So parang it's a redundant. We have so many redundant words dito sa buong bansa. For example, Laguna Lake, no? In Laguna in Spanish is lake, no? So it's a lagoon. So kaya nga ang original term nila diyan is Laguna de Bai. Bai is the town. That's the old town, yung Bai. Hanggang ngayon andiyan pa rin yung Bai. Or pag sinabi mo ng halimbawa ano ba yung mga iniisip ko, no? Sa Mindanao, no, yung mga Pulangi River. Pulangi in Cotabato language, no, Pulangi means river. Kaya kapag sa Pulangi River, that means river. So nakakatawa, hindi alam yan. So pati yung naming natin, kailangan natin sigurong balikan, no, yung ating mga pagpapangalan ng lugar. So ayan, ito yung mga ginawa po ng mga ibang mapping, no, sa Camoan National Park. So, alam mo ba nangyari dito sa mga LGU na nakikinig? Gusto nila magkaroon ng festival ang Karamoan. So we were looking for a heritage-based festival. One suggestion was they will make it into that Survivor Festival. Kasi dito ginagawa yung Survivor Philippines, if you remember that popular series. But yun pala, hindi lang pala doon nag-end. Kasi yung ibang mga Survivor, di ba, Survivor Israel, Survivor, dito nila ginagawa. At anong nangyari daw dito, grabe daw yung trafficking ng women, yung nakikita ng mga kabataan, sex in the shores. And so sabi ng isang matanda, we don't want to glorify that kind of that Survivor thing. I know it's popular, but what do we have? So, we were looking at the word Karamoan. Anong ibig sabihin ng Karamoan? And it went back to their language, which talks about the turtle. And that's why they have a new kind of heritage, no, in terms of heritage festival, rather. So we also have the immovable or built heritage, no, and this is also part of what we map, no. It consists of course, the historic buildings, houses. Some towns would have this rich heritage. So, for example, we map government structures, commercial buildings. Dito mahalaga ang department ng architecture, yung nasa material studies, no? So, minsan sabi nila, sir, wala naman kaming architectural, but alam mo, pwede mong turuan yung mga tao how to do measurements, no? And it's a whole system of workshops, no? Even ngayong panahon ng COVID, we have that, no? So, some examples ng mga minamap namin. Kasama po pati yung cockpit o yung sabungan, no? Minsan may nahanap pa kami yung cockpit na hindi talaga yung parang stadium type, no? Ito yung localized, no? Even yung hotel. When we mapped Pasay, they map also their train and bus station because they want to be their peg is we are the parang travel capital of the Philippines kasi nandun daw yung airport, meron din silang dating seaport, and they have the different bus stations like Victory, Philippine Rabbit, no? So andun lahat sa kanila. So they mapped that because it was something like more than 50 years. Some examples in CCP, Cartimar Market, no? Okay, the Dipolog Coliseum. Actually, that's, and this one, the Jones Bridge, no? Pinaganda na ito lalo na ngayon. Panahon na ito, binabalik yung iba. So, pwede ba magkaroon ng pagbabalik? Yes, the answer is. But you have to study it, and that's why mapping is an entry. We also map schools and educational complexes like the Gabaldon buildings. No? Ang galing ng dito, pagsusulat kapag ang nagsulat ay galing sa HEIs. No? Yan. Even Marcos-type buildings. Both exterior and interior. We also map hospitals and medical facilities. So just showing you pictures. Like for example, this is in Mandaluyong. There, we have an ongoing mapping of Mandaluyong. This is the Center for Mental Health. Gota de Leche, look at the beautiful architectural designs, no, dating back in the early American colonial period. This is the San Juan de Dios Memorial Hospital because it was bombed in during the war in the Intramuros area. They transferred, but this is also very historic. Kasi sa batas natin, anything that is 50 years old and above is presumed to be heritage. Kaya, sino ang heritage nyo nakasama? Baka yung dean nyo heritage, kaya pwede nyo siyang batiin. Good morning, heritage, or good afternoon, heritage. Yung biro namin. Okay? So, kasama din dito yung, hindi lang yung mga churches, no? Yung hospitals, kasama din ang mga churches, temples, places of worship. We don't only include the Catholic ones, but we also include other like UCCP, you might have the oldest, or ngayon, 50 years na Iglesia ni Cristo, ano kaya yung natira doon sa mga hindi nagalaw? O kaya yung, let's say, we have the Bradford Church in Cebu, declared a culture built during American colonial period. Monuments and markers like statues, welcome markers. Dami nito sa Ilocos, no? Dami nito yan. Like for example, this is in Santa Rosa, Laguna. We did our mapping there. This is the arch, no? Hindi akala nila, ang alam lang nila sa Santa Rosa is ano nito, yung theme park, the Enchanted Kingdom. And in fact, Santa Rosa is very historical. This is patterned after the art that the Triomphe in Paris. Okay, but that's more than 50 years. We have also this monument, no? Ito yung nasa part ng Manila, Carriedo, and ilan lang ang ginawa nito. This is made in Britain. We have one in Singapore and I think one in South America. Only 3, no, in the whole world. So we also map sites. What are sites? These are combined works of nature and human beings. So sites can be, let's say, complexes. This is the site. This is the Rojas City site, Capitol building and the site, no? So we also have even cemetery is a site, no? Marami ito. Or ito sa Sagada. This is a site, no? The hanging coffins, okay? This is a site, PNR, the old railway. Nagmap kami ng Dagupan at ganda-ganda nung ano doon nung natirang PNR station, no? At made of bricks pa. Sana nga ma-preserve or kahit diyan sa bandang Bawang, La Union, no? Meron pang mga ruins, no? And sana ma-map daw ito, no? Or EDSA, because we have also mapping in the city. So do not think that mapping is only for the provinces, but all over. And of course, we include houses. And houses like, kasama po dito yung houses during the Spanish colonial period, all the periods, including vernacular houses, even if it's not 50 years, because siyempre, these are made of light materials. But we would like to, let's say, document the naming of the house. How, for example, what is a typical Ilocano house in terms of a vernacular architecture, yung kubo, and what are the parts of the houses, no? So we did that for Zambales in the Aita language, no? So another would be the movable heritage. So we map objects, so archaeological objects, objects that are found at home, like work implements, household items, crafts, weaponry, adornment, musical instruments. We also have we map artwork, lalo na kung meron pong significant paintings, sculptures, print work. This is an example of a painting in a church, but it's under restoration, but it's one of the artworks there. Okay. Also archival holdings, no? So as you are listening, my dear teachers, no, mga professors po, you can see that you have a space for cultural mapping. In fact, ito yung hirap po ang local government units kasi if you just rely on the local peoples, hirap sila magsulat. Sir, how do we write archival materials? How do we analyze, for example, photographs, negatives, magnetic media, no? So for example, this woman over here, this this young lady, where is she coming from? Kung hindi maalam ka sa history ng Region 1, hindi mo ma-identify ito. This is an example of an itnag, no, or a Tinggian young girl. At makikita mo doon sa kanyang suot at saka dito sa kanyang adornment, no? So yun yung tinali, yung tinatawag nila. These are made of beads, no? Glass beads. So we also map religious objects. Ngayong panahon na ito, we're currently doing the mapping for San Fernando, La Union, and Bawang. Ako po yung facilitator dito. Hinihintay nila yung libot. Mabuti lang hindi tayo nakasama ngayon sa dito sa mga pronouncement na bawal ng religious activities. But they will, in the safety, of course, they will try to document the different religious objects. Aguo would have a very beautiful procession. And even for vegan, no, I think itong Passion Sunday, itong Palm Sunday, andyan na yan. Magsisimula na sila. Furnitures, also industrial objects. In Nueva Vizcaya, we map a whole tank. It's in the middle of a forest. You know why? Because it was parachuted by the American forces. And that was used during the war. But after the liberation, the Americans left it. It's in the middle of a forest, technically, a pine forest, and we mapped that. The LGU wanted it lifted, but it weighs a lot, no? And they wanted it to put near the municipio. Para they're planning to put a museum, and that includes, of course, the tank. And also the natural specimen kasama din po. Isa sa mga interesting din ay yung intangible cultural property. So ito po yung mga practices, mga expressions, no? Ito yung mga iba't ibang domains as used by UNESCO and adopted by the Philippines. So we map the different oral traditions and expressions, no? Dito sa Region 1, we're mapping the Dungao before it gets lost. I think that we gave training to Dimsu in La Union, and the teachers, and I'm proud to say, they map a very good Dungao, no? The Dungao tradition, I think, in Bangar. But they were able to interview women, old women. So kung nawawala na yung practices, mas maganda sana ma-map din po ito. Kasama po din po dito yung mga riddles, kasama din po dito yung prayers, chants, kung meron po, epics. Kasama din po ang performing arts, lalo na if you have dances, or what's the origin of the song Pamulinawin, or analysis on musicology. So if you have your own music professors teaching, let's say, the Bachelor in Cultural Arts Education, or MAPE, they would be good resources for this. Or dances, how do you do dance notation? So the HEI would have a good entry here. Or theater arts, no? Of course, we include also the different social practices, rituals, and festive events. Ano yung mga social practices? The cycle from birth to death. In Sadanga, they are mapping, there's the current mapping ngayon. I think they will be mapping the tattooing tradition. It's not only in Wangud, no? That there is that tattooing tradition. It's not only in Tinglayan. Or for example, in Lukban, Quezon, this is the Pahiyas Festival. Lahat ng festivals, lalo na kung matanda na po ito. Kasama dito ang games, mga laro, no? At ang cuisine. Kaya yung isang mapping site namin for Bohol, no, this is a provincial mapping, involved ang ano dito, ang Bohol State University, no, and the Holy Name University, both public and private, no, ay sabi na sa dami ng cuisine namin, we can create a cookbook afterwards. We have also the domain, knowledge of the universe, no? So kasama po dito, halimbawa, yung pagmamap po, may ginawa na pong mapping ang Batanes, no, particularly Basco. Kasama dito yung mga belief system involved with the harvesting of the vuyavuy, no, or yung paggawa ng bakul, no, bakul. And of course, the belief in how you have this hydro engineering so that you can water the rice terraces, no? Kasama din po yung healing traditions and traditional craftsmanship, kung ano man yung crafts na meron ka. Siguro pag nag-request ang San Juan La Union, magandang mamap yung Damili, okay? Or siguro pag pumunta tayo dyan sa Ilocos Norte, kung meron pang paggawaan ng bricks o paggawa ng, let's say, baskets or traps for fishing. And we map also personalities and institutions. So these are the significant people, figures, organizations. So Makling Dulag is a choice, no, for mapping. This is Anita Linda. She just passed away recently, but she was mapped in Pasay's cultural mapping. So if you look at all this, this is like the conceptual framework. We map all this heritage, and that's why pag yung LGU na ang nagsimula dyan, sir, overwhelmed kami. We need the help of teachers, both from the basic ed and from the higher education. Because you need to assess, to do an analysis of what is the historical value, the aesthetic value, the economic, socio-political, spiritual, and scientific values of all this. So that means you need a level of analysis. We use our own academic disciplines to inform us regarding the practice. And if ever we become successful, hopefully the mapping, although masasabi kong bata pa ang mapping sa Philippines because it was only in 2016 that NCCA embarked on this massive scale. But prior to that, I would say that Professor or Dr. Eric Cerudo, one of the pioneers for cultural mapping, did that years back. But relatively, it's only in the 2000 that we're doing mapping. But mapping should inform, let's say, agencies to declare particular properties that it's not only a heritage, but of prime importance, meaning to say they can be declared as either cultural treasures, properties, etc. So let me just walk you through. No? So pag sinabi mo na declare yung isang site na cultural treasure, it is possessing outstanding significance, either historical to scientific, and is declared by the National Museum. And that's why it has to be protected. No? And kung kailangan ng repairs, merong repair dyan. So, for example, in the rice terraces in the Cordillera is a national cultural treasure. It is an example of a built landscape, a mix of the natural, the mountain. However, it is a farmland. That's why it's a site. Or the Manunggul jar is a national cultural treasure. Okay, it's a pottery from Palawan, but because of its fineness and how it represents the afterlife as shown by the two figures on a boat, no, talks about our own system of philosophies. And also, some may be declared, maybe not high as a cultural treasure, but an important cultural property. So pag sinabi mo, it is exceptional, yung kanina outstanding. So this can be declared by National Museum or the NHCP, the National Historical Commission of the Philippines. So for example, this is an important cultural property. Itong UP Church of the Holy Sacrifice. Parang it looks modern, yes, but it is not the building that is being just declared, but because the building was designed by national artists for architecture, the visual arts there, yung Stations of the Cross, the paintings are just beautiful. And this, automatically, meron tong paggawa ito ng national artist, that's declared as an important cultural property. Some properties are so important that when you apply it under UNESCO, it is declared as a World Heritage Site, no, as an outstanding universal value. Alam natin yan. Ito mga mga Puerto Princesa. This is a national park, which is a natural heritage. Tubataha, Mount Hamiguitan, the historic town of Vigan, the 4 Baroque churches in the Philippines, where you can see Paway and Santa Maria in Ilocos Sur. No? So ang dami talaga sa Region 1. Kaya ito World Heritage talaga. Very beautiful. No? So in terms of that site. Kaya pag sino magmamap ng Paway, ang hirap talaga. Kailangan ng expert dito. No? Or here in Miagao Church, this is in Iloilo. Or historical sites declared by the National Historical Commission of the Philippines. No? Ito halimbawa, yung Biak na Bato in Bulacan is declared. Marami pa bang pwedeng i-declare? Ang sagot po, yes. At pwedeng magsimula dahil sa cultural mapping. Ito halimbawa, ewan ko, nakikita nyo ito sa sites ngayon. Ang Santa Rosa may kwartel. This is a Spanish fortress which is inside the Philippine National Police. At ngayon, alam mo bang ginawa ng PNP dito? Nagpatayo ng swimming pool at nasisira yung walls nito. But it's still well preserved. That's why Santa Rosa is trying to clamor because it's part of their map forms. It's declared under a resolution. So they're trying to, in a way, push Mayor Arcilia, who was also the former congresswoman, to talk to the PNP to stop its operation, to preserve this. So this is an example of a national shrine. This is in Lapu-Lapu City in Cebu province, the national monument of the Rizal Monument. At ngayon, meron na pong amendments to the law, yung RA 166. Kasama na dito yung vista. Naalala niyo po yung kwento tungkol po dito sa National Photo Bomber. Meron po ditong malaking condominium at nakasira ito. Yung iba sabi ng OA naman ng mga ng mga nasa heritage. Pero pag tinanong mo ang France, pagdating dito, pag pumunta ka sa Eiffel Tower, yung buong, yun lang makikita mo. Yun lang as far as your eyes can see. Because wala pong other structure that are taller than that because they try to preserve it. So if you go to Washington, D.C., you have that tall structure. That's how important for them all these historical monuments. Pero sa Pilipinas, sige lang, basta meron lang yan. So with the amendment, hindi ka na pwedeng basta magpatayo kahit property mo pa yan kung makakasira siya ng vista. Kaya nga, sinong gagawa ng research to help the LGU? Or kung hindi man tutulungan ka ng LGU kasi sila nag-approve ng building permit, sino yung mga ngalampag? Tayo na nasa academia. Kasi we are the voice but also the people. We are the conscience of the people. We have that role as part of our extension service. We're not just teaching, we're not just doing research, but we have that chosen role, no, as academics. So we have also the presumption of importance, and the presumption is to be able to protect the cultural property. So what are some of the stipulation? It's presumed important if it's a work by a manlilikha ng bayan, it's a work by a national artist. Baka meron sa inyo nagtatago ng painting ni Juan Luna dyan, ha? So, hindi ko sinasabing kukunin ng pamahalan yan. Usually, yun ang takot ng mga tao, eh. Sir, madimi kaya't nga agmapping. Apay nga, gamin no agmapping ka. Dati pamati mi nga alaan ka no ti gobyerno, they building ni or daytoy nga bagi mi nga objects haan agpaiso data. No, it's not true that the government will get your property because that's your own property. In fact, will even encourage that you have to protect it. So also, archaeological. Baka may mga diggings na nangyayari. Baka may paniwala pa dyan, bandang Ilocos Sur, na bandang dyan sa Cervantes area na meron pang mga tinago daw si Yamashita. At yun, pinaghuhukay, yan, sisira. Meron tayong issue dyan sa Manawag ngayon na meron mga naghuhukay, mga treasure hunters. So kung hindi alam ng LGU ito, talaga masisira talaga yun. No? So also works of national heroes. Yeah. Or marked structures dating at least 50 years old. These are some of the presumption. And archival materials or documents dating at least 50 years old. Kaya huwag kayo magtapon ng inyong lesson plan kung ito more than 50 years old. That should be sent to the archivals. And they sort it out, which is important and which can be thrown away. So ito yung sinabi ko, in Dample Bridge in Dupax, it started with just an effort. It became a presumed important cultural property, and now it's a national cultural treasure. Or the Mandarin Hotel, this is in Makati. Pag sinabi mo, ha? Yeah, it is declared or presumed because it is a work by a national artists for architecture. Before nasira ito, this is demolished already, but they have to seek the permission from NCCA to lift its stipulation that you cannot just destroy it. No? So, bakit na lift? Kasi nakita ng NCCA na marami pang structures itong architect na ito. I think, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, baka si Locsin ito, no? Leandro Locsin. So ito yung gamaba natin. We're proud to say that meron pong napili sa Region 1. Yung Gawad Manlilikha ng Bayan, equivalent po sila sa national artist. It took some research to do this. This is Magdalena Gamayaw, and of course, Nong Teofilo. He's known for the tabungaw, the gourd hat making, and ito naman yung pinili designs niya, no? In Ilocos. No? So, ang gaganda nito. Sana mas marami pang ma-declare. Hopefully, may ma-declare sa Pottery, Battery, baka sa Pangasinan, meron kayong mga gamaba. Isa sa mga dito, ano yung mga declared important cultural property of Region 1? Alam mo, pag tinatanong ko ito, marami sa mga teachers, no, kahit HEI, hindi nila akalain na ganun kayaman yung region nila. So, I'll just give you 2 minutes. I'll just take a sip of water. Maybe try to ask yourself, ano yung mga important cultural property meron kayo sa inyong lugar? Sige, tingnan natin ha, kung ano yung mga important cultural property. First, yung National Cultural Treasure. Yun, yung Basi Revolt paintings. Yung iba pa nga dito, sabi nila, sir, wala akong time. I don't even have time to go to the Vegan Museum. Now you check it out, lalo na habang wala pang mga bisita. No? Galing lang po ako sa Vegan 2 weeks ago. Galing kami dyan. Buti na lang meron akong media pass and I can go in and out. No? At ang napakaganda ng Vegan ng panahon na ito. Really, it's a nice time to map because the locals are just there to enjoy. We have also the Cultural Treasure. These are the watchtowers, the baluarte of La Union, which includes Bacnotan, Balawan, Luna, San Fernando, San Juan. Sayang yung watchtower ng Bawang because sinira talaga kasi may contention na it's a private land daw yun, a property. No? So I hope that this will be protected. Oh, yeah, ito din. This is a cultural treasure. Look at that architectural design. No? This is very, very much very Ilocano. Ito may mga pillars na nakalabas po. The Paway Church, of course, you know that. We have also Santa Catalina. Okay. So, just a while, no? Okay. Nagre-refresh yung aking ano. So, baka meron kayong mga questions, no? While I just have to refresh my screen for this. Kasi dito, ang mahalaga dito is yung mga cultural treasures, no? Pag tiningnan mo yun, pag dinocument namin ulit, sabi nung ibang mga HEI, sir, kailangan pa bang i-document? Meron ng documentation ang National Museum. Kaya dito, hindi mo kailangan to start from the beginning. Sometimes we actually do secondary research, no? Pwede po mag-secondary research pagdating po dito. So, ang ganda dito sa mga research na ginagawa sa cultural mapping, meron po kaming team, no? So, doon sa halimbawa, ikwento ko sa inyo yung nangyari po sa Antique. Yung UP Visayas, no? Yung NCCA, kami po yung nagbibigay ng training, pero meron silang mga follow-through. Itong mga follow-through na ito ay merong mga assigned point persons from the HEIs, sa UP Visayas, for example, that will guide the mappers. Who are the mappers? The mappers can be anyone, actually. So, pwede po silang, yung iba hindi pa nakapag-aral, quote-unquote, in terms of that formal study na sila ay professor in terms of rank. But there are those who are able to write, no? But they would like to be part of that, no? Like, for example, in Infanta Quezon, we have a good writer who is a Dumagat, no? And he wanted to be part of this, no? So, meron po kaming mga nakukuha mga locals, pero yung HEIs napakaganda sapagkat they point out kung ano po yung kanilang maitutulong pagdating po dito sa particular area. Kaya yung discipline, halimbawa paintings, no, artworks, ang ganda kung meron po kayong local faculty for art studies or teaching, for example, yung humanities, no? Or pagdating dito, sir, ano yung approaches namin when we do our studies? If you have your local sociologist or your history professors, no? Ang ganda po dito because we're doing local histories. Ito po yung nangyayari po, no? So those local histories kasi hindi pa buo. Mapapansin namin doon sa mga nakalagay sa mga LGU, yung mga history nila minsan, ito pa yung mga, alam niyo yung mga colleagues, no? Yung history nila based na may isang Kastila pumunta sa isang lugar, tapos yung Kastila na yon ay nagtanong habang naglalaba yung mga babae at yun na yung origin ng name. Ano na yun, dinidebunk na ng NHCP yon, no? At part din po dito yung pag nagmamapping din po kami ay kasama din po when you have a diverse culture. Ano po yung diverse cultures dito? What if you, let's say, in La Union, let's say, ito may tanong dito sa chat, na hindi lang naman Ilocano kasing kultura. For example, if you live in Sudipan or in San Gabriel, that you have Bago peoples, you have Kankanays, we also put that. No, so kaya meron po kami mga sites wherein we have tribe peoples. Like for example, in Mindanao, you have an area where you map, let's say in Surala, you map Moro peoples because they have a Moro tradition, Surala, the name itself. And we have also the Tiboli people, and we have also the migrants, the Hiligaynons. Ito yung mga Ilonggo. Kaya meron pong ganun na attempt, no, when you talk about diversity. Nangyari yan sa Zambales sa amin because Zambales is populated by Ilocanos, they come from Paway, and yung original na gusto lang nila was Ilocano lang. But I talked to them and we asked them, what's your history? Sir, this is inhabited by the Aitas originally. Are the Aitas still here? Yes, sir, we have a barangay here. We have 3 barangays. Where are they? They can be easily located. And you know, we had to put in our map forms those coming from the Aita tradition. Puntuwa yung mga Aita because this is an acknowledgement of their own traditions. Okay. Sir Arlie, can you see now my screen? Ikaw yung ano or kung sino man yung host sa atin.
Yes po, Sir Arlie.
Yes, okay.
Clear
Thank you.
po.
Clear. So, to continue, at least nakapag-share ako doon, no? So, ito yung mga, ito pa yung other national cultural treasures. In Luna, no? Very beautiful church, no? Also, ito, in Ilocos Norte, the Lighthouse. St. Peter and Paul Church in Calasiao, Pangasinan, recently, no? The Mestizo section, the house of Father Jose Burgos and Leona Florentino. This is in Vigan. And of course, this is a World Heritage Site. Ito, the burial caves in Sitio Alabok. Ito hindi masyadong alam ito ng iba. This is in Bagulin, La Union. Equivalent to the burial caves in Bontoc, no? In Alab, Alab Bontoc, no? Okay. So this also a very beautiful tower here. The church also in Ilocos Norte. This one, the Basilica, it's significant not only architecturally but also really spiritually. Kasama po ang spiritual significance. And we have also sa Santa Maria, Ilocos Sur, also a World Heritage Site. The watchtowers of Ilocos Norte. I didn't have time anymore to do some to grab some pictures from the web, but we have also watchtowers in Badok. This talks about the history during the time when in the Moro, quote-unquote, Moro raids were popular, no? And Curimao, and also in the Belfry in Lawag, Bacara, Pasukin. Also the watchtowers of Ilocos Sur, like in Santiago, San Esteban, Narvacan, Belfry of San Agustin Church. The Puente, this is the bridge in Vigan, Ilocos Sur. So we also have important cultural property categories like the Carino House in Candon, San Nicolas de Tolentino Church, the Central School Municipal Hall, Valdez Lardizabal, Nagrebcan Archaeological Site. Dami talaga. Kaya parang ang swerte ng Ilocos. Kaya ang hirap din mag-map sa totoo lang ng Ilocos. Pero parang walang rason na ang HEIs hindi namin makasama dito. Kaya nga, mamaya babanggitin ko, paano ba mag-avail nito? Paano mag-mapping, no? So dito yung Kerubin, yung Pindangan Ruins sa San Fernando, San Juan Church in La Union, these are all declared. We have also declared by the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, historical landmarks, no? So minsan paulit-ulit din yun kasi dinideclare ng National Museum at ng National Historical Commission of the Philippines. So isa in charge sa history, isa naman National Museum because of its distinct significance, either architecturally, scientifically, kasama din yung historical. Okay? So the Tirad Pass is equivalent, is also recognized by the NHCP. Luzon Landing, Lingayen Beach, the Church of Manawag also. So yan, when we did mapping for the old Casa Real, okay, this is in Lingayen, Pangasinan. Okay, so yan po, no? So many sites po, no? Okay. Okay. So at this point, we have a question here. No, before I continue, I don't know what's really the problem with my sabi, I have been interested to conduct a cultural mapping of a certain tradition of the La Union Cancanais, which is not practiced anymore. It has been a one-stock tradition. Then, how can the mapping be conducted if the old folks who really practice and the witnesses have been gone? What is the assurance of the validity of the mapping result? I think this becomes a problem, especially if your key informants are no longer living. We hope that sana, no, that this practice was, or the stories behind it, must have been passed on. Kasi kung hindi ito na pass on, ito yung mahirap talaga, no? Hindi siya kumbaga wala na, lost in translation. Ito yung race against time dito sa cultural mapping. Pag nawala na yung key informants, wala na rin. You can do secondary data, but kung may nagsulat, paano kung wala? So, you can just put together. Ang isa naming pwedeng gawin dyan, kung sa La Union yan, if that Kankanai tradition is quite related, I don't know where in La Union yung kanina, but if you talk about the Kankanai sa Benguet, maybe you can trace back and let's say make a comparison. And therefore your study might extend because, regions are politically determined. But you talk about cultures, this is not political in terms of delineation. You talk about an expanse. And therefore, that Kankanai tradition could have been related, let's say, to either the Ibisao people, the Kankanais of Mountain Province, or the Kankanais of Benguet. So, kung saan po yun, no? So, yan ang pwedeng tracing na pwedeng gawin. Okay, so to continue, can you see, Sir Arlie? Is it seen?
Not yet, Sir Arvin.
Hindi nakikita. All right, so let me just again refresh this. No, I hope na I'll try to share the screen again. Okay, so going back to the Historical Commission of the Philippines. Now, you can see it, Arlie?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're on the slide 108.
All right, yeah. So these are the second level. These are for Historical Commission of the Philippines. We have level 1 and 2. We have the Poro Point Lighthouse, the Baxil Region, San Fernando. Ang dami talaga, mga kapatid, sa Region 1. Kaya pag sinabi mong, ang yaman po ng Region 1 sa totoo lang, alam nyo isang reason din because it's well documented. Kahit sa intangible heritage po, marami po talagang documentation. So ito po yung nakalagay lagi, no? Ito yung laging pinapahanap namin sa mappers. Kahit sa LGU po, ito yung yung talagang nakalagay ng NHCP. Okay, yan pa. No? So we have even yung sa Dagupan, etc. So dami talaga. So hindi pa po dito kasama, kasi dito, ito lang may imamap mo, yung declared, hindi po. Paring hindi po siya declared, pwede din siyang locally declared, as in by the municipality or the city, or even if it's not declared, we have good finds. Okay? Church of Dagupan, and also the presumption of importance of more than 50 years. So this is not declared, but there is an importance already. This has been massively altered, kaya hindi ma-declare ito ng National Museum and Historical Commission of the Philippines. Kaya nga, mayroong pagbabantay din na kailangan gawin. No? May pinupush kami na sa mga seminaryo na meron dapat heritage studies ang mga seminarista, sapagkat pag sila yung naging pare, sila yung unang dapat magprotekta nito sa halip na sirain. Or kung hindi man, minsan hindi sinasadya, really because of just ignorance. No? Itong Pangasinan National High, ito yung aming... So we also have, you also have a rich, a wealth of significant personalities, national artists like Salvador Bernal for theater design, or Victorio Edades, national artist for visual arts, who is from Dagupan. Or F. Shonil Jose from Rosales, no, Pangasinan. He's still living, no? He's the national artist for literature. And that's why, in part of the cultural mapping is that we engage with the agencies concerned. Like, for example, the NCCA, the National Museum, and the Historical Commission of the Philippines. Kaya pag meron kaming nalaman dito, tumitimbre po kami. Tinutulungan po namin. No? Like, for example, in Zambales, they still have the bales for indigo, yung para do sa tayum. No? Kaya nga yung tayum abra could be named after that indigo plant, yung blue. Yun yung original blue na nagbibigay ng jeans, ng color ng ating jeans. Kaya nga yung Levi's. Ngayon, yung Americans saw that we have a wealth of that. And those bales, no, nilalagay yun sa isang malaking parang lalagyan. At may mga plant, indigo plant, hanggang mag-ferment yon. Tapos, yun ay dinadala abroad. That was our export. At alam nyo, sabi ng taga Zambales, we learned that from the Ilocos, from our ancestors who came from Paway. And hinahanap namin ngayon yung indigo tradition na ito. Kasi bakit? Namatay ito nung nagkaroon na po ng mga synthetic dyes. Kaya nga pag nagbumili ka ng jeans at yung jeans mo ay indigo, that commands a price. Because hindi siya, that's a plant-based dye for your blue jeans. No? So, kaya yung blue na ito ito din yung ginagamit ng mga ng isnag, no, peoples, or ng blue ng abra. Even yung mga pinilian designs of the Ilocos, kung adati ulis mo or yung mga iba mo pang mga cotton and you want to dye it, they dye it using the indigo. So, those are traditions. So, kasama po din dito namin ang partner, syempre, ang local government units. Kaya nga, pag nagmapping ang LGU, meron silang points sa DILG under the seal of good local governance. So parang natutulungan. Saan pumapasok ang HEIs dito sa LGU? Pwede yung singilin yung LGU kung wala pa silang Local Culture and Arts Council. Very important kasi yung Local Culture and Arts Council. At binubuo ito ng mga ng private citizens and public. No? So kasama din po yung history experts dito. Kaya nga, dun sa mga malapit na po ako matapos, pagdating dito in just 15 minutes or so, I'll be finished. Itong mapping, ito po yung mga ginagawa namin. This is an approach to identify and to record. And part of the mapping is, ito yung objective namin. At sana maging bahagi kayo nito. Una-una, gusto namin paintindi sa mga mamamayan yung mismong batas, itong Republic Act 166. May empower kasi sila. Halimbawa, pag nalaman nilang, sir, may batas pala na hindi pwedeng pag-iba yung gabaldon naming eskwelahan. Oo. Bakit si principal hindi niya alam? In fact, there is a budget for DepEd para for its reconstruction and to preserve it further. So, knowing the law protects our heritage. Okay? So, also, it's in the requirement of the law, it's written there that the LGU should maintain an inventory. Meaning to say, it should have an inventory and that will be submitted to the NCCA under the Philippine Registry of Cultural Property, or known as the PRECUP. And the registry will be the accounting of what we have for LGUs. Alam mo, matagal na yung batas, 2009 nito, pero hanggang ngayon marami pang LGUs na hindi nagko-comply doon sa registry. So, ang isang layunin din ng programa ng mapping ay para mas mapahalagahan ng mga mamamayan ang kanilang mismong pamanang lahi o anong meron sa kanila. Pangatlo, maganda rin gumamit tayo ng mga iba't ibang pamamaraan para sa gathering ng data natin. No? Kasi dito pumapasok po tayo sa HEIs, no? Kung ano yung mga data gathering methods natin. Mamaya ipapakita ko po yung mga iba't ibang data gathering methods namin. At pang-apat, gusto naming makabuo with the mapping your local cultural profile, which can be used for your comprehensive land use plan and to generate baseline data for cultural statistics. Okay? And lastly, to recommend mechanisms. No, we don't want to stop only with the inventory, but how are we going to use all this data for the LGU plans, programs, and activities? And not only for LGU, but also for HEIs. No? Kaya nga, when you talk about who maps here, the mapping can be done by community members, those who are traditional knowledge and memory holders. It involves the whole community. Some pictures here, even the old people are part of the mapping process. So we have different phases for the mapping project. No, the project starts with the scoping and negotiation. The LGU will talk to NCCA. Sometimes it's not the LGU that leads. Ulitin ko, it's the HEI. Ito, kung nalaman nyo ito at aktibo ka, mayroon kang link sa LGU kasi ikaw isang consultant, resource person, kausapin mo ni LGU mo. Apo, mabalin ba nga mapping na tayo? Nga guys, Shakti Aglid, sumura tayo di NCCA to give us this particular support. The second phase is social preparation. So we prepare, we help the LGU select who would be our mappers, who would be involved, and why do you want to map? And then this is the training. The training is usually, nung wala pang COVID, it's a week, but now it's like 2 weeks of training. We introduce them to this framework. We help them out each, no, how to take photos, how to map objects, no. So part after that training is the data gathering. So we have field work and writing. So this takes months to finish, especially if you have so much in your town. Hindi pa kami tapos sa Cebu City. Sa Cebu, they have 800 items to map. So usually, pag ang town ay old, you have 400 items to 500 items. For a new town, because they came from a mother town, maybe you have 300 items. So there's a lot actually to map. And ito yung pagkakaiba ng ibang mapping na projects. Yung ibang mapping projects, ang gumawa ay tagalabas. O pwede naman tayo mag-hire. You know, marami. But in fact, yung iba nga kumikita dito at nagugulat yung iba. Milyon ang singil. Pero ang NCCA hindi po yan. No? Tinutulungan po mag-empower sa community. At pag na-transfer yung empowerment na ito, kayo mismo as HEIs, pwede na kayo maging resource dyan. At yung ginawa o yung resulta, hindi lang ito natapos, ibinabalik namin sa mga tao. So meron po kaming gathering wherein we present the data to the people to have it validated. Naagpaiso na ito eh. Tama talaga ito. Totoo itong inyong na-map. No? So, and then phase 6 is cultural analysis. We do analysis. Why is this so? And of course, the phase 7 is the finalized profile, which can be used for many things related to utilization. So ito po yung mga iba-ibang uses ng mapping. Yan po. So all these are the uses of cultural mapping. So it's a post-colonial approach, no? Because it's a sort of an empowerment. We locate gaps. We assess also the distribution of resources. It's not only should be in the poblacion. It's also a basis for evaluating projects. Maybe the mayor wants to have let's say a housing project, but the housing project is an archaeological site. So how are you going to put that together? No? Or maybe they want to build a dam, but the dam will inundate, let's say, a burial site of the indigenous peoples located in your area. Or seeing the present, looking into the future also. Like for example, yung aming problema doon dyan sa Binmalay. Yung Binmalay, Pangasinan, parang yung kanilang old munisipyo na sinira, no? So sayang, no? So sana na-prevent yun, no? Also for cultural planning and education purposes. So lalo na kung nagtuturo kayo ng education, for example, itong localization and contextualization. And even tourism plan. How can you make your tourism sustainable? Na hindi lang yung masisira, na hindi natutuloy yung buhay ng mga tao dahil sa overuse nitong tourism. And of course, heritage conservation. So the whole idea of mapping is a holistic approach. Top-down because you have experts coming from the different agencies that may include you. And the bottom-up because it's the community that maps. You are also part of the bottom-up if you are part of the culture. That's why walang issue ito in terms of rapport building, in terms of staying on because you are part of the community. Kaya nga, if you look at mapping, this is coming from Eric Cerudo's framework. Mapping is only part of the awareness, but it requires also that after mapping, you have the heart for it, which is appreciation, and then the hands for protection and utilization, for policy making, education, sustainability, and conservation management plan. A good example of mapping and its success is vegan. So because there is the tandem of the academe, that's the UST, with the mayor who wanted that it should be mapped, particularly their site, so that it can be made into a dossier for the World Heritage Site. So you see now the impact, the effect. Kung hindi to ginawa, baka marami doon sa houses wala na po, no? So pwede bang mangyari ang mapping during the pandemic? Yes. Tingnan niyo po ito po yung aming research. Ito po yung research ko nung sa survey during the time na we were on lockdown, July of last year. Look at this, no? The heritage activities. People were browsing archival material, 16.8%. Participation in local crafts, heritage cuisine or food, 11.5%. So hindi na hinto kahit dun sa gitna ng lockdown. Interesado. In fact, sabi ng mga bata, na mga respondents, mas naging interesado kami. Sabi nila, wala kaming magawa kung hindi mag-observe. Like in Batanes, walang turista, they went back to fishing, and the younger folks, no, the youth, kasi meron silang flexibility with their schooling, they were able to observe up close their father who is a fisherman. So, minention din ito sa study during the pandemic, itong last year, why is culture and arts, or why is it important? They said it connects people, it provides entertainment. And look at number 3, it provides mental health and wellness. It's a transmitter of values and gives people a sense of identity. Beautiful, no? And the data comes from an overall survey from Batanes hanggang Tawi-Tawi. No? So, ito yung perceived effects. Although ang perception pa rin ng practitioners ng arts ay negative, no? Pero sinabi nila may combination ito. I think the Filipinos are by nature very hopeful. So don't think of the quarantine or COVID as it will stop us from pursuing heritage work. So ito yung negative effects, di ba? Na-cancel ang ating festivals, na-close ang ating mga venues, na-postpone yung heritage activities natin, nawalan din ng trabaho, marami po sa totoo lang. No? Pero hindi dapat yun maging balakid. Kasi may positive effects din. Bakit? Yung iba, sabi ng mga artists, nagtuto sila ng mga bagong skills. Na-explore nila ang digital platform. They had more time to master an art practice. It also made people realize the value of culture and arts. See? So all these are positive effects of the COVID. Ito, maganda ito, opportunity to explore the heritage practices in the locality. Okay? Kaya nga, gusto kong ginamit ko ito nung May, yung concept na kung meron tayong health frontliners, pwede ba meron din tayong heritage frontliners? At baka gusto nyo maging bahagi nitong heritage, being a heritage frontliner. So bakit? Heritage, culture, and arts gives a sense of normalcy and promotes mental health. Because heritage is about resilience. Kung yung simbahan na yan, na bagyo, lumindol, may gera, sunog, hanggang ngayon nakatayo pa rin. It talks about resiliency. So whenever a person would do the practices in the intangible, let's say yung fiesta, yung lahat ng mga paniniwala natin, it talks about resilience. Tuloy pa rin ang buhay given this situation. Heritage is a treasure trove for answers that are just in our own backyard. No? So, like for example, in Ifugao, we asked this, sabi nila, Sir, alam na namin na merong ganitong COVID. You know why? Because it's in our folktale. In their folktale, this is an Ifugao myth, that there is an evil deity that would, from every so often, would open jars. And the jars are sicknesses, ills. It so happened now that the jar that was opened now is something very, very serious. But like other jars, it's going to be closed and the healing will still come. So, ibig sabihin dito, they are resilient by nature. Or dun sa Subanen, sabi nila, this is part of the cycle of life. We just have to protect ourselves. But before this happened, we already knew that this will be happening because we have destroyed the ecology of the world. Look at that, no? That kind of indigenous knowledge system that is there. So we want to explore, document, learn, apply. This is what mapping is all about. No? We just don't document. Dito tayo nasisisi, tayong mga professors. No? Bakit? We can be just in our ivory tower. Sige, gawa ka ng gawa ng mga research mo, dissertation mo, pero yun, nakuha mo yung doctorate mo, ginamit mo yung master's, doctorate degree, na advance ka na, mataas na yung ranko mo, pero hindi mo binabalik sa pamayanan. Sino ang nakinabang? Di ikaw lang. Kaya marami po minsan, pag nagmamapping kami, meron na pong research fatigue. Napapagod na rin mga tao. Kaya pag sabi lang, sinong magre-research? Yung HEI na naman, ganyan naman sila, magaling lang sila magtanong, pero hindi naman binabalik. Kaya dito sa mapping, gusto namin ibalik. Kaya may community validation. Dapat makita yung epekto sa kanila. So, we would like to apply this. Ito yung sensitivity na gusto natin. Kaya nga, as a synthesis, lahat nitong mapping with the LGU, no, and even with the HEI, we would like to revitalize the cultural heritage as part of an economic and social system. We want something that perhaps later on you'll finance an archaeological excavation of a historic site, revitalize the links with the local culture, oral traditions, culture-based tourism. Ito yung binabanggit kanina ni Congressman Toff, na yung pagdating sa ating mga sa DTI, for example, or creative industries. Kasi yung modern, hindi mo nawawala ito sa heritage, yung pinaghugutan ng modern, lahat ng creative industries is our creativity based on heritage. Kaya nga yung Baguio as a creative city, saan niya kinukuha yun? Galing sa intangible heritage, galing sa crafts, or creation of a cultural district. Also, the importance of education and access to knowledge is key factors in the promotion of cultural heritage. Education informs sustainable cultural tourism. It helps us in the urban rehabilitation of historic cities and adaptive reuse of buildings. Or even when you do localized curricula, heritage education. So, alimbawa, mag-o-obidize ka ng iyong ng iyong lesson plan. Ayaw mo yung galing lang sa Western studies yun, pero gusto mong ipasok dito yung inyong local knowledge systems. Kaya nga, merong pagsasanib ang edukasyon at ang pamana. Bakit? Schools are repositories of culture. Schools promote culture. Teachers are conveyors of culture. We are active processors of culture. While our students are receivers, but they do not only receive culture, they are also actively engaged in culture. Okay? So yan po, nandyan po yan sa atin. Kaya nga, ang isang ginawa namin dito, just to show you in these 3 slides, the role of HEIs. Nandyan po sa Republic Act 166, Section 10, or Article 10, yung cultural education, basic and higher education. We are the dissemination arm for heritage. Second, we saw this, I'm sitting as in the part of the committee, technical committee in cultural education. Kami po ang committee nito, na from MAPE naging BICAED. Alam ko iba may reactions dito. Birth pains po ito. Pero napansin nyo, bakit dun sa course doon meron ng courses on heritage? May 3 units doon. Cultural diversity and issues in cultural education. Because we wanted our teachers for MAPE not just be parrots of arts and culture, but someone who is informed and who will help out. You know, in our experience in mapping, my youngest mapper is a 12-year-old boy. 12 years old yan sa Capiz nangyari yan. And he was mapping using natural heritage forms. And you know why? Sabi niya, sir, if I'm going to be to choose a subject or a college or a course in college, I want to go into history and heritage. Imagine mo 12 years old, saan ka makakarinig nun? Kaya nawawalan tayo sa social sciences kasi hindi natin binababa yung experience sa mga tao. Pag nakita lang may pera pala dito, merong buhay dito, kasi akala nila academician lang, ay nagtuturo. Hindi po. Kaya nga ako ngayon tumigil muna ako sa pagtuturo kasi very much involved ako dito sa research and extension ng cultural mapping. Kaya yung university yung ating mandate for instruction, research, sorry for that misspelled word, and extension. So cultural mapping as an agent for the university. So in some universities, for example, for UP Baguio, for the Lair Study Center, we have a cultural mapping desk. So built-in na po siya. I think in Samar, in State University, they have a cultural desk. Why don't you build on that? So, nakakatulong ito sa iyong research, makakatulong pa ito para mag-enhance ng pagtuturo mo at hindi lang yon, nakapagbigay ka pa ng serbisyo sa pamamagitan ng extension work mo. So, the role of academics and your assistance to communities. We're not just critics, but rather, pwede tayong balikan kasi ng ating mga constituents. You are there in your ivory tower. You have a nice salary grade, or you have a nice salary, but have you shared something for us? Or is it all about getting a publication, and after you have published, you are promoted, but you have not given anything back to your community? So the role of academics here in the whole mapping, our experience, you are consultants, you have something to do with ethics and cultural sensitivity. Kayo po yung nag-ensure na na-observe ang free, prior, informed consent, inclusivity, diversity. Mappers, you are also mappers. No? Why? Meron po kami HEIs na sabi, sir, I refuse to be a mapper. I will just be a critic. Sabi ko, sayang yung role mo because you can write. So, nakita namin mga HEIs, mga instructors, professors, sila marunong magsulat. Meron po kami mga retired na, tataas na ng mga rangko, natapos na ng Professor 6, Professor 7, pero napakagandang kasama. Bakit sabi na hindi po na humihinto ang aming pananaliksik? Because we discover knowledges as we go along. We use disciplinal knowledge to inform our mapping outputs. Whatever discipline you have a space here. Even for engineering, we talk about immovable heritage. One of the best mappers for buildings would be architects. Biro mo, in-AutoCAD pa nila. So, sino makakagawa nun? Hindi yung LGU. Yung mismo, HEIs. Yung isa naman, nag-ano pa ng GPS system, no? So, also for cultural analysis, bakit ganito tayo bilang tao? At yung dissemination, yung localization and contextualization of knowledge. Incorporation in our courses. Baka meron kayong electives that deal with, let's say, Ilocos language. We did that for UP Baguio. We teach Ibaloy and Kangkanaay. And pwede yun. And that can be born of mapping. Or some mapping sites choose to write not in English or not in Filipino, choose to write in their local language. This happened in Romblon. So, ginamit nila doon yung kanilang language, yung ASI language. This is in Corcuera, Romblon. So also the part of the utilization of the information is involvement in good governance. We become part of the protection of heritage, either to protect, conserve, and safeguard our heritage. So therefore, if you look at cultural mapping is actually an approach itself. It is born out of postmodern thought, post-colonial studies. No? It's a reclaiming of who we are. Said, you can use Orientalism for this, wherein we have always been defied by Western culture. Our earlier ethnographies for Ilocanjas was written by Faye Cooper Smith and other academics. But now, in this time, we write about ourselves. So this is part of the field of cultural studies. Indigenous studies, this is my training also in New Zealand, wherein you reclaim what you have and you want to write what you have. So this will inform practices related with pedagogy like cultural education and the field of heritage studies in terms of conservation. And therefore, we use a wealth of methodologies that we are trained for, like historiography, doing and writing for people's ethnography, or art studies, the use of natural sciences to inform the domain of natural heritage, and participatory approaches because we engage people in the whole mapping process. The whole idea here is because we want to conserve and utilize all these resources for not only in the past, but also to present them for future generations. And therefore, the very important thing is the use of or the engagement of the LGU because they are mandated by the state, especially with the Mandanas law, wherein they have a budget for it so that we can protect as a whole our local mapping. So ito po, that is one of the uses, the sustainable cultural tourism. This is one example of what we did for San Fernando in the last, we are doing mapping of San Fernando. Ang ganda ng results na ng mapping nila. First follow-up pa lang. San Fernando's identity as a regional center, a capital, is a competitive city. So by showing to you these identity markers, which came from the peoples, we are looking for the evidence. And what is the evidence? The different mapping domains that I explained just now. So ranging from our natural heritage, so therefore, kailangan yung City of Seven Hills, what is in the Botanical Garden, the different kinds of built heritage spanning from the Spanish colonial period up to the present, 1950s. Also, all the different Ilocano heritage, meron pa rin pala. Andyan pa rin sa San Fernando. Kaya nga ito yung mga ibang cultural mapping namin po na natapos na o ongoing sa Region 1, sa Pangasinan, Lingayen, Dagupan, Alaminos, Binalonan, Urdaneta, kasi nag-apply sila sa NCCA. Ang Bawang din, San Fernando, La Union, ang Candon, Santa Maria, Alilem, ang Vigan kasama din po dito. Pero although hindi po ito NCCA ang nag-embark, pero tapos na po yan. At baka meron pa po ako na miss out, pero ito po yung as far as I can remember. So, marami pa po kung tutuusin, no, ang pwedeng gawin. So, ito po yung mga tourism na gusto nating sana sustainable. Also, yung urban rehabilitation of your historic cities and adaptive reuse of your buildings. You also like to continue cultural heritage as your construction of your identities, both local and national, wherein you can express your worldviews, your values, your sentiments, your reflection of reality, situations, and histories, and your identity composed of your personal and your social identities. So in all this, when HEIs are involved, we have an institutional coordination and a community involvement in mapping. And therefore, we participate in governance, and being part of the civil society, we need to be involved at different scales in the consultation and planning of investments. Also, the participation of civil society in heritage endeavors. So you can organize yourselves into historical societies, church groups, environmentalists, etc. So just to end, I would like to say that we began our journey for this afternoon. So I know it's quite long, but I want to really share and really, because para sa akin, Region 1 is always close to my heart. Being a Villalon, my roots are from Region 1, from Aguo, and of course, being part of the Cordillera for a long time, for more than 20 years, and still is a part of the Cordillera. I have seen the importance. My lola is an Ilocana, and she is from Zambales, who migrated to Pangasinan, and then to Nueva Ecija. So I see that connection. Your heritage gives you that sense of rootedness. Your rootedness is important because it gives you a sense of direction. That's what the Philippines need. And direction gives us a sense of what is development. And development is always for the growth, not for just a select few, but for the rest of the country. So thank you very much for listening intently. Pasensya na po kayo kung meron po tayo mga konting technical difficulties. I hope that you can really use all these learnings that you have learned since this morning and hanggang dito po sa afternoon. Maraming salamat. Pagyamanin Apu, and thank you for all who organized this particular lecture series for CHED Region 1.
Agyaman kami unay, Professor Arvin Manuel Villalon, sa mga kaalaman na aming natutunan mula sa inyo ngayong hapon. At tunay nga po na mayaman tayo sa kultura at naantig po ang aming mga damdamin, looking at the answers and questions and comments sa ating mga YouTube channel at Facebook page. Marami po ang nabuhayan ng loob at nagkaroon ng interes upang magsagawa ng kanilang cultural mapping. Nakikita po natin dito ang mga komento galing ho sa ating mga LGUs, galing ho sa ating mga higher education institutions, at maging sa mga estudyante po, hindi lamang ng tertiary education, pati maging sa basic education. Pagkakataon pong ito, Professor Arvin, nais po sanang naming kunin itong pagkakataon upang magtanong po ng ilang mga katanungan na aming napili at kinalap po ng ating mga kasama dito sa ating studio sa CHED Region 1. Unang simpleng tanong po, pang-pageant tong tanong na to. Ano po ang pinaka-natatangi o memorable na cultural activity or cultural mapping activity na inyong naranasan at bakit po nyo tinuturing itong natatangi?
Ang hirap ng pagtatangi, Professor, kasi bawat lugar ay parang napaka-distinct, Pero siguro yung aking, maybe one memorable experience is when we were mapping the Kalanguya culture. I'm talking of the indigenous people, siguro because that's my interest as well. We have this group of people, yung Kalanguya, but more than the Kalanguya, the Iwaks, na hindi pa nakasulat. It was a beautiful experience because they were talking about cultural mapping as a gift. Meron silang sinabi that every time, ito yung parang ito yung pag napapagod ako, ito yung aking gasolina. Sabi niya, ang kultura kasi, it's a gift from our ancestors. And that gift is meant to be shared. Yun ang sinabi nung elder, that's the Kalanguya elder. Sabi niya, ang problema sa atin, humahanap tayo ng ibang cultural markers elsewhere, when in fact, it's just within your corner. So ang sabi nila, gamitin natin ito. I think we were mapping at the time the intangible heritage. We were talking about rituals at the time, no? And the rituals talked about hindi lang something physical. Sabi niya, mapping is not only physical, it's something very spiritual. So ako yun ang hindi ko makakalimutan talaga. Kasi pwede tayong mapako dun sa realm lang ng physical, okay, susulat ako, pero yung lalim, dun ko nakita sa elder.
Po, no? Kaya nga ho, sa palagay ko, pagkatapos ng araw na ito, ay maraming mga senior high school students tayo na magkaka-interest.
Ay, dapat.
Pag-enroll, culture-related courses po, pagdating nila ng kolehiyo. At habang kayo pa nagsasalita kanina, Professor, ay nagparating po ng pagbati ang mga taga-Bawang na inyo pong natulungan sa ganon din po, may mga eskwelahan po tayo na under ho ng Department of Education, lalong-lalo na po yung mga tech box schools. Kinalaman po sa culture and the arts, nagpapaabot po sila ng pasasalamat sa napaka-komprehensibo at napakagandang binigay po ninyong kaalaman sa amin ngayong hapon.
Sir, meron akong gusto lang, nakalimutan ko, baka mawala yung TESDA, no? Pero gusto lang mag-, very, very short lang. Yung TESDA kasama po din namin dito. Alam niyo bakit? Yung TESDA kasi, may halaga sila in terms of skills.
Yes,
at nakita nila dito yung pagmamap ng intangible heritage like basketry. So sa NCCA ngayon, gumagawa po kami ng mga NCs for TESDA levels, no, related to culture and arts. Meron na kaming mga NC levels for, let's say, performances. Meron po kaming NCs for weaving, traditional weaving. So, nung nag-talk ako sa TESDA, gusto nga nilang ipasok sa Ifugao yung NC para sa paggawa ng pagkakabiti. So, yung paggawa ng wallings. Kasi ang Cordilleran hinahanap as far as Papua New Guinea and Indonesia for walling. Kasi without that cement daw, they are able to build sa structure. So, they were looking at NCs for this. So, there will come a time also even for cuisine, traditional cuisine, uso ngayon ng slow food. I think TESDA will be the lead para dito. Kaya we want to involve them also with mapping.
Salamat po, Professor. Alam ho ninyo, kami ho dito sa Chad Region 1 ay natutuwa talaga sapagkat itong bago nating kurso sa tertiary education, tinatawag nating Bachelor for Culture and Arts Education, ay nabigyan ng emphasis at halaga sa inyong mga ibinahaging kaalaman sa amin ngayong hapon. Sa pagkakataong pong ito, Professor, nais po naming tawagin si Ginoong Jedan Rosario mula po sa Provincial Government ng La Union upang itanong ang kanyang katanungan sa inyo live po sa ating Zoom account. Sir Jedan, magandang hapon po.
Nakamute si Sir Jed. Sir, nakamute.
Ayan. Hi, Sir Arvin.
Hello, Sir Jed. Good to see you again.
Nakita mo na naman po tayo ulit. Ginagamit ko pong background para sa kalaman ng karamihan ang Kudlap Cave view deck po ng Bagolin at tunay ngang napakayaman ng Bagolin pagdating sa indigenous people's culture. Ito po yung aking katanungan. Kami po dito sa PGLU ay talagang nakatutok ng buong maghapon dito sa Arawan Catis at napansin po namin na mas maraming mga sektor sa edukasyon ang kasama dito sa Arawan Catis. Nais po naming malaman, Sir RV, ano-anong mga pamamaraan na konektado sa cultural mapping ang maaaring gawin ng ating mga universities and colleges para itawid at ihatid ang kamalayang kultural at pamana sa mga kabataan at mag-aaral. Kasi mukhang yun yung parang kailangan nating i-encourage sa kanila, bukod sa kanilang head, na nalalaman nila yung heritage awareness. Ano naman po yung sa heart and sa hand part na maaari nating ibahagi sa kanila sa mga sectors ngayon, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga dalubhasaan at saka pamantasan pagdating sa cultural mapping.
Okay, gandang tanong yan, Sir Jed, no? Kasi palagi ko hitik naman ang shed, no? At ang ating mga guro sa head, no? Kasi andyan yung analysis part. Ang nakita namin, pag nanatili ka lang sa head, kulang yung dissemination process mo. Yung heart and hand, which is actually the skills and the valuing, if you want really to be involved with cultural mapping, you become a practitioner eventually. If you're a practitioner ngayon, that means that will inform your research, that will even be heightened. So ano yung sabihin ng practice doon? So kung ako ay isang guro sa HEI, siguro kung ako ay interesado sa material culture, I will start my own collections for the HEIs, no? At I will involve the young people for the collections. And if maybe I'm more into the arts or performances, I will create, let's say, hindi yung heritage-based, no, sa aking mga dance troupe, no? Hindi lang siya yung dahil magpapakita lang ako kung sino yung darating, but something deeper, no? Yan yung naging karanasan ko sa UP Baguio. You know, before ako gumawa dito sa NCCA, for 15 years, I was just a counselor, the psychologist for indigenous peoples. You know, hindi ako lumalabas ng bansa, but yung aking level ng appreciation and the practice, no, doon yun, I went to places, I talked to the elders, at yung elders mismo ang magsasabi kung tama yung ginagawa mo. So yung practice dito is really assisting, no? Madali kasi tayo mag-critique as HEI, but how do you assist the LGU? Like for example, experience ko yan sa tourism. Dali tayo magbatikos, bakit yung tourism mo, baduy, or bakit masyadong wala namang kinalaman sa heritage. Instead of doing that, let's sit together. So yung nakikita ko dong practice is you have your own group. You have your own practice. So sa isa namang natural heritage interest or aficionado, naggawa siya ng walking tours. Yung walking tours niya sa mangrove or sa hill, hindi lang sila nag-rock climbing, but he's a much sought after tour guide. And he was actually not only the tour guide, but he was developing the next set of tour guiding, which is more heritage-based. So I think yun siguro, sir, marami pa akong pero
yes,
on top of my head, I think the heart comes if you are involved. Kaya nga, even if you're not from the place na ikamang ka because you have married into that culture. I am not originally from the Cordillera, but I know more about the Cordillera culture than perhaps sometimes my Ilocano culture. And that poses a challenge for us. So you can reclaim culture because we are not born out of the culture, we learn the culture. So I think dapat dun yung heart ng isang cultural worker, to be a practitioner.
Agyaman na, Prof. Arvin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Jet.
Thank you very much, Sir Gerald Rosario, mula po sa provincial government ng La Union. Tunay nga po, no, ang aming pagka-Pilipino ay nabigyan ng bagong buhay at alab sa mga nagbinahagi sa atin ni Professor Arvin. Meron pa pong isa, Professor, tinatawagan natin muli. Ang isa ho sa miyembro ng Regional Quality Assessment Team natin dito sa Cedro 1, sila ho ay isa sa mga nakatalaga upang tulungan ng ating mga paaralan, mga pamantasang talubhasaan sa culture and arts education. Mangyari pong tawagin natin ngayon si Dr. Fe Erlinda Ibalio ng Mariano Marcos State University dyan po sa may Batak, Ilocos Norte. Ma'am Erlinda, magandang hapon po muli sa inyo. Ma'am Erlinda?
Nawala yata siya, sir.
Abang babalikan ho natin mamaya si Professor Erlinda Ibalio ng MMSU. Isa ho pa hong katanungan, Professor Arvin. Ano ho kaya ito? Kasi may nakita po kami ditong katanungan kanina. Ang kanyang iniisip ay namatay na daw ho yung mga informants sa kanyang pag-aaral na ginawa. So itong hamon na kailangang harapin ng ating mga researchers. Ano po ang may bibigay nyo sa kanilang mga advice o tip sa ganitong pagkakataon na Professor?
So ako, mahirap no kung wala na yung key informants. But I think, especially for intangible heritage, we try to identify kung merong mga other cultural resources doon sa lugar. Kung meron po, usually ang culture naman ay merong sense of diffusion. So maybe wala na doon sa lugar mo, sa barangay na gusto mo, but the next barangay can be an identifier. At yung gaya na sinabi ko kanina, baka you're looking not only from a geographical point of view, from a political boundaries, but rather from an ethnographic point of view. So if that's Kankanay, you look at the whole Kankanay landscape, at baka meron doon, unless that particular practice is so distinct, it's a bago practice that ito lang ay hindi na talaga na-document. That means, ito na yung tinatawag nating loss, no? But hanggat may buhay, na informant at kung may vestiges pa siya, kung hindi siya yung direct na nakakaalam but witnesses to the practice, pwedeng mag-reconstruct. Pwede. At nangyayari po yon sa mga iba't pa po namin, like music, no, nangyayari po yan kahit sa dance ethnography po or music ethnography, we are able to reconstruct.
Ayan po. Maraming salamat po, Professor Arvin Manuel Villalon. So pagkakataon mong ito ay kasang katotohanan. Marami po sa ating mga taga-subaybay ngayon ang nagbigay interes kung paano po kayo mako-contact. Kaya hayaan niyo po akong ibigay ang inyong mga details, contact details. Nagpapasalamat din po pala kami, Professor Arvin, kay Ginoong Arlie Atienza, ang ating Cultural Affairs Officer ng National Commission for Culture and the Arts, sa kanyang pagbibigay tulong para makontak po namin kayo ngayong hapon. Para po sa mga nagtatanong kung paano po makokontak ang NCCA, pwede po ninyo silang tawagan sa numerong 0908-762-6241 o di po kaya ay sa 0953-132-4929. Po pwede rin po kayo magbigay ng inyong email at kaya Ginoong Arlie Joshua Atienza sa kanyang email address atienzaarlie.joshua@gmail.com. So muli maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat mula po dyan sa Pambansang Komisyon ng Kultura at mga Sining. Tunay po na binuhay ninyo ang aming pagka-Pilipino ngayong hapon sa inyong ibinahaging kaalaman. Ang amin pong taus-pusong pasasalamat, Professor Villalon, sa makabuluhang kasagutan na inyong ibinahagi sa ating open forum.
Salamat din, sir. At nilagay ko rin po, sir, baka sakali man, nilagay ko rin sa chat group yung aking email. If you want to directly contact me, that's arvinvillalon@gmail.com. Huwag po kayo mahiya, no? Ako hanggat kaya ng oras ko talaga. Basta sa akin, pag Northern Luzon talaga, meron akong preferential option. No, kasi talagang ito yung gusto nating ipagpatuloy. May gusto sana kami ma-declare sa Ilocos, no, na maging UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage, yung Biag ni Lamang. Sana matulungan nyo kami dito. Kayo po ang gagawa nito, hindi po kami, no. So you can email me that, and of course gusto ko ring pasalamatan yung mga GDCE, no, kasi bilang guro din ng GDCE, nakita ko talaga yung tulong. Lalo na po yung mga nagtatanong, sir, lalo na sa BICAED. Kasi alam ko may tulong, gagawa po kami ngayon ng conference for BICAED in terms of, hinahanda po kaming na dito, yung OBE na mga particular courses. Kasi sabi na, sir, paano ba itong cultural heritage? So, we'll try to walk you through. Kanina nakita ko nga yung maritime, no? Andito yung maritime industry. Alam mo ba, we're currently researching the different winds of the Philippines. We don't only have habagat and amihan. Sa Laguna lang, we were able to document 9 winds. Sabi ng mga fisher folks ko, sir, kung aasa lang kami sa pag-asa, lulubog yung bangka namin. So we have 9 winds. No? And ang ganda, meron silang salatan at hangin, tusok. This is for all over the Philippines, especially for Batanes. So we're documenting also different boat traditions. It's a race against time. So sana ma-involve po talaga ng HEI. So in your own right, sana yung interest, it's so diverse that you can just do whatever you want for the country in terms of arts and culture.
At dahil po sa magandang ibinahagi po ninyo, Prof, tinatawagan po namin ng pansin ng ating mga higher education institutions dito sa Rehiyon 1 na nagkaroon ng interes sa mga tinalakayuhan ni Professor na makipag-ugnayan po sa kanila. Maaari po kayong tulungan ng CHED Regional Office at ganoon din po. Ngayon na rin po mismo, Prof, ay sinasabi na ho namin sa inyo na kami po ay patuloy na makipag-ugnayan sa inyo para po maisakatuparan natin ang ating mga pangarap at plano para paigtingin pa ang kultura at mga sining dito po sa ating rehiyon. Ngayon po, sa pagkakataong ito, ay ihahandog po namin ang isang munti, simple, pero makabuluhang pasasalamat sa inyong ibinahaging araw at panahon sa amin ngayon. Ito po ay ang katibayan ng pagpapahalaga. Upang basahin po ang nilalaman ng nasabing dokumento, tinatawagan ko pong muli si Dr. Myriel Faith D. Mina upang gawin ang nasabing kilos.
This certificate of recognition is awarded to Professor Arvin Manuel Villalon for generously sharing his time and expertise as one of the resource speakers during the Region 1 Culture and Arts Trainers and Instructor Summit with the theme Kulturang Rehiyon 1, Kilalanin, Saliksikin at Pagyamanin. The insights and experiences he shared have truly inspired learning institutions and individual cultural professionals to further their commitment and intensify their efforts towards the preservation and promotion of Filipino culture, arts, and heritage as a key to progressive development and sustainable future. Given this 23rd day of March 2021 at the Commission on Higher Education Regional Office Number 1, City of San Fernando, La Union, signed Dr. Rogelio T. Galera Jr., Director 4.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Gusto namin pasalamat kay Professor Arvin Manuel Villalon.
Thank you din, sir. Thank you sa lahat po ng organizers. Salamat po.
Tapos, masasabi natin na ang ating palatuntunan ay isang tagumpay na nag-uudyok sa atin na muling ganapin ang pagtitipong ito sa mga susunod na pagkakataon. At gaya nga ho ng sinabi kanina ni Professor Villalon, magkakaroon po ng forum o di kaya ay pagsasama-sama ang mga paaralan, pamantasan at dalubhasaan na nagbibigay ho ng kahalagahan sa Bachelor for Culture and Arts Education. Sa pagkakataon pong ito, ang ating OIC Chief Education Program Specialist, Dr. Danilo B. Bose, ang siyang naatasang magbigay ng panghuling pananalita at pasasalamat.
Maraming salamat, kagalang-galang na JP. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Sa ngalan ng aming tanggapan, Komisyon ng Lalong Mataas na Edukasyon, sa pamumuno ng aming Direktor, Dr. Rogelio Galera, kami po ay lubos na nagpapasalamat sa mga nagsipagdalo sa pagtitipon na ito sa pamamagitan ng Zoom platform. Mga mag-aaral, mga guro at ating mga kolehiyo at universidad. Pinasasalamatan din natin ang ating mga tagapagsalita, Professor Jason Paulo Teles ng UP Baguio, Attorney Larny Banyas Tumakdang ng NCIP, kagalang-galang na Christopher VP de Venecia ng ika-4 na distrito ng Pangasinan, at Professor Arvin Manuel Villalon ng NCCA. Maraming salamat din po sa mga pagbabahagi ng inyong kaalaman at advokasya sa larangan ng kultura, sining at ekonomiya. Sila ang patunay na maaaring umusbong ng sabay ang kultura at sining kasabay ng pagunlad ng ating ekonomiya. Dahil dito, kami po sa CHED ay lubos na nagagalak sa tagumpay ng kauna-unahang programa na ito. Asahan ninyo na patuloy kaming magsasagawa ng mga programa na ang layunin na lalong paunlarin pa ang kultura at sining sa ating mag-aral at mga institusyon ng mas mataas na edukasyon. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ito po ang kauna-unahang programa ng aming tanggapan na nagpapalaganap ng kultura, sining at creative economy, at umaasa kami na patuloy ninyong tangkilikin ang mga susunod pang programa dahil naniniwala kami kay Henry Ford nang sabihin niya, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is success, and if everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself. Again, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat, aming mga nagsipagdalo at aming mga speakers. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Bose. Ngayon po, mga ginigilo naming taga-subaybay, ay makita na namin ang link upang makuha ninyo ang inyong mga katibayan ng paglahok o Certificates of Participation. Pero kailangan po muna ninyong sagutin ang aming online evaluation form. Ang link po ay nakikita ninyo ngayon sa inyong screen at babasahin ko po. Ito po ay bit.ly/chedr1catis. Ulitin ko po, bit.ly/chedr1catis. Pag i-click nyo po yan, ay dadalhin po kayo sa ating online evaluation form at isubmit po para makuha ninyo ang inyong mga katibayan ng paglahok. Sa pagkakataong ito, nais po naming pasalamatan ang mga sumusunod. Ang amin hong butihing direktor, Dr. Rogelio T. Galera Jr., ang amin hong mga hepe sa tanggapang ito, Ginang Nympha N. Buenyo, Dr. Danilo B. Bose, Engineer Angelica Q. Dolores, at ganoon din po ang ating Focal for Cultural Affairs dito sa ating tanggapan, Ginoong Al Gerald Abarde. Lahat po ng ating mga taga-Masidunong or Education Supervisors at mga kasapi ng CHED Regional Office 1, Ginoong Elvin Casem, Dr. Christian Lynette Casem, Ginoong Patrick Joseph Dumog, Dr. Myril Faith Mina, Ginoong Emmanuel Monar, Ginoong Mark Cantor, Ginoong June Berganyo, Ginoong Florante Molina. Kasama rin ho natin ang inyong abang lingkod, Dr. Meros Quezon, Dr. Melquiades Ancheta, Ginoong Arnold Ancheta, Ginoong Ricky Serra, at Ginang Catherine Chan. Gayon din ang lahat ng ating mga panauhing tagapagsalita at lahat ng mga nagbahagi ng tulong upang maisakatuparan ang palatuntunang ito. Muli, ang aming taus-pusong pasasalamat sa inyong lahat. Nawa ay manatili tayong ligtas, masaya, malusog, at pinagpapala ng poong may kapal. Bago po tayo tuloy ang magtapos, nais ko po sanang hilingin sa inyo sa Zoom na buksan ang inyong mga kamera para sa isang photo opportunity. Naway ang inyong mga ngiti ay magsilbi at sumalamin sa biyaya na ating natanggap sa araw na ito sa pamamagitan ng ating mga natutunang leksyon na aral sa pamamagitan po ng ating mga panauhing tagapagsalita. Pasasalamat din po sa ating mga kasama sa kagawaran ng edukasyon Rehiyon 1. Gayon din po ang ating mga nakasama sa Pambansang Komisyon ng Kultura at mga Sining at taus-pusong pasasalamat po mula sa amin dito sa komisyon sa mas mataas na edukasyon, tanggapan bilang isa. Ibigay natin ngayon ang ating ngiti bilang isang nagtitipong pamilya ng Region 1. At muli, gaya ko ng sabi kanina ni Professor Villalon, ay inasahan ko namin na kayo po ay makakasama namin sa muling pagtitipon na may kinalaman pa rin po sa kultura at mga sining. Kung meron po kayong mga katanungan o po kayo mag-aatubiling kami, ay tawagan upang kayo po ay aming ma-endorso sa ating mga kaibigan sa different line agencies na pwede po nating makasama sa ating mga plano para ho sa ating mga paaralan at ating government units. Isa para ho. At mga kaibigan, hanggang sa muli, agyaman kami unay, balbalod ya salamat, at si kayon amin. Daghan kaayong salamat sa tanan, muchísimas gracias.